visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got back to some winning ways over the weekend after dropping the first game to the Mets on Friday night. The Snakes won 2 in a row thanks to 2 near-flawless starts, one from Merrill Kelly on Saturday, the other Eduardo Rodriguez yesterday, while rookie Ryan Waldschmidt went 2 for 4 and had 3 RBIs and helped the Snakes get a 5-1 win and a series win. The Diamondbacks are in Texas tonight for the Rangers. First pitch will be at 5:05, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A big weekend in the NBA. The New York Knicks stayed scorching hot. They beat the Sixers 144-114 and sweep their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. And Victor Wembanyama was ejected Sunday night for a flagrant 2 foul, and the Timberwolves evened up that series at 2 games apiece. And the Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery. They will have the number 1 overall pick in this year's NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI at WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit WGU.edu and enroll today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go on another week of riveting sports content. At least that is the plan around here. Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome back from a long weekend, or an enjoyable weekend, I hope.
It wasn't long.
Mother's Day weekend in the rear view.
Enough.
Well, it never is.
Never is.
Never is.
Everybody have a good Mother's Day weekend?
Yeah. I for the second time in 3 years, my wife surprised me by saying, I want to golf on Mother's Day.
Wow.
Yeah, I told everybody at the golf course, they're like, you are one lucky dude.
So it was actually
Like,
Father's
you don't
Day,
know
too.
what she costs, but I am one lucky dude.
I was thinking about that. I was running home Sunday morning, and I live near a golf course, and where you drive to the golf course, I'm running back, and I'm seeing all these guys driving in
Playing
on
golf.
Sunday morning. I go, what do their wives think of
Well,
this?
look, there's many possibilities. Either they have the greatest wife in the world, they're a loser, they're divorced, they've never been married.
Yep.
Or their wife wants them the hell out of the house.
Or their wife,
Or
or
get out of my house.
That's
I want
right.
my free time.
Exactly. Or the wife's definition of a great Mother's Day is anything with you not in my face.
Silence.
So listen, I had beaten the casino from the minute I woke up yesterday. I won Mother's Day.
So she wanted you to play golf.
She wanted to play golf together.
With you, yes. That's what a lovely thing. So maybe her idea of a great Mother's Day was to ruin your favorite thing to do by joining you with you.
No. That's not the kind of deal we've got at all on the golf course. We don't got the I'm tolerating my wife who's just trying to ruin my day. She's actually become pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
But to Jarrett's point, there are men who would take it that way.
Oh, yeah.
This is all I have.
This is
and
right.
You want to
and you want
on
right.
this
You
too?
want to come into this? What'd you do, Jarrett?
Hun.
Did you make your wife a pot of beans?
Well, it's very nice. My wife, we're not parents, but she, my nieces and nephew do give her happy auntie day cards. So that's very sweet. But we actually rented a pontoon boat with my family, and we on a lake and spent the whole day there. That was very nice.
Oh, nice.
And then we had dinner.
Which lake?
Bartlett Lake.
Okay.
So that was
Lake
nice.
Titicaca.
No. That's between Bolivia and Peru. And it's one of the only geographic facts that every kid my age knows.
Sure you weren't getting on a boat with an NFL reporter yesterday, Jared?
I didn't. I actually, that was the plan, and I didn't even want to bring it up last week because that was so in the news. I knew everyone would be like, oh, well, is that really?
Funny. All right, glad everybody had a good weekend. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Eduardo Rodriguez twirled a masterful game, going 8 1/3 innings in a 5-1 win for the Diamondbacks over the Mets at Chase Field. Rodriguez got the opportunity to go for his first career complete game in his 243rd career start. He struck out Austin Slater for the first out of the ninth, but allowed a bloop single to Mark Vientos with 1 out, which got Torey Lovello out of the dugout to come get his starter. And a chorus of boos came down from the Arizona faithful. Juan Murillo came in, got the last 2 outs of the game. Ryan Waldschmidt had a big day, 2 for 4, 3 runs batted in, made a great catch in left field, robbing Vientos of extra bases in the 5th. Ketel Marte, 2-run triple in the 6th. Dbacks get their first series win since they took 2 of 3 from Toronto back on April 17th through the 19th. Right back out on the road for the next 6, starting with a 3-game series against the Rangers in Texas tonight. Battle of right-handers, Michael Soroka going for the Dbacks against Nathan Eovaldi. First pitch, 5:05. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Beginning with pregame coverage at 4:30. Eventful weekend for the Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And
good word for it.
Actually involved a series win, too. And some really, really good pitching. We'll get into all of that. NBA playoffs. Knicks are through to the Eastern Conference Finals. They smoked Philadelphia 144-114 to complete a 4-game sweep. The Knicks hit 18 three-pointers in the first half. Finished the game with 25 made threes on 44 attempts, 57%. The 25 makes ties an NBA postseason record. Deuce McBride had 7 threes and led the Knicks with 25 points. I know he wears number 2 and he goes by Deuce, but he hits a lot of threes. He should really be Trey McBride.
Yeah, how about it?
Oh, wait, we already have one of those.
That name's already taken.
Jalen Brunson had 22. The Knicks have won 7 straight in the postseason. They will await the winner of Detroit and Cleveland. Then last night, Timberwolves and Spurs knotted up at 2-2 in their Western Conference semifinal after Minnesota took Game 4, 114-109. Anthony Edwards had 16 of his 36 in the fourth quarter. Victor Wembanyama not around in the fourth quarter. He was ejected in the second for swinging an elbow into the throat of Minnesota's Naz Reid. Could be facing a suspension for Game 5. Intrigue. Tonight on the NBA playoff schedule, Cleveland looking to even up their series with Detroit in Game 4 at Rocket Arena. Tip-off 5 o'clock on NBC and Peacock. Then it's the Thunder looking to complete a second straight postseason sweep in Game 4 against the Lakers at Crypto.com Arena. That game tips at 7:30 on Prime. So, you know me a long time. You know I notice stupid stuff, right?
Yeah.
How about this? The Thunder, a team with a weather-related mascot, has a chance to complete its second 4-game sweep of the postseason. In hockey, the Carolina Hurricanes, a team with a weather-related name, has already completed 2 sweeps in the postseason.
Oh.
Miami Hurricanes in the national championship game.
Oh, look at this.
Now you're
look
getting
at this.
somewhere.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
The year of weather.
Interesting. Global warming has found its way into the world of professional sports.
The NBA held its draft lottery on Sunday. The Washington Wizards secured the #1 overall pick, the first time they've had the top pick since 2010 when they took John Wall out of Kentucky. Utah will pick second. Memphis third, Chicago fourth. The Clippers will get the 5th selection after a February trade with Indiana that sent Ivica Zubac to the Pacers and included a protected pick, top 4. Well, Indiana fell out of the top 4 in Sunday's lottery, so that pick goes to the Clippers.
Wow.
In essence, they traded the #5 pick for Ivica Zubac.
Yeah.
A player we both like, but you don't trade that.
Not in a draft this deep, you don't.
No. Mercury fell in the Bay Area. It's 95-79 to the Golden State Valkyries. Alyssa Thomas, 19 points, 9 boards, 11 assists in the loss. Just a day after the Mercury opened their season Saturday with a 99-66 dismantling of the league champion Las Vegas Aces. Their home openers tomorrow night at Mortgage Matchup Center against the Minnesota Lynx. ASU softball headed to the NCAA tournament. The Devils headed to the College Station Regional hosted by Texas A&M. They will take on McNeese Friday. Don't call them McNeese State anymore. It's just McNeese. Friday at 1:30 in their tournament opener. That regional also includes UConn. Arizona's also in. The Wildcats headed to the Durham Regional. They will open against Marshall on Friday. And the Mountain West champion GCU Lopes also in the NCAA tournament. In the Lincoln Regional, they'll take on Louisville Friday in their opener. There you go. There is your splash on this Monday morning.
So it's a Mother's Day. Guy rolls over to his wife, wakes up, rolls over to his wife, says, golf course or intercourse? The wife says, wear a sweater. It's cold outside.
I can't believe he just told that joke.
Wow.
There's your splash for this Monday morning.
It's a Mother's Day joke.
Coming up next. Yesterday, the E and E-Rod stood for 8 1/3. Should it have been 9? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First and second. And first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it. Goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets. And Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am now. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never define you or be the status quo in your life. And the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. The medical team of professionals at QC Kinetics deliver long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain that really work. The science is real. These treatments are natural and organic. Your body already knows how to heal itself. QC Kinetics simply gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source point of your pain. And remember, the longer the inflammation sits around in your body, the more damage it causes. And this is not a I'll get to it later kind of deal. Right now is the right time to address nagging joint pain, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Mets behind strong starting pitching. Is the rotation about to lead a turnaround for the Snakes? We're talking about it on the Burns and Gambo Show at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I mean, it means a lot because I never thrown in my career. You know, I was so excited to go for the 9 for the first time, and I was able to at least get one out and feel how the 9 feels, and it was great.
What was it like to hear the crowd, when you came out and then when you came back out?
I mean, it was great. That means I was doing a really good job, and they appreciate it, and I love it. I love that they cheering for us all the time, especially when we do things like that.
That is Eduardo Rodriguez, Erod. Great on the mound yesterday for the Arizona Diamondbacks in a 5-1 win over the New York Mets. He did lobby for his opportunity to go for his first ever complete game. 243 starts. He came out after the 8th. Torey Lovullo wanted to shake his hand on the top step. Erod wouldn't shake his hand. He lobbied for it. He got 10 extra pitches. He gave up the bloop single to Vientos in the 9th, and Torey Lovullo came out to get him. To a chorus of boos. They closed out the game, but let's talk about this, Bick.
Yeah.
Was it the right decision?
Well, listen, the right decision, they won the game. So
Yes.
I guess you can't argue with, was this the right decision?
Yes.
Now, when you look at it long term, was it the right decision? I know as a baseball fan, somebody watching the game, I felt like booing as well. I thought about the people who went to the ballpark on Mother's Day, and you're like, we're going to watch something that's never happened before. Eduardo Rodriguez is going to, as the word Vinny likes to use all the time now with pitchers, twirl.
Yeah. Look.
And not only has
I'm
it
all
never
about verbs, but
twirl a complete game, something he's never done before. And I'm of the belief that big moments can add a lot of richness and definition to a season. I think they can also add a lot of momentum to a season. So to me, I don't understand this. You can go to 100, but you can't go to 105. I think it's laughable, to be honest.
Yeah.
If this organization had proof that what they do in terms of giving guys days off and limiting people's pitches and slow rolling pitchers through the course of a season, if they had proof it actually worked and hadn't missed the playoffs the last 2 years, I'd be down with it.
Amen.
But they've got no proof.
There's so much caution, and everybody still gets hurt all the time.
It's all caution all the time, and everybody gets hurt all the time, and the team hasn't made the playoffs the last couple of years. So I just don't see any proof it works. That's all.
Who never got hurt? Nolan Ryan never got hurt.
Randy Johnson never got hurt. So
here was Torey Lovullo on that very question that you asked. What's the difference between 100 pitches, which is what Erod threw, or 110?
Yeah, that's what Merrill Kelly said. If it's 110 or 120, it doesn't make a difference. I don't know that answer. I just know it's a lot of pitches. He hasn't gone this far, done this much in his career. It's the first time he's touched the 8th inning as a Diamondback, so I know it hasn't happened in a while. He's been here this is now his 3rd or 4th year. So, when you're logging those innings and the up downs, it's not necessarily the pitches, it's the up downs. It's the 9 up downs, and I don't want Erod throwing 88 and 2 starts because he's still fatigued from this start. That's my goal. I want him going out there and just powering through it at 92, and I think he jumped up to 95 miles an hour. 94, 95 in that last inning. So I like that. I want to keep him there.
But see, the flip side of that is, what do you do for Eduardo Rodriguez if he pitches that complete game? Does he become even better? We talk about how the WBC and the success he had there sort of propped him up and made him something bigger and heftier in a good way, not in a physical way, than he's been in the past. And so wouldn't that same logic apply here? That if a guy went out on Mother's Day and threw a complete game for the first time in his career, wouldn't he suddenly be feeling like, I am King Kong, got nothing on me?
It's such an arbitrary number, too.
I know.
Just a round number, 100 pitches.
Right.
It's like, are you factoring in his warm-up pitches? Did he throw one less warm-up pitch? Does he throw to first base or second base?
So true.
To pick up the Zach count? How much did he warm up before the game? It's like, it's such an arbitrary number. What if he was in the middle of an at-bat when he hit 100 pitches?
Yeah. But also,
what if there was like 5 and he got to 105 that way?
Look, if he starts and the same thing happens, he strikes out Slater, he's facing Vientos, and he hits 115 miles an hour off the bat to the wall, you're like, okay, it's good. He blooped
That's
one.
It.
It was such a cheap base hit.
See, and that kind of bugged me almost more than anything. That he had and I didn't know this in real time, but he had negotiated 10 pitches in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Hey, you gave up a bloop. You're done. See? Shouldn't have gone out there.
Yeah.
Now, that's not what Torrey's saying, but that's what it felt like to me. Like, when the manager's looking at that first sign of trouble to take you out, I get it if the guy laces a double in the gap. But a bloop single, maybe you reward him and go, okay, you know what? I'm not going to count that as your 10 pitches. I'm going to let you keep going.
And it's also
that
one
guy
of those
closed his eyes and got a base hit.
Right.
Just finish this off.
Finish it off.
Yeah.
It's also one of those mental things. Like, if you have to fight to go back out there for that inning and you only have 10 pitches, are you on edge the whole time you're out there rather than just going out there and pitching it like it's a normal inning?
Right, you're like, I got to get 3 guys out in 10 pitches. How am I going to do this?
The first sign of any trouble, I'm going to take, it's a weird
I wasn't a
thing.
fan. I really wasn't.
I wasn't either.
Complete games are so, you mentioned it, the fans could see his first ever complete game. In general, it could be any of these fans' first ever complete game that they've seen because they're so rare nowadays.
This is Torey Lovello's 10th season as the manager of the Diamondbacks. I'm guessing you didn't see my tweet. I'm hoping you didn't see my tweet.
I did not.
Okay. How many complete games do you think the Diamondbacks have in those 10 years?
Of Torey Lovello?
Yes.
1.
No, more than that, I would say.
It's the 4th fewest in all of baseball.
I would say 6.
It's 6 legit. It's 8 total, 6 legitimate. The weirdest thing about
one was
all
the
of
Madison Bumgarner,
the Zach
COVID
Gallen Madison Bumgarner doubleheader and the 7-inning doubleheaders. Remember those?
Oh my goodness!
They got complete games on the same day.
Right?
The dueling complete games during COVID. Oh my goodness!
They have not had a complete game since 2023, when Zach Gallen threw that Studley performance at Wrigley Field.
Oh yeah,
in Chicago late in the season.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. And you used the perfect word, the cautiousness of it all. It's
Now, here's the good news. When the hantavirus pandemic starts in a few months and they go back to 7 innings again, the Dbacks will get more.
If you just spoke that into existence, I am literally going to fight you.
I don't want to be one of those.
I am literally going to kill you after this show.
But here's another aspect of this whole
Guess
decision.
Jarrett Sucks. That's going to be debuting in the summer of 2026.
Oh, no.
He has none tonight.
That's true.
I can't put that. I can't put up with that again.
No.
They had to burn a high leverage reliever as well going into there's no off day today.
But again, the idea
he only threw 9 pitches, but
it wasn't a 2-1 game at that point either.
No. There was plenty of margin.
He had a little of leeway. Yeah.
And again, I like the idea that it's Mother's Day. You've got a different kind of crowd at the ballpark, a crowd that, made a decision, let's take mom to the ballpark today. And it might be like third on what she'd really like to do, but she's going. you do something like that, it's a very special moment in the ballpark. And you don't forget those moments. I don't know why they don't value that, to be honest with you. I don't know why that didn't come into the equation yesterday. So whatever. I'm happy they got the series victory. They're still a baseball team that looks like they've got that they're going to be hanging out by their fingernails.
Oh my goodness. I got some numbers to back that up. But we've criticized Torrey here. We can give him a little credit too, and I know he's deflected the credit for this, but it was very, very high profile that he met with his starting pitchers after that series in Chicago. And since that time, in those 6 games, the shortest stint for any Diamondbacks pitcher was Zach Gallen going 6. They've had 3 guys go 7 or more. Their starting pitching ERA over the last 6 games, 1.74.
Wow. That's
the good news. The bad news is, even with that great starting pitching, they're only 3-3 because their offense still stinks.
No, yeah, I know. And they've got, and we're going to get into it later, they're going to have to make some big boy decisions here. They've got some youngins on the farm who are doing really well. They called up Ryan Waldschmidt. So we've got another young prospect here, and then you've got some returning guys, and it's going to be that loyalty versus youth kind of thing. And there's not a lot of margin for error with this baseball team. So they're going to have to choose very wisely in terms of what they're serving. Because if you really are making the point yesterday that I'm taking Eduardo Rodriguez out because I'm not serving the player, I'm serving the team, I'm serving the 1-loss record, that has to apply to veterans like Carlos Santana as well.
That's a great point. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just unrelated to anything, how do you spell the word raucous?
Raucous.
R-A-U. I spelled it so wrong in this tease, it didn't even give me a
You
suggestion.
spelled it R-O-C-K-U-S,
Yeah,
like Def Leppard?
Did you
Raucous, yeah.
Did you mean Rockies? Anyway.
Here, I'm just going to pause now as I want to see what
I still didn't spell it right. But,
Sherry, you're off to a great start to the week, brother. You really are. Nobody brings that Monday energy like you.
Thank you.
The final spelling was he asked how to spell it. R-A-U-C-K-A-S.
Even Googled
Look,
it.
Darius Ruckus, doesn't he sing for the Hootie and the Blowfish?
I couldn't get close enough on my Google search to actually to have it suggest the right way.
The Houston Rockets, are they still in the playoffs? The Knicks destroyed the 76ers in front of thousands of their raucous fans. Even though they were that's what I waited for. This is what I waited for.
This is what we waited for.
Good Lord. We'll talk about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality.
Jolly good.
Sideline passes.
Oh, that's jolly good, well.
A VIP Tower of London private experience.
Crikey.
And a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio. Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining outdoor cooking at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you would like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Diamondbacks weekend defined by their starting pitching helped the Snakes get a series win over the Mets. Saturday, it was Merrill Kelly looking like Merrill Kelly again, going 7 innings, only giving up 1 run in a 2-1 win. And Sunday, Eduardo Rodriguez was absolutely dealing. He went 8 1/3, gave up 1 run. And at the plate, it was rookie Ryan Waldschmidt getting it done, 2 for 4, 3 RBIs in a Diamondbacks 5-1 win. They'll head to Texas for a series starting today with the Rangers. And first pitch tonight will be at 5:05, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Sunday night in the NBA was a wild one. Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for a flagrant 2 foul. And Anthony Edwards went nuts in the fourth quarter, ended up with 36 points, and the T-Wolves got a 114-109 win that evened up the series. Heading back to San Antonio, and yesterday, the New York Knicks dominance continued 144-114. They crushed the 76ers, and the New York sweep has them in the Eastern Conference Finals. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Nah, man, because everybody was begging for Philly to not sell their tickets and all that stuff. So, man, I used to think Philly was a sports town. I don't know if it is anymore.
Wow. Josh Hart of the New York Knicks, who played his college ball in Philly. Part of very good teams, championship teams at Villanova, taking the shot on the way out of town.
Wow.
After the Knicks.
I don't blame them.
Complete the 4-game sweep. We've seen like takeovers before.
Uh-huh.
That sounded like a Knicks home game. I mean, both games in Philadelphia did.
I cannot understand what happened to the Philadelphia 76ers, because by the end of this series, they just quit. They were like, okay, we're done. We can't hang with this team. We don't want to hang with this team. You saw Nick Nurse during the game, right?
Yeah.
They came out to start the second half. The Knicks ran some action that led to some dunk at the rim, if I remember correctly. He, fell back in his chair like, what are these idiots doing?
I've seen that look before.
We call it the Nick Nurse look.
It's the Nick Nurse look.
What is he doing?
But seriously, it's like the Sixers, they were one of the stories out of the first round with what they did, and the Knicks just steamrolled them.
Curb stomped, man.
Yes.
Yesterday, what they did just coming out, with the series on the line, maybe the tendency is, okay, we've got this thing won. Maybe it would be cool to win this at home in front of the MSG crowd.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't need to because they were all there in Philadelphia. 10 3-pointers in the first quarter, 18 in the first half. That is just remarkable shooting. They shot 57% from three-point range. They put up 144 points. That was without OG Anunoby, by the way, who didn't even play.
Right.
And that's the thing. Now they win in 4. He can rest up, and the Knicks get arguably their third best player back for a hopefully finals.
That's the whole thing. And OG Anunoby has been, a lot of Knicks have been fabulous. OG has been fabulous this postseason. Mikal Bridges has been great this Karl Anthony Towns has been a revelation. But the 76ers couldn't even rally around the absence of OG Anunoby and put up a fight. Look, this Knicks team has now won 7 consecutive games ever since Mike Brown made that adjustment to the Knicks offense, and these are blowouts. This is a historic stretch of basketball the Knicks have been playing, and it all centers around a tactical adjustment that has worked about as good as anything I've ever seen in the NBA playoffs. And I got to give Mike Brown a credit, because Mike Brown for years has just been that kind of guy that when you got to fire your head coach, when your head coach is pissed off your entire team and he needs to go bye-bye, he's the perfect placeholder. Call Mike Brown, right?
He'll hold that place.
He'll hold
for
it down. It might be the Lakers. It might be the Cavaliers. Who knows? He'll hold it down for you, and then you'll move on. You'll get a different head coach. This Mike Brown has been... he's validated the firing of Tom Thibodeau, which was very, very controversial, and a lot of people thought the Knicks had lost the plot, if you will. Well, you really? A guy pushes you to new heights, and now you don't like him so much? Look, I'm kind of stoked by what the Knicks are doing. I'd love to see Mikal Bridges succeed. Seeing this version of Karl Anthony Towns is kind of cool. I'd be into a Knicks versus insert the blanks, Thunder. NBA Finals.
We know who it's going to be.
Right. Well, we kind of do.
Yeah.
But in terms of point differential now, the Knicks have the best 3-game span in NBA playoff history, the 2 best 4-game spans, the 3 best 5-game spans. You know what I mean? It's just what they've done over these last 7 games in terms of how they're throttling people has been incredible.
Yeah, especially like right in the middle of the Atlanta series where it looked like that was going to be hotly contested, maybe go the distance.
Yep.
And they just turned on a different level. This series, they start out game 1, they win by 39. Philadelphia makes some adjustments. They play really hard in game 2. Nick Nurse, in hindsight, says that may have affected things.
I mean, I think you know what I thought about the Knicks, right? They're really good. I knew it was going to be tough in game 1. I thought we made great strides between 1 and 2 to figure out how to get in there and battle them. I think I probably would say I pushed all the chips in for game 2. I really thought we were going to be coming back 1-1. You know, that might have affected the series too.
Yeah, they just weren't good enough. Joel Embiid in and out of the lineup. He was 8 for 8 yesterday. But still, there wasn't a whole lot of fight left in Philadelphia.
I would say this: the return of Joel Embiid might have thrown the 76ers out of sync, out of rhythm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you from a new. Listen, I don't have Knicks fans, but on the social media, I think their fans are realizing that this is what we've hoped the Knicks to be. They're finally like rounding into the form of when we got Cat, when they got Bridges, OG, all those guys. This is what they thought the team was eventually going to look like. And listen, they're feeling it as a New York Knicks fan.
Yeah, but they've also been guilty of prematurely celebrating in the past. I think last year was one of those times where, like, whoa, the path is here for us, and it got closed off. Now, I do think this team is better than those teams, and they are.
The East is really
playing
weak too.
with a confidence. But that's the thing too. Like, I expect the Knicks to get through the East? Yes, regardless if it's Cleveland or Detroit. What is facing them in the finals is going to be a wake-up call because they're beating these lesser teams in the Eastern Conference. What Oklahoma City is doing, again, they're 7-0 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They're about to polish off the Lakers, who have played. They've been rather more competitive than I thought they would be in this series, but it's just they don't lose.
The fact that that thought occurred to me that for all the complaining about the Thunder, and there's been a lot of it in the national dialogue, it occurred to me the same way. They haven't lost a game yet.
Yeah.
They might not lose a game. Putting the back-to-back sweeps together in the playoffs, that's not very common. It's common for great teams to sweep the first opponent. But when you start stacking sweeps, we might have to be dealing with this team for a long time, folks.
I would put the over-under at 1.5 losses for this whole playoff run for the Thunder.
Well, their next series is going to be tough regardless of who it is.
Well, listen.
Those are two gritty teams.
The thing that dawned on me watching their last game is this kid, A.J. Mitchell, is legit. This kid is for real. And there's a lot of people wondering, could that guy be like a Jalen Brunson?
Yes.
Could he run his own team on his own? He looks like he could, which means the Thunder could trade him and get draft assets and then go get back into the draft. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. They're playing checkers.
They got the number 12 pick and a great draft this year.
Right. They're not playing checkers, folks.
I watched the Suns versus Thunder, one of the games with a bunch of my friends, and when they were showing the starting lineups, and everybody went, who the hell is A.J. Mitchell?
Yeah, and he's been killing fools the whole postseason.
These are not hardcore NBA fans, but they are big sports fans.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, like you're just saying, this could be the key to the next...
They took their second best player from the team out and put him on the shelf, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Second round pick out of UC Santa Barbara, who on draft night that year was traded for Oso Ighodaro.
Wow.
Mitchell was property of the Knicks. And the Knicks traded for Ighodaro and then traded him to the Suns.
To the Suns.
Yeah.
Wow. That's good trivia. Freaking Thunder.
Yeah, it's... That series has been really tough to watch.
Yeah, for a lot of different reasons. I agree with that.
Yes,
totally
for a lot
agree
of
with
different
that.
reasons. Coming up next were the NBA lottery results, an indictment of tanking, or more proof that it works. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There's two different ways to look at Carson Beck as a Cardinal. There is they just took this guy in the third round. Man, he better be amazing. Otherwise, he's going to cost them a big moment in a year. But then there's also the other side of it where if you take the 2027 draft aside, I am intrigued by Carson Beck. I mean, the guy was a winner in college, and that's one of those things you can't always measure, especially with a quarterback. Okay, I would like a quarterback that was part of some winning in college because that's the position that can influence that more than any other. I am intrigued just by Carson Beck, Cardinals quarterback, to see where this goes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that's because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 3 decades paying off your home, and a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a good interest rate, like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan realized a couple of real alarming things. Number one, it wouldn't be until year 22 that he actually paid more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. On a Life Changer Loan, much better results, folks. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to paying off all of your debt. You do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity. Now, how fast do you pay off your home? That depends on you, but 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their mortgage, which is pretty significant. Now you've got a lot of time to build personal wealth debt-free while most people chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Finally, on a Life Changer Loan, having 24/7 access to your equity is a pretty big deal. In times of financial uncertainty, it gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Helps you navigate troubled scenarios a lot easier. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work. Caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Ryan Waldschmidt made a successful Major League debut. How badly does this offense need a spark right now? We're talking Dbacks baseball on Burns and Gambo. It's straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The 5th pick in the NBA draft will be made by the LA Clippers.
So the Clippers received this pick from the Pacers because of the Ivica Zubats trade.
Oops.
Oops.
That's the biggest storyline from the draft lottery held yesterday in Chicago. Mark Tatum, the deputy commissioner under Adam Silver. Have you seen that guy?
Have you seen that guy, Jarrett?
Oof. But by the way,
he's got a big decision to make. We're going to get more on that later, but let's get into this.
Malika Andrews making the statement there at the end about that trade. Kevin Pritchard, who engineered that trade back in February, had to go on social media yesterday and say, I'm really sorry to all of our fans.
Wow.
I own taking this risk.
Wow.
Surprised it came up fifth after this year. I thought we were due some luck. But please remember, this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We have always been resilient. No, you haven't. You didn't choose anything resembling resiliency this year in Indiana. The Pacers basically made up their minds that they were going to tank this year in Game 7 of the NBA Finals when Tyrese Halliburton wrecked his Achilles tendon. They did nothing to be competitive this year.
In fairness, it's the first time they've ever done anything like that. They've had an ownership group that has always hated the idea of tanking. This is the first time they've gone down that road, and it blew up in their faces.
Unfortunately,
in their faces.
They were the only team that paid for it because Washington, egregious tankers, number 1 pick. Utah, egregious tankers, number 2 pick.
Yep. Grizzlies.
Egregious tankers
from
for
some
years.
Yep. And then Bulls, who are in a great position to take the next great player from North Carolina. So listen, I think it was astounding that the Pacers president / GM, whoever that dude is, had to come out and apologize. That look, I rolled the dice because he top 4 protected that pick.
Yeah.
And it came up 5.
Now, I may be wrong on this, but I thought it was only unprotected at 5 and 6.
It's 5, 6, and 7.
5, 6, and 7.
5 through 7 is what it was.
I mean, you basically choose your own protections, don't you?
Yeah, you negotiate them.
By the way, that needs to go away.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with that.
You want to talk about confusing everything.
Listen, there are way too many loopholes and side roads and things that can go on with trading draft picks. There's got to be some guardrails on this stuff, in my opinion. So the Clippers, to get the 5 pick, that's interesting because we still don't know what kind of penalties are coming to the Clippers, if any, out of the Pablo Torre finds out investigation.
Yep.
So it's, getting them with the 5th pick will help fortify them. If you're a conspiracy theorist, will help fortify them. If there are any penalties that cost them, who knows? It's your typical tinfoil hat stuff that comes with the NBA draft lottery because nobody trusts it. But that's interesting. I guess if there's a victory, it's that the Thunder didn't jump up.
Yeah, they're stuck with number 12.
Yeah.
And again, the mock draft that I read right after it had them taking Yaxel Lendeborg, who's an incredible basketball player, who would fit in perfectly with what they do.
We all complain about rewarding tankers, but on the other hand, imagine if the top 2 picks were the Thunder and the Warriors or something like that.
No.
Like, we would hate that also.
You would hate that.
Yes.
Now, I will say this. For the Pacers, though, you did get a good center who should be an important player for you. I like Ivica Zubats a lot. But that is one of those deals that you negotiate the parameters of a trade and you don't protect, or you only protect your pick, or you don't protect it through 5 through 7, and that's exactly where it lands.
I couldn't imagine. Again, the Suns have had history of being in the lottery where this was a huge day for me growing up. I'm like, oh, what pick can the Suns get? But as an Indiana fan, and you're not hearing your team's name getting called as it's getting closer and closer to that top 4, I can only imagine, the stress of, oh, my God, is it going to be 5, 6, or 7? And the excitement of, we can get a top 4 pick to add to this roster.
Yes.
And it comes up 5. Unbelievable.
But one thing that has never, ever, under this current format, has ever made sense to me is that these teams that do make the decision, we're going to tank, we're not going to be competitive, we're going to put our faith, and Pritchard said it in his tweet, we were counting on some luck this year. You're counting on luck and a system that nobody trusts. Why?
I know. That's the whole thing.
Who just came? Was it Charles who came on the show and said everybody gets one ping pong ball?
Yep, that was Charles.
Yeah.
That was Charles.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. You're in the lottery, you get one ping pong ball. Let's make this a real lottery.
That's Charles Barkley, by the way. Super duper star. Media personality everybody loves.
In 2016, the Phoenix, 2016-2017, as veteran Suns fans know, were about two of the darker seasons you can ever remember. They had the 4th overall odds going into the draft lottery. They played to those odds. They finished with the 4th overall pick. They famously took Dragan Bender, who wasn't very, very good. The next year was the year when all hell broke loose here in the Valley, and Robert Sarver instructed Ryan McDonough, we are tanking. And they finished with the 2nd worst record, but they fell to 4.
Mm-hmm.
That was
during the NBA draft lottery.
Gosh.
I will never forget, as long as I live, interviewing Ryan McDonough after that happened. And Ryan McDonough had this sort of, see, I told you so kind of vibe to him. He wasn't really angry like you would expect a GM, because to him, it was sort of like, see, stupid owner, see what you did here?
And then it got worse after that because of who they drafted at number 4.
Josh Jackson. Yeah. Hey, Josh, weren't you supposed to go sign autographs at the grocery store?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, he never showed?
Josh, there's someone in your car.
Somebody get James Jones on the horn.
Yeah.
So now there's a debate on what Washington's going to do with the number 1 overall pick. Some people say Dbacks is a no-brainer. Jay Billis doesn't believe so.
There's still a lot of tough decisions to make, and it's not a no-brainer at number 1. A.J. Dbacks and Darren Peterson, that's going to be a tough decision for Washington. And we have some years where you say it's a no-brainer. This is not. And you've got a number of difficult decisions that are going to be made throughout the top 10.
Yeah.
But the good news is that no matter where you fall in the top 10, you're going to get a really good player. This is a deep draft of star caliber talent.
I don't think it's a no-brainer either, but maybe I'm stupid in this whole thing, but Cameron Boozer's game, I absolutely love.
Cameron Boozer's almost flawless. This Caleb Williams kid, who I referenced out of North Carolina, is tremendous.
Caleb Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Caleb Williams he's a Bears quarterback. Yeah. My bad. Caleb Wilson. That's Eddie Johnson's guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you see the Darren Peterson story over the weekend?
Yes, they found out
where he was having all the problems with cramping this year. There's mysteries why he wasn't playing. He said he was taking massive doses of creatine, and at one point he felt like he was going to die because his whole body cramped up, and they couldn't get it to
creatine?
Stop. Yes, from massive doses of creatine. And he didn't take it until he got to college, apparently.
Yeah, brother, figure out how to use your supplements.
Yeah, I don't. So if I'm Washington and it's between Dbacks and Peterson, to me it's a no-brainer.
Yes.
It's Dbacks.
To me it's a no-brainer as well.
Peterson can play, but
yeah. But you got to think that the Jazz at 2.
They would love for Dbacks
they
to fall
want
to him.
Wow,
Dbacks is so bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good draft.
A lot of talent.
Yeah, Suns have a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go. Was it 46 overall?
47, I think.
47?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Coming up next, why did a dirty foul by a Spurs player give Suns fans PTSD? Well, we'll tell you why next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Dbacks play-by-play.
And Thomas swings, lifts a high drive out to right field. Tatis is going back, looking up. Adios, baseball!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, it's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There are no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi. They're the next best thing for people in this situation. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are either. They don't grill you about how you got there. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that is actually where Y-Refi does its best work. Y-Refi was built for the people traditional lenders have given up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today and take that control back with Y-Refi. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi here, the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. And save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like now is a great time to buy.
That's right, Dave. The Memorial Day Save-a-thon event is on at Liberty GMC, and the 2026 GMC Train is a great place to start. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting as low as $699 a month.
Start your deal today at Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got back to some winning ways over the weekend after dropping the first game to the Mets on Friday night. The Snakes won 2 in a row thanks to 2 near-flawless starts, one from Merrill Kelly on Saturday, the other Eduardo Rodriguez yesterday, while rookie Ryan Waldschmidt went 2 for 4 and had 3 RBIs and helped the Snakes get a 5-1 win and a series win. The Diamondbacks are in Texas tonight for the Rangers. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A big weekend in the NBA. The New York Knicks stayed scorching hot. They beat the Sixers 144-114 and sweep their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. And Victor Wembanyama was ejected Sunday night for a flagrant 2 foul, and the T-Wolves evened up that series at 2 games apiece. And the Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery and will have the #1 overall pick in this year's draft. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks, craving scratch-made food, ice-cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs. Head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Hey, it's Luke. Who needs to step up for the Arizona Diamondbacks in order for them to beat the Texas Rangers this week? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Bryant off on the three. Wembanyama engulfs the rebound.
Oh, that's an elbow. That's an elbow by Victor.
And we got a time with Daniels. Nas Reed was the guy who took the elbow. Everybody stays on their respective benches. Officials in quickly to separate. There you go. There's the bat. The puck's out. There's that. There's that. That's...
Ooh. Ooh, yeah. In real time.
Yeah.
That's it stood out to me. I was watching the game and I was like, he just threw an elbow right into his face. Now it turns out it was more to his throat. But Wemby lost his mind there for a second.
He did.
And it was a bizarre few minutes of adjudication and review because the cameras on Wemby, he didn't realize what was going on, I don't think. He's asking his team, what does that mean? I don't think he understood that he got ejected.
I saw that. I think some of that might have been performative because when you watch the optics of it, I think what happened was everybody thinks Victor Wembanyama is a very good-natured young man who gets hacked at a lot and, all that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. The optics of that, when they went through it, that's about as bad as it gets optic-wise in terms of a dude throwing an elbow with malice. And it's right there on tape. And the more you look at it, I think the referees were like, holy bleep, we've got to throw him out of the game.
Because it looked bad in real time. And then when you look at it in slow motion, it looks even worse because you see him literally wind up like this.
That's it. It's the wind up. There's no way you can say, well, he was just trying to create some space.
Trying to shrug off or
trying to shrug off some defenders. He wound up and delivered it, and you can't get away from the optics of it. And so it has brought us to a point that's very, very near and not dear to Suns fans. That series is now 2 games apiece. That series is going back to San Antonio for Game 5, and the NBA commissioner has to decide whether Victor Wembanyama should be suspended for Game 5. Everything about that elbow suggests he should be.
I totally agree with that. And I thought it was interesting in the play-by-play cut we came back with, Mike Tirico saying, everybody stays on their respective benches. Everybody still remembers what happened in 2007 with the Phoenix Suns. In case you don't,
and it's tipped to the corner, played by Barbosa. And here is Nash being chased, and they had him. Oh, look out. As Ori sent Nash flying, and Bell goes at Ori. Nash got up. He wants to go at Ori. The Suns did not appreciate the foul by Robert Ori.
Robert Ori is...
Yeah, and we know what happened. Steve Nash gets up, charges Robert Ori. Robert Ori gets suspended. But it was a 1-for-2 suspension deal. Robert Ori goes to street clothes for the next game of that series. And of course, because the Suns didn't stay on their bench, David Stern makes the ruling, and the rest, as they say, is history.
It's a very awful kind of history because in a lot of subsequent rulings since, especially with Adam Silver, they've been very player friendly. You can make an argument that the Phoenix Suns probably absorbed the most punitive application of the NBA law of any team in any playoff series because, as a lot of people pointed out, that was the best Suns team many people had seen, maybe the best chance to win a championship. And on a play that you just heard where the Suns were the victim, Robert Ori maliciously driving Steve Nash into the boards at midcourt.
Yeah.
Scores table boards at midcourt. And just because a couple of dudes stand up to go check on their guy, the history was changed by one ruling.
They didn't do anything.
They did nothing.
It's not like they stood up off the bench and started throwing haymakers at things.
They stood up and started walking, and that was all it took for David Stern to ruminate and then end up penalizing the Phoenix Suns harsher than he penalized the Spurs.
Yeah.
We all knew in real time, this is garbage. And the next night, Mike D'Antoni's Suns went out. They played 6 guys the entire night. They did a great job for 3 quarters, and they just ran out of gas, and that was the end of it. And we all sat there going, I can't believe this just happened to us.
But to listen to the palaver.
But I was in the building that night. You were in the building that night. It was the most tense, angry setting I've ever experienced as a sports fan. And I think it's going to be similar if the NBA does the right thing and suspends Victor Wembanyama for Game 5. It's going to be that same type of atmosphere.
No doubt about it. Now, I would suggest the Spurs might be better equipped to handle that than the Suns were. But still, I still get angry thinking about it in retrospect.
I do too.
There were many, many times that Jerry Colangelo, during his tenure as owner of the Phoenix Suns, did a lot of different things for David Stern. When David Stern needed help on 3-4 different occasions with real thorny issues, Jerry always stepped up and said, okay, I got you. I'll head this committee. I'll do this. I'll do that. I'll talk to this person. I'll handle this. The fact that Jerry Colangelo couldn't even mitigate that behind the scenes tells you that David Stern was hell-bent on throwing the book at the Phoenix Suns. Now, for those who don't know, the reason it happened was the malice in the palace, the Ron Artest players spilling into the crowd, fighting, throwing punches at the crowd. That was such an awful seminal moment in David Stern's tenure that every ruling he made in the short term was with an eye on that never happening again. And so anything that happens around the bench with players getting up and throwing down, he was very, very sensitive to. But we got hosed unlike any other market in the NBA ever has. That was the most injustice I think I've ever experienced as a sports fan in my life.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson, the head coach of the Spurs, had this to say afterwards.
It's getting to a point that if the people that are in charge of controlling the game and protecting the physicality of the game don't do that, then at some point he's going to have to protect himself. We've been asking him to do that now for a while. So that call, I'm glad Naz Reid was okay and sounded like the call was warranted. But in terms of the game plan of every single team we face since that young man's been in the league, and the physicality that people try to impose on him and the lack of protection is really disappointing. And at some level, it's starting to get actually disgusting, just in terms of when he tries to fight through things and be professional and mature and deal with some of that stuff. I'm glad he took matters into his own hands. Again, not in terms of hitting Naz Reid, but let me be very clear about that. I'm glad Naz Reid was okay, and I didn't want him to elbow him. But he's going to have to protect himself if they're not, and I think it's disgusting.
There's so much to unpack there, but I was driving in this morning, and I flipped on Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine on NBA, Sirius XM NBA radio, and Scal made a great point. It's like, why does Victor Wembanyama have to protect himself? Where's the rest of his teammates to pick up some of the physicality and to have his back? I don't think anybody wants to go back to the days of having, the NBA version of goons out there, having the scores be in the 70s again, because that was an unwatchable era of NBA basketball. But it shouldn't come down to the superstar to protect himself. Somebody's got to protect him.
It's a great point. It really, really is. And that's also the typical reaction from the head coach trying to defend the indefensible actions of a player.
Yes.
Well, if you only knew how much abuse he takes. Yeah, being a big guy, if you only knew on the nightly basis how much he gets hacked and hit and cut, and it's the same thing that happened to Nikola Jokic when he lost his mind against the Suns.
Yeah, but Minnesota just did the same thing to Denver in the first round. They frustrated the hell out of Jokic, and he kept it together for the most part. You can't do what Victor Wembanyama did. Can you imagine if Shaq reacted that way during the prime of his career?
He might kill somebody.
When he had 3 guys hanging on him on every possession?
Yeah.
And just because he was bigger, they didn't call it?
Yeah. Well, listen, and then you've got to give the Timberwolves credit for getting into Victor Wembanyama's headspace like that. You have to. Because as a basketball player, if you're that guy, there's one outcome you cannot let happen, and that was that. A wind-up elbow to the face/throat of a player, and now you're looking at a suspension. So what does Adam Silver do? Does he look the other way, or does he bam?
I think it's got to be a 1-game suspension.
I agree.
It has to be.
Because if he doesn't,
it's another bad look.
Yep. Devils are going to London, and you could be too. Win a trip for 2 to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium with royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare from Phoenix, and a 4-star hotel stay. Listen for daily trivia keywords to enter It's all brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, we'll get to know one of the Cardinals' rookie class a little bit better. Offensive lineman Jaden Williams joining us. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off. Brilliant.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and you know, as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it can still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley Homes for more than 25 years doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Jeremiah Love help fellow rookie Carson Beck secure a long-term spot with the Arizona Cardinals? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Don't forget, the NFL regular season schedule will be released soon. Cardinals single-game tickets will be available that same day. Download the Cardinals app, click Tickets for more information. We should get that schedule sometime this week, hopefully.
Nice.
Speaking of the Cardinals, their draft class participating in rookie minicamp over the weekend, and joining us is a member of that class, a offensive tackle from Ole Miss, Jaden Williams, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jaden. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Valley. Good to have you here.
Appreciate y'all.
Now, you've been a pro football player now for a few weeks, like 2.5 weeks. How much is your head spinning right now? How comfortable are you with everything?
I think it's just kind of spinning now because I finally get to get out here and be a part of the Arizona Cardinals. You know, just sitting and waiting for a week and a half to get out here. It's kind of, you don't know what to expect, but getting out on the field and getting down here to Arizona, I mean, I'm getting real comfortable.
Jaden, I love what you said, that you were kind of tired of all the stuff that goes into the scouting combine, that you just want to move men and earth. Love that attitude. Why don't you explain to Cardinal fans what kind of player you are?
I think I'm just a ball player. That's all I know. I was tight end, got moved to offensive line, and ever since I got moved to offensive line, I just fell in love with it. So you're going to get somebody that's going to compete regardless, try to get it done by any way regardless, play nasty, play physical, and do anything it takes to win around here.
Yeah, when you made that comment at your press conference about, the kind of the silliness of getting ready and running 40s for all the stuff you don't do really in football, let's reflect on it. Now that it's over, you're a professional football player, Jade. How silly is the combine process in your mind?
Well, I didn't even get invited to the combine, so I mean, whatever it takes for the GMs, the coaches, and owners to see you get here. I mean, I guess you got to do it. But, I mean, that's all I can say about it.
All right, Jaden, let's talk about your college journey because I think it's been a roller coaster. You've learned a lot of great lessons. I know that after you lost your job to a kid who transferred from Washington, you kind of had an epiphany, and then you became a father. And I know you've spoken about how fatherhood has changed you. It's kind of sharpened your focus. How did the birth of your daughter help you achieve that?
Like I said in past interviews, it was like it wasn't about me anymore. Like I realized like I had to grow up and I couldn't make decisions based on how I felt all the time, and I had to really reflect to see if I was the problem, especially that first year, when she was born in 2023, then football wasn't going well, and I was just mad I was just mad all the time. It felt like, but it was like really like I knew I had her. I know like every decision I made throughout life from then, and like even now and going forward is going to be based around her. So it really just allowed me like to be a little bit more mature in my mind and really focus and be like, okay, what's the problem? Is it me? What can I do to fix it on my end, even if it's not all the way me?
Yeah. Jaden Williams, Cardinals 7th-round pick, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Your college journey had ended right here in Arizona in the semifinals of the college football playoff last year. And I know you said in your press conference you don't want to reflect on the pain of losing, but reflect on the year because you guys had some adversity. Obviously, your head coach left at a really crucial time. Pete Golding takes over. You rally around him. You win a couple of playoff games. How special was that journey now that you do look back on it in its totality, Jaden?
Oh, it was very special. That's probably the most fun I had in football in college, to be honest. And it's just going into that year. If you would have told me that we'd be a game away from the national championship, I kind of look at you funny. But we went through so much as a team, from losing the coach at the end of the year to hard team runs. We lost a freshman teammate in the summer, so it's like we all like we were meant to come together, and that's what happened during the season. We came together, and when it was time to get it done, we knew it was all about us and going to win, and nothing else could stop us from that.
Now, from the outside, we in the media and football fans from the outside, we couldn't believe what in the world Lane Kiffin was doing, why he would leave a school going into the college football playoff when that's the whole goal of everything. What was it like inside the walls of the locker room when you had to deal with that? Were you guys wondering, what is Coach thinking here?
Yeah, you always got that thought, but at the end of the day, it was about us. And I was like, we all took that mentality. It's like, okay, you want to take another job? Okay, cool. Like, go do that. We're still trying to win. The goal never changed for us, regardless if he was in the building and when PG took over. It was still about us, and it was still about us trying to win.
Jaden Williams, Cardinals rookie offensive tackle, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. How much does it mean to you that you started and finished your college journey all in the same place? It's pretty rare these days, Jaden.
Yeah, I hear that. I didn't heard that so much in the draft process about like you're one of the rare ones, which is kind of crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
But like I loved every moment at Ole Miss, the good, the bad, and the ugly for me, regardless I was hurt and not playing, or just starting every game. I loved every single bit of it. I wouldn't go back and change it for the world.
That's really cool to hear because, like my partner says, it's pretty rare. And last year, the offensive line was getting a lot of credit. You were getting a lot of credit for stepping over and playing on the right side, and you brought some sustainability and some consistency at a time. Was that a big part of the team's success, in your opinion, to have players who are staying in one place?
Well, we didn't have too many people on our team that stayed. I think it was probably like 6 of us I know from the time I was there. But I think that plays a part because you have people who's been around the program and know how the program works. And it's like the standard that what was created. It's kind of hard to maintain that standard when transfers come in. But when you have like your base guys that understand that standard, and then when you have your transfers that come in and everybody falls behind that standard, it's easy to keep it going.
All right, I'm sorry about that. So, as a teammate of Walter Nolan, how is it nice to be a former teammate? How is it to be reunited? And should we Cardinal fans be excited for what's to come from that young man?
Oh yeah, I think everybody should be excited with him. I tell people all the time, as far as when we was in college together, that is the best interior defensive lineman that I've ever seen play. So I was like, everybody should be excited about that. And even when he played last year, I think he dominated when he did play last year in the games that he did before he was injured. So it was like, that's a true ball player right there. So I think everybody should be excited when he get back out there fully healthy and ready to go.
Now, you started 15 games at right tackle last year for Ole Miss, and there seems to be opportunity at the right tackle position going into this year. How much opportunity do you see for yourself in this whole process, Jaden?
I think it's about what I go out there and do. Mm-hmm. It was like if I go out there, I perform, I do well, the opportunity will present itself. And if I go out there, I'm not on my stuff, it won't. So I think it's all depending on how my mindset is going in, learning the playbook, getting used to the technique, and all those different types of things that goes into it. But I think it all depends on me and what I do and how I perform.
Yeah. Jaden, again, congratulations on becoming a Cardinal and a pro football player. We appreciate the time. Good to get to talk to you, man.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Jaden.
Jaden Williams, offensive lineman, 7th-round pick out of Ole Miss, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Again, don't forget, the NFL regular season schedule released very soon, and the Cardinals single-game tickets will be available that same day of the schedule release. Download the Cardinals app and click tickets for more information. Coming up, Sammy's got the reboot for us on this Monday morning. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Drafting Jeremiah Love, in some ways, was the worst thing that could have happened to Marvin Harrison Jr. because he just gives you another mouth to feed. A really good, talented mouth that you now have to justify selecting number 3 overall in the draft.
If Wilson is better than Marvin Harrison Jr., then your top 2 receiving options down the field are Michael Wilson and Trey McBride. Underneath, you're going to go to Jeremiah Love. And now you try to figure out, where does Marvin Harrison Jr. fit in? So he needs to bust out this year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance have been serving the Valley since 1957, which is 11 years before the Suns even got here. And if you haven't been there recently, go and take a look, because they don't just sell televisions at Waltz. They build home theaters, talking full surround sound, screens calibrated perfectly for the dimensions of your room, smart controls so you can switch from sporting events to your music with one button. And if you've ever dreamed about having an ultimate sports cave, Waltz makes that happen. They'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remotes, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, same-day delivery if you need it. That's the difference at Waltz, because this is all they do. They've got a great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, an incredibly knowledgeable staff that will answer all of your questions, give you the insight you will never get at a big box store. Now, people assume that Waltz is more expensive because of all of that experience, because of everything you get shopping live at their store. No, they are price competitive. They'll price match any price you bring to them. And remember that at Waltz, you get the same price. You get 10 times the surface. No reason you should shop anyplace else. While you're at Waltz, remember to drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Waltz is located right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade Event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. GUETTL. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Diamondbacks weekend defined by their starting pitching helped the Snakes get a series win over the Mets. Saturday, it was Merrill Kelly looking like Merrill Kelly again. He went 7 innings and only gave up 1 run in a 2-1 win. And Sunday, Eduardo Rodriguez was absolutely dealing, 8 1/3, only gave up 1 run. And at the plate, it was rookie Ryan Waldschmidt getting it done, 2 for 4, 3 RBIs in a Diamondbacks 5-1 win. And the Snakes will head to Texas for a series with the Rangers starting tomorrow. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Sunday night in the NBA was a wild one. Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for a flagrant 2 foul, and Anthony Edwards went crazy in the fourth, ended with 36, and the T-Wolves 114-109 win evened up the series heading back to San Antonio. Also yesterday, the New York Knicks dominance continued in a 144-114 beatdown of the 76ers, and the New York sweep has them in the Eastern Conference Finals. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Barada mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30 on this Monday. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka here to get you guys caught up on the big stories in sports. And let's start with the Diamondbacks weekend, and more specifically on Saturday and Sunday. Was it better seeing Merrill Kelly get hopefully turn the corner, or Erod continue to be the Diamondbacks' best starter? What was better to see this week?
Merrill Kelly. Okay. Yeah, I think that I think that there were some legitimate worries, maybe even internally, that are we going to get the old Merrill Kelly this year?
Yeah.
And I think that was more important than confirmation that Erod is kind of taking a step up.
Yeah, I think the hope for Erod was coming out of the World Baseball Classic and all, the big game moments that he had, that this is what we would see. And credit to him, he's been fantastic. Yes. He was fantastic in his last start before yesterday. But to answer your question, I agree with Bick. Seeing Merrill Kelly look like Merrill Kelly for the first time in 2026. That was a very welcome sight. Yep. Because as long as this offense struggles the way that it is struggling right now, you're going to have to rely on – this is going to have to be the standard for the starting pitchers. They've come around big time, but it's not like they got a lot of wiggle room because that offense is just not producing.
And speaking of that offense, I'm going to read you some stats. So their Diamondbacks are 22nd in runs scored in the MLB, 27th in slugging percentage, and 19th in batting average. That's the Diamondbacks offense this season. Does it come down to, can one guy spur this change, or does it have to come from a just complete lineup?
No, I think one guy could. I think if you get a guy like Ryan Waldschmidt, if he starts hitting the ball out of the park, it might give that lineup some heft. I think that two things are working against the Diamondbacks here, and that is to win playing small ball, which was their mandate this year. They don't have a lot of slug in the lineup. To win playing small ball, you've got to have guys locked in at the plate, and the Diamondbacks have been anything but. From not taking as many walks as some guys have in the past to swinging at everything. We talk about their selection and their lack of plate discipline. You can't win at small ball if you've got guys like that with that kind of approach.
You'd prefer it to be more than one guy. But I'll take one guy. I don't care who it is. The Ketel Marte triple yesterday was a really good sign. But if you look at that 6-game homestand, they hit 174 as a team, 2 home runs, team OPS 545. There was 2 guys, regardless of any number of at-bats, 2 guys on the homestand that hit better than 200. Wow. James McCann, who went 2 for 5, and Ryan Waldschmidt, who went 3 for 8. Everybody else was 200 or under. That can't happen.
Cannot. And we've talked about Victor Wembanyama and his flagrant 2 foul this morning, and rightly so ejected. But the question is, should he be suspended in your eyes?
I believe he should be. 1-game suspension. You have to send... I was kind of shocked, actually, by the reaction on social media yesterday that, wow, I can't believe they ejected him.
Yeah.
They did the right thing.
They did.
And they have one more step to make to do the right thing, and I think they shouldn't have him in Game 5.
You could tell from the official's explanation over the microphone that they were treading very carefully. They were making it very clear. This meets every criteria. Don't blame us. We've got no choice but to send them to the showers. Get in the shower.
I love that you quoted my high school PE coach.
I was quoting mine, not yours.
Because you had that guy too?
Yeah. I think we all. I think kids of your and my generation. I think we all had that PE coach who stood by the showers and made sure everybody got in the shower, even though it was third period and you just showered an hour and a half ago at home.
Yeah, you had the same guy because for some reason he kept getting fired and had to change schools.
And even though you really didn't shower, you just walked in and got a little bit wet and grabbed a towel
and got the heck out of there.
So I was looking.
Get in the shower.
Oh man, I was scrolling social media yesterday, and Ron Artest or Meta World Peace had a very similar elbow to the head to James Harden. But it was in the regular season, and he got a 7-game suspension.
Oof.
I don't know if
this will be one. This will not be any more than one. And giving him that one,
it might still be tough.
Oh, believe me, I'm sure this is causing all sorts. Because the NBA has got to ask themselves: if we do this, are we sacrificing San Antonio versus Oklahoma City in the conference finals? And the answer is, you might be.
You might be, but. You all also kind of answered your own question there. Ron Artest had a reputation.
Right.
Wemby's got no reputation, so he should get one. If it was another player that did that with a reputation, it'd be more. It would be a much harsher penalty.
Imagine that was Dylan Brooks who did that.
Oh,
He'd be drawn and quartered.
20 years without parole.
Mm-hmm.
They would literally remove his elbow from his body. So
yes. So there you guys go. Lots going on this weekend.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
All right, the question today. At King's Cross Station in London, you'll find a sign for platform 9 3/4, where Harry Potter and his friends embarked for what school? At King's Cross Station in London, you'll find a sign for platform 9 3/4, where Harry Potter and his friends embarked for what school? 602-260-9870. If you think you want to give it a shot, it's Devils in London. It's brought to you by Desert Financial.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Am I off on this? Like, if he had signed with the Cardinals, I would have just been like, okay, this is a story. I don't think I would have had any legitimate excitement. I'm surprised they have excitement over Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. I certainly view him on the short list of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
No doubt.
When he was in his prime. But he's not going to do anything. I don't think he's going to do anything for Pittsburgh either.
Oh, my goodness.
He's not bad, but he's not Aaron Rodgers anymore.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jared. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in baseball, managers are required to see the whole field, otherwise your team isn't going to be very good. It's exactly the same thing with your finances, and if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team, under one roof, with a firm that sees the entire field. That's why I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion on what you've got going on. See if there are any huge gaps in your investments, and then you can get personalized strategies that are built for you and your comfort level. Let me tell you about my experience. When I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed with everything. The presentation, the knowledge, their transparency. No sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight talk the way I like it. They asked the right questions, showed me things I never knew existed about how they can find companies before they go public, which opens up a whole whole new world of investing, and then they showed me the benefits of comprehensive and personalized strategies, like I said, from wealth management to taxes to estate planning. They understand no two retirement plans are the same, and as an individual firm, Trajan Wealth not bound to one line of products or portfolios. That's why their advice is built around what is best for you. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands. That's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger. Call Trajan Wealth today at 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with Dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks.tv. Visit Dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right, we got Benjamin in Santan Valley on the line. Benjamin, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Benjamin, at King's Cross Station in London, you'll find a sign for platform 9 3/4, where Harry Potter and his friends embarked for what school, Benjamin?
That school is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
Ooh, you got the full name. Well done, Benjamin.
You have got 50 ping pong balls in the ASU London lottery, brother.
Yes.
All right.
Now, can you guys set it up like the NBA draft for me?
I don't know, how much tanking did you do in the last year, Benjamin? Well, congrats,
I don't know. It's been a lot.
Yeah, Benjamin's
2 more weeks till the school year's done.
Thanks, man. Benjamin's our first qualifier. For the next hour, you can enter to win on Arizona Sports contest page with the keyword Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform. Yeah. Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to. What does that look like? Did you see it? I'm just asking. I saw it.
That was last week on ESPN. Draymond Green taking a shot at Charles Barkley. On this very show on Friday, Bick, we got the first opportunity. You started the interview with Charles Barkley, bringing up that, and we got Barkley's response. Because Charles, to his credit, didn't say anything on the air that night.
No.
Hey, man, I never punched down. Draymond's a good player. We're not on the same level. So I can hear, but I don't have to respond to every time somebody says something about me. Yeah. Hey, this Draymond's a really good player. He's had a hell of a career, but we're not on the same level. But hey, I'm never going to be sensitive. Because, Dan and Vince, I've taken some shots. And I don't even take them shots. I've never been personal with guys. I know that's one thing I feel very confident about. When I say something about a guy, it's never personal. It's never personal. But, hey, I'm a big boy.
All right, so before we get back into this, I just want to say really briefly, I cannot believe this contest that we're giving away. Yeah. I cannot believe that some lucky dude is going to London on our dime.
Unbelievable prize pack.
It really, really is. And finally, that Harry Potter platform, I got to tell you something. First time I was in London, I made a special trip to get to there to take a selfie in front of that.
What a dork.
Oh, the heat that I got from Londoners, because they're a little bit, uptight, as you might know, Jarrett, right? The smoke that I was feeling for being that dude getting a picture in front of the platform 9 3/4. Great trip. So, you and I need to be on that trip. I got some great pubs I'd take you to.
We need to be on that trip.
I know.
You could be the escorts.
Yes, we need to be the escorts.
The chaperones.
I don't want to sleep with anybody, but I'll go.
Right, exactly.
Oh, never mind.
What?
You don't?
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to say this because this is an insane prize that we're giving away.
Yeah, in case you missed it, round trip airfare for 2 from Phoenix to London, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seating at Wembley with hospitality. Sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime London River cruise.
Tower of London's unbelievable. So this is...
And you get to watch the Sun Devils absolutely massacre Kansas.
Yes!
They play Kansas?
Yes.
So this is...
I thought they were playing TCU.
Okay. All right, so great. Make sure everybody...
listen to the promos, Sammy.
Yeah, make sure everybody stays engaged with this. This is something you're going to want to win. You're going to want to make sure you've got your ping pong balls in that lottery is what I got to say.
Yes.
All right, so back to Charles Barkley. In rewatching that very awkward moment on set with Draymond Green, the thing that struck me was how Charles Barkley bit his tongue after Draymond went really, 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 really dirty on him. And then I went back and looked at it, and everybody did. And what you realized was Charles Barkley's years in Houston not only were not bad, but the worst years of Charles Barkley equal the peak years of Draymond Green. And if Draymond Green had the temerity to do that, the grace that Charles Barkley showed in not returning fire and turning that into just a ridiculous scene. Mm-hmm. I respect the heck out of that.
Yeah, Draymond over the weekend did explain.
Oh, he did some backtracking and moonwalking.
Here's Draymond's explanation.
I want to provide a little bit of clarity. Kenny called me and he said, man, I didn't hear you say you when you were talking about the Rockets. He said, so I didn't really understand what you were saying. I thought you was talking about like
the Houston Rockets like right now or something. He said, so I didn't catch the punchline of the joke. If I caught the punchline of the joke, I thought that was hilarious. I just re-listened to it, and I actually thought it was hilarious. I needed to play on that, so I just didn't catch the punchline. The reason that I would even say that, what Chuck makes fun about in his career is actually the last 2 years in Houston. I was going to get that free money. That's what he says. Everybody tried to make it like this whole, oh man, Draymond think he better than Chuck. I found that interesting because what it shows is how bad y'all want me to do bad. So then my mom's blowing my phone up. We're sitting at the pub drinking. You and Charles get into it? I'm like, no. She like, y'all had the beef tonight? I'm like, no, what are you talking about? You know, beef? I FaceTime my mom and flip the camera. He like, y'all into it? Like, what's going on? I read on Twitter. He said, Mama, stay off Twitter. Them people don't know what they talking about. The disrespect ain't the intent. So if that's the way it's viewed as public disrespect, I can gladly public apologize. Disrespect wasn't my intent.
All right, that explanation actually makes sense to me. I just think the delivery came off as disrespectful. He was making a joke, and it is something that Charles does joke about, but it sounded nasty.
It did.
There was nothing playful in the delivery from Draymond Green. He's not going to be at your local improv with that comic delivery right there.
It was poor delivery.
It was very poor
Second
delivery.
of all, nobody laughed at it, so you couldn't tell it was a joke. Then the awkward thing of Kenny, what does that look like? That whole interaction it just sort of stopped everything and killed it.
But bringing it back to Charles, your point is very valid, and the point that people make on this. The fact that Charles Barkley in a Houston Rockets uniform averaged, 16 points and, 9 rebounds per game is actually a tribute to how great he was. That was the fall off. That was when he felt he couldn't play at the same level, he was still doing that.
The problem is Charles Barkley has been doing television for so long. Somebody wrote that there's a segment of fans who just think he's the funny guy who eats donuts on television.
Yeah.
And peak Charles Barkley was unbelievable. Unbelievable. 6'5" power forward who could run and relentless, dunk on everybody. He was incredible.
The greatest, I mean, they always use the term pound for pound in boxing, so we can bring that over. The greatest pound for pound rebounder in the history of the NBA.
There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I mean, he was listed at 6'6". The reality is
6'4" and a half.
Charles was like 6'4" and a half. And was one of the fiercest rebounders we've ever seen.
Yep. The only guy in the NBA, too, who ever squared up to fight Shaquille O'Neal. And I'm glad that no punches were ever thrown.
That was 3 weeks ago in the inside the NBA.
Right.
That's funny, though, that Draymond, in his explanation, talked about his mom calling him. Because you remember the story when Charles did square up and fight Shaq. Both of their moms
had a conversation before those dudes even got to the tunnel. And both of them got phone calls from their mom. That's why it didn't spill over anywhere. I love that story because it's their mothers brought them right back to it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, mom. Absolutely. You got it. I love that.
It's fantastic.
And if you want to see the full conversation we had with Charles Barkley on Friday, where he talked about that and talked about the Suns and Devin Booker and more, go to Arizona Sports on YouTube. You could watch the full interview on YouTube.
Well done, Jared. You're a promotional machine.
Yes, thank you. Our tweet with that Draymond Green, not our tweet, but the Arizona Sports tweet, 1.5 million views it got. So
wow.
A lot of people saw the answer.
That's a lot of people. Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the Monday show with
fire.
That. The Blast is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's always a great day to go check out my friends at Chapman BMW. I'll tell you why now's a great time to go visit one of their 2 great locations, talking about 0.9% APR financing for 60 months on the brand new BMW X3, the 3 Series, and the X1 models. Great financing rates, record low rates. Do not miss them. Visit before they expire. And remember, Chapman BMW, the #1 BMW dealer dealer in the state of Arizona. Talking about a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades. Everything they do is elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either location. And those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. So if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, the experience is exhilarating. It will blow your mind. Highly recommend you go take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, the GM of both locations, personal friend of mine, super cool dude. He has literally hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about it before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here. And they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the Valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got back to some winning ways over the weekend after dropping the first game to the Mets on Friday night. The Snakes won 2 in a row thanks to 2 near flawless starts from both Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez, while rookie Ryan Waldschmidt went 2 for 4, had 3 RBIs on Sunday, and helped the Snakes get a 5-1 win and a series win. The Diamondbacks are in Texas tonight for the Rangers. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A big weekend in the NBA. The New York Knicks stayed scorching hot. They beat the Sixers 144-114 and swept their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. And Victor Wembanyama was ejected Sunday night for a flagrant 2 foul. The Timberwolves evened up the series at 2 games apiece. And the Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery and will have the number 1 overall pick in this year's NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
They came for Torey Lovullo on Sunday, the Boo Birds who didn't want the manager to spoil a small slice of history at Chase Field, a crowd that yearned to see Eduardo Rodriguez's first complete game in nearly 250 starts. Those fans left with a victory, but they left disappointed, and I get it. The extreme caution shown by this organization with its starting pitchers and mandated days off it gives position players is the source of much hand-wringing in the Valley, mostly because there's no proof it works. No team in baseball has suffered more pitching injuries over the past 4 years, and for all the days off given to position players, this team hasn't been exactly fresh when it matters most. To the contrary, it has coughed up hairballs at the end of each of the past 2 seasons. You could also make an argument that a complete game on Mother's Day would not only be a great reward for fans who knew they witnessed something rare at Chase Field, it is exactly the kind of special moment that might lift the player, the pitching staff, and the entire team to higher ground. Yeah, all that matters is the Diamondbacks finally won a series, but the rest of the month is going to be pivotal for this team and this manager, particularly with Alex Cora on the open market, because Sunday's boos were a reminder that if they come for Lovullo in the good times, a losing month in May, and it might get real ugly around here. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on. It's a jam shot flare into right, and that is going to parachute down for a base hit. Marte quickly hurries over to collect it, and here comes Torey Lovullo. And that's it. Must have told him in between innings, you get 1 base runner. And here come the boos from Diamondback fans.
And just a little flare pop-up. And he's just sitting at 100 pitches.
I don't love it either.
Chris Garagiola, Tom Candy.
Props to them. Yeah. Props to them for keeping it real.
Yeah. I didn't like it either.
Yeah, props to them for keeping it real. Nobody liked it. It really didn't. Like I said, and you pointed it out, if that dude had laced a double to the gap, if he had exit velocity of 110, then you go, okay.
You know if it was a 2-1 game. You know what the exit velocity was on that?
What?
63.
That's it. You're coming out of the game.
It's like a pulled over for going too slow on a freeway at 63.
That's like a James McCann fastball.
That's like double a James McCann.
Yeah.
But it's like also if it was a 2-1 game and you're like, there's no margin for error at all here,
you'd get that too.
But
this is 5-1.
Yeah, it was a rough day for Torey. All things considered.
I agree. He had
started out wasn't going to even manage because he was so under the weather. He got the okay that he could, that he wasn't going to get anybody sick, and then the managerial day ends with a win and a series win and a really solid performance. But he got booed like he hasn't been booed in a while.
Yeah, no, that was a hearty chorus of boos because. You know, again, you go to sporting events and you want to see something special. And look, Eduardo Rodriguez was flirting with the no-hitter for 5+ innings. Yeah. I'm like, Okay, so there was that idea that we're watching something really good here. When you go to a game, you want that experience to be really memorable. And if you witness something that's never happened before, even something as individual as a complete game for a pitcher who's never had one, it's something you like. It's something you feel like, oh, that was fun. We got to see something really, really important. And again, I'm not making a huge deal of it, but I just don't understand it because there's no proof of concept here, at least that I can see.
Yeah. Here's Eduardo Rodriguez talking about his discussion with Torrey on the top step of the dugout after he came back to the dugout after the 8th inning.
I mean, he already know how I am. I never want to come out of the game and ask him to give me 10 pitches to go up there, and if I give it up, he'd take me out and he'd give me 10 pitches, and that was it, 10 pitches, 100. He'd take me out of the game. I mean, he do what I asked, and I do what he asked me, so that was great.
No fight for 5?
No, I mean, I don't know right now. It wasn't a fight. It was a tug, and when I get to the dugout, but like I told him that I want 10 pitches, and I went out there for 10, and it was like that.
I mean, if we really break it down, even with this air of cautiousness that the Diamondbacks certainly operate under when it comes to protecting their pitchers, you brought it up in the blast. This rash of injuries, it's not caused by up-downs. It's not caused by pitch total. Why aren't if teams are so concerned about injuries, why are they not tamping down spin rates or velocity or those things that really do take a toll?
Matter? Yeah, that's it. That's it. And as Jared said, what is it about triple digits? What is so arbitrary about you go from 99 now to 100 and now you're suddenly in danger zone? Suddenly your odds of being injured have gone through the roof because you're at 100 pitches. As Jared's pointed out, you might throw over to first base, second base. You might warm up with extra gusto. Why that number? It's just it's that stuff that makes the old guard players go, "Oh, you kidding me? Really?"
Because didn't Merrill Kelly say not too long ago, 100, 110, 120 doesn't really matter?
He did say that.
Torrey even quoted him in one of the sound bites that we played.
Yeah. So I didn't like it. I didn't understand it. And the boos were quite something for Torrey Lovello. I do think that this is something that this team is in danger of. If they have a bad month of May against bad competition, who knows what this is going to sound like here. And I brought up Alex Cora's name, and I'm not doing this out of disrespect to Torrey, but you have to understand, Alex Cora, who got fired by the Red Sox, Alex Cora became a manager because of Mike Hazen. Mike Hazen is the guy in Boston who got him on that path, who said, you're going to be really good at this. Go get a job, get on the field, and you're not going to believe how fast it happens for you. So this is not your average. This is a guy that I could see in a worst-case scenario, the Diamondbacks going, that's a great manager. I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Now, in all fairness, it was very important that they did, in fact, get that series win. Much, much, much needed series win.
Absolutely. But is Juan Murillo available for today? I mean, that's a question you have to ask, too. He only came in through 9 pitches.
But James McCann will be.
And Brian.
And Brian.
Merrill Kelly passed him on the appearances list, so he's got to keeping track of that all.
Yeah.
It was a great performance, and Eduardo Rodriguez has been, I think, everything Diamondbacks fans have been hoping he could be. But he's been that good.
And in fairness to Torrey, I will say this: the summoning all the starters to his office has had dramatic results.
It has.
Dramatic.
Unbelievable.
Time to bring in the lineup, Torrey.
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah. That's it, man.
Yeah, you're going to have to call the PR staff. Can we get some folding chairs into my office, please? We're going to have a large gathering in here today.
And the Erod decision's one thing. Torrey's going to have some decisions to make on the lineup coming up.
Well, we'll get into those coming up at 8:30, but also at 9:15, we're going to talk to Erod. Eduardo Rodriguez is going to join us on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, should the Phoenix Suns turn to the Big Easy for an easy way to find a big? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First and second. And first pitch swinging, ground ball to second. Cattell's got it, goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets, and Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
As sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential, and that is one of many reasons you choose the attorneys at Sweet James if that ever happens to you. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, so did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, their experience, their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with an experience in over 500 trials, and that experience gives them great leverage. They've got a 98% winning record with experience in over 500 trials, and those numbers send a clear message to insurance companies. Sweet James will not back down. When the firm that represents you is taken seriously by the insurance companies, that means you are taken seriously. That is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the top settlements in the state. And if you've been injured in an accident, do not settle for less. The call is free. The consultation is free. You pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number: 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured burger of the week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Mets behind strong starting pitching.
Is the rotation about to lead a turnaround for the Snakes? We're talking about it on the Burns and Gambo Show at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The risk isn't crazy, and obviously the contract that would be going back would be Jalen Green just to make the money work. And it would be equal 2 years, and it would just be looking at New Orleans and being like, hey, the Zion problem, the experiment, like just having it, like, is he going to play? Is he going to not? Like, what's our team look like when he's in there? What's he not? Let us take on that problem for you. You tried the Jordan Poole thing. It didn't work out. Here's a better version of the Jordan Poole thing. Here's Jalen Green. You got all these other guards to figure out or whatever, but we'll take this off for you. Maybe we can loop in a third team to find Jalen. We'll take this on. Here's a first-round pick as well. Just be done with this thing. You guys want to move on with it. We'll take it on for you. Here we go.
Kellen Olson, Empire of the Suns podcast, sharing his thoughts on, I don't think he said the name in that soundbite. Zion Williams.
Wow, big name.
As a trade target for the Phoenix Suns and making the case on why it would make sense. I have to admit, my first response when I saw a clip over the weekend was kind of similar. And if you saw the clip, it was rather funny because Kellen brings this up and Kevin Zimmerman, his podcast partner, says, yeah, wait, what?
Yeah, it's funny.
It's kind of the way I reacted to it as well.
Yeah, it came from a writer from Bleacher Report as well, who kind of put this together and said Zion Williamson ideally fits exactly what the Suns need. Somebody who can finish at the rim, somebody who's big and physical, somebody who can bring a lot of gravity to the floor. Exactly what Devin Booker needs, right? And on the flip side, Jalen Green seems to fit the profile of what the Pelicans are looking for. If I'm the Phoenix Suns, I got to tell you, I know I get distracted by shiny objects. I would take a chance on this. I would, if this were a possibility for the Phoenix Suns, and if they really trust in their medical department, who put together a really good plan for a while on Mark Williams, if you really believe in them, I would do this in a heartbeat.
Yes.
Because if it is going to be Green for Zion, what's the risk really? Because what is your ceiling if you keep Green here? You know what I mean?
Well, the ceiling is that 36-point play-in game he had. That's the ceiling, a player becoming that more often than not. Now, do you believe he's going to do that? I've got my doubts.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot not to like about this possibility. Let's focus on what there is to like. Zion is a dynamic offensive force. He can put the ball on the floor. He can get to the rim. Last year, he shot 7.5 free throws per game. He's at 7.8 free throws per game for his career. You could live with that. He does give you another offensive presence, somebody to draw attention away from Devin Booker. He is 6'6", about 285. He's not a great rebounder, and the health issues are issues. He played in 50. He started 55 games, played in 62. It's the second most games he's played in an NBA season. 23-24. He played in 70 games. He's never averaged more than 33 minutes a game. I wonder. Look, I'm not saying these were not legit injuries, but I remember reacting to a couple of situations since he's been in New Orleans where you're like, okay, he's hurt, but do they have bubble wrap on Zion Williamson? I wonder if that would change elsewhere. I mean, that goes back to his college days. You remember?
Oh,
you
yeah.
remember the infamous shoe incident,
Of course
right?
I do, yeah.
He blew out a shoe. He didn't get hurt on the play, but he blew out a shoe, and he ended up missing a handful of games after that just because they were...
Out of fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who blows out a shoe?
I mean, honestly, that really hurt.
And what's amazing, because you think that Zion has been in the league for a long time, he's only 25. Jalen Green's 24.
Yeah, he'll be
crazy.
Isn't it crazy?
He'll be 26 on opening day, but he's still very young.
Yeah. So, again, it gets down to the trust that you have in your medical department, and Matt Ishbia has raved about them, said we've got the best in the NBA. If this is an option for the Phoenix Suns, I highly endorse this. I think the risk is worth the reward is worth the risk.
It's very much a thread the needle trade, where if it works, I think the Suns' ceiling becomes immediately higher.
Oh, no doubt.
But if it goes south, you've seen what those Pelicans teams have looked like the last couple years. It's hard to watch basketball. And what Kellen and Kevin went on to talk about just after it, what's the actual price going to be? You saw Trae Young and Anthony Davis both get dealt for what felt like 60 to 75 cents on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Can the Suns take advantage of maybe buying low on a Zion Williamson?
Yeah, he's got 2 years left on the contract, as Kellen said.
Mm-hmm.
You might be thinking, okay, well, why would New Orleans want to do this? I'll have to remind you that New Orleans front office is the dumbest front office
by far. And it's not even close.
Never forget that.
Never forget that.
Spam the phone. What else can you get? New Orleans, if their front office is so bad, if I'm Ishbia and Gregory, I'm just having conversations. You know, if they want to get rid of good players, let's listen.
Well, you talk about the upside. You talk about checking the box about everything the Phoenix Suns need. Listen, I get that the Suns don't have a dribble drive, get to the rim guy like Jalen Green. I think they've guys that can do it, but it's not really natural. And Jalen Green, it's really natural for him when he's right. But to me, Zion Williamson would bring a lot of stuff, a lot of size, a lot of heft. If we just talk, he might be looked at as sort of Charles Barkley Part 2.
Yeah, this is, we are in what is called, what I'll refer to as Photoshop season in the NBA. For teams that aren't still in the postseason, it is an opportunity for users, people who follow the sport, to Photoshop players in new jerseys.
Right.
Of the players that I've seen Photoshopped in a Suns jersey by those around the internet, this is the most palatable possibility.
No
because
doubt.
The other players I've seen are Anthony Davis, no thank you. John Morant, no thank you. I haven't seen the Photoshops on this, but I would listen to this. DeJounte Murray is a very, very interesting name that has popped up. And again, New Orleans, don't know what the interest level is in moving off of him. You never know what the Pelicans are going to do. But I wanted to hate the Zion possibility. And I'm not saying I'm fully on board because the injury questions are immense. But I'm not totally against it either because the upside could still be pretty special for a guy that's 26 years old. And I don't think has figured it out yet. And I don't think him being in New Orleans is the best for his personal health either.
Well, no.
Because he's struggled with his weight.
Yeah.
And that's the city where you're going to struggle with the cuisine a little bit more than others.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, from a culinary standpoint, that is trouble with a capital T, right? I can only imagine what Jared... Have you ever been to New Orleans? I could imagine if you went there for like 4 or 5 days and you had like access to some of those restaurants.
At Touffet, I ate too much is what I did.
Ate too much. Yeah.
That would be good because we've seen the damage that Jarrett has done on a cruise ship.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's endless food.
Yep.
Obviously. But New Orleans is kind of like a stationary cruise ship from what I've never been there either.
Yeah. No, listen, it's a remarkable place, not the safest city in the world, but it's so much fun and so different but the cuisine it's just so rich. And the bread with every meal and the dunking of the bread, that's where you would go nuts.
Oh man.
You would go crazy with that
Cajun food too. That Creole seasoning.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. So listen, I'd be interested in this. I am not one. I've heard people. I think Wolf is one. I'm not sure where the afternoon guys are. There are people who want to run this threesome back again. I don't. I don't. I see a very low ceiling for these three guys together. I do not see an answer for Devin Booker with this threesome of Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks. You bring me a guy like Zion Williamson. Another story for me, but that's just me.
Is Rasheer Fleming off the table?
For me, he would be.
I mean, I think if you're going to make a deal like this, of this ilk, it's probably, if Rasheer Fleming's off the table, it's probably not, no deal's going to happen.
Where are these salaries in between? Do they match? Do they close?
It could. I just think.
I heard it was a pretty clean transaction.
A Jalen Green for Zion the salaries would all work, but I don't think it's that simple.
It's 40. Zion's making 42.
Okay, that's a little more. Okay, all right.
The Suns would have to make some adjustments on the margins, but a Jalen Green for Zion trade would financially work, but I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think something else in draft picks would have to be included.
Okay.
Coming up next, the Dbacks have already made some big roster decisions, but they got more looming. We'll get into those next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality.
Oh, that's jolly good. Well,
sideline passes.
Jolly good.
A VIP Tower of London private experience.
Cracky.
And a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
I'm coming to London.
Here's how you can win.
Sure, yeah.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic, show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time, makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Diamondbacks weekend defined by their starting pitching helped the Snakes get a series win over the Mets. Saturday, Merrill Kelly looked like Merrill Kelly again, going 7 innings, only giving up 1 run in a 2-1 win. And Sunday, Eduardo Rodriguez was absolutely dealing. 8 1/3, 1 run, and at the plate, it was rookie Ryan Waldschmidt getting it done. 2 for 4, 3 RBIs in the Dbacks 5-1 win. They will now head to Texas for a series with the Rangers starting today. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Sunday night in the NBA was a wild and strange one. Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for a flagrant 2 foul on Naz Reid, and Anthony Edwards went crazy in the fourth quarter, ended up with 36 points, and the T-Wolves 114-109 win evened up the series heading back to San Antonio. Also, yesterday, the Knicks dominated the 76ers 144-114, and the New York Knicks sweep has them in the Eastern Conference Finals. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. The best Taco Tuesday deals can be found at Rito's Mexican Food. For the best deals, be sure to text Rito's to 620-620.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Ryan Waldschmidt made a successful Major League debut. How badly does this offense need a spark right now? We're talking D-backs baseball on Burns and Gambo. It's straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
He's been here for a long time. Felt like, he has no prior outright. So if we end up outrighting him, if we don't trade or clears waivers, then I feel like we'll get a better version of him when he is down there. I feel like if we just optioned him, feeling like he's buried, sitting down there biding his time until he gets another opportunity, I wasn't sure that we were going to get the best version. This is the opportunity we'll have to get the best version of him if he's still here. Obviously, we will see what kind of trade activity exists out there for him. So that was the thought process.
That's Mike Hazen back on Friday, general manager of the Diamondbacks, explaining the decision to designate for assignment Alek Thomas instead of using his remaining minor league option. And when it's painted that way, kind of makes sense a little bit, doesn't it? I was a little taken aback. I'm not saying this was the wrong move either. And I had made the statement earlier in the season about Alek Thomas and just watching him at the plate. I just don't think he's a major league hitter at this point in his career. And then if you go back to one of the games in Chicago, I think it was the Friday game in Chicago, gusty winds, Alek Thomas playing center field, and really misplayed 2 balls that led to a loss for the Diamondbacks. And I don't know if that had anything to do with it. He still makes the spectacular catch, and he's still way above average defensively. But I think the patience finally ran out, and that's what shocked me. Is I didn't think the patience was going to run out with Alek Thomas because it seemed like he had unlimited leash.
Yeah, I think it's what I think it is, Vinny. Is I think it's sort of symbolic of this pivotal point in the road the Diamondbacks are getting to right now. And that is, if they do not get back to the playoffs this year, that's going to be 3 consecutive years. It's going to be 5 losing seasons in 10 years under Torey Lovello. It's going to be the end of a lot of stuff. It's going to mean this team is probably going to have to pivot in a different direction, if you will. So I think that this is sort of the urgency that underscored what happened to Alek Thomas because, look, I had mentioned the rarity of welcoming back a reliever like Paul Sewald, who had unfortunately given Arizona baseball fans a terrible memory in the World Series. The home run he gave up to Corey Seager in Game 1, a game that he was in there to close out and would have given the Diamondbacks a 1-0 lead in the World Series going into a Merrill Kelly start. On the flip side, Alek Thomas was one of the big-time heroes of that 2023 playoff run. Hit that memorable home run in the bottom of the 8th inning against the Phillies. I think it was Craig Kimbrell who was throwing for the Phillies. And it was a gigantic moment in team history. And for him, I'll never forget as long as I live, showing up at the ballpark the next day, series is tied at 2-2, and Alek Thomas taking batting practice, it looked like he was levitating. It was his first time swinging a bat since experiencing that home run, and it looked like a baseball player, at the top of the mountain. So I agree with you. On some level, they gave Alek Thomas a longer runway than Jake McCarthy, but I think that for all the refining he tried to do to his swing, it just, again, wasn't happening for him.
No, he was batting 181 with a 340 slugging percentage, OPS of 563. I mean, career lows basically across the board for Alek Thomas. Now, Mike Hazen said in that soundbite, too, if we do it this way, clears waivers, goes back down to the minors instead of just being outrighted or optioned, get a different version. What did he mean by that?
Because if you're not exposed to 29 other teams where they could have had you, there may be a different mindset in terms of where you stand in the game of baseball. If I option you and you've gotten no exposure to 29 other teams, you can say that the Diamondbacks are holding me in AAA, but some other team would take me. That argument gets taken off the table if he gets through waivers. Because 29 other teams can, theoretically, he will both have to clear a trade threshold and a waiver threshold.
In a way, it's almost like the idea of breaking somebody down to their lowest point to build them back up. Because if you do clear waivers, it does indicate just that. Well, nobody else wanted me either, so I guess I better work on some stuff here. And he's a guy I pull for because, again, he's special defensively.
Yeah.
He makes catches that a lot of center fielders can't make
at
the major league level. But
all right.
It would be undeniable to say that, that move did not pay immediate dividends because Ryan Waldschmidt had his fingerprints all over that game yesterday.
Yeah.
Drove in 3 runs, made an unbelievable catch at the wall to save extra bases in the 5th inning. And I've often said this, and I do believe this. When you have a homegrown prospect come up in the middle of the season, especially at a time where you're floundering a bit, it can ignite the fan base, and yesterday it ignited the team.
Well, listen, and so I think this is what is on the table for this baseball team. If they have got the starting pitching staff sort of recentered and refocused in a positive way, they have got to find a way to put a lineup out there that's going to produce at a higher level than this team is currently producing. And as we've said, there's a lot of moving pieces here. Carlos Santana is not that far away. Tyler Locklear has been optioned to AAA Reno. Jordan Lawler will be coming back soon. You've got all these moving pieces. You've got young guys that have played pretty well. Jose Fernandez is starting to struggle just a little bit now.
Yes.
Does that mean he's going to continue to? Striking the balance between giving starts and plate appearances to veterans versus young guys, they're going to have to thread this needle.
It's also one thing if Nolan Arenado for the last month has been awesome.
Yes.
Had he been terrible, and if Carlos Santana comes up here and starts raking, then that's a good problem to have. But if these veteran players are really starting, if they struggle, I'm one of the notion of if the young guy is there and playing markedly better, he's got to be in the lineup. And I know it's tough because it's a vet, but you have to win baseball games.
I'm not sure Carlos Santana is guaranteed a spot at the major league level again. If you look at what he's on a rehab assignment, he's hitting 120.
He's struggling in Reno.
Yes.
Yep.
So
I would agree with that, but as we've talked about before, there's always these implicit agreements that are that are like in the background of these signings that we're not going to pay you much, but we're going to give you an opportunity. And so as a club, the last thing you want to do is renege on a promise like that and then let word get around. Because the next time you go to a veteran and offer him the same kind of deal, they're going to go, oh, yeah, Yeah, I know how you guys roll. Sorry.
And even below the front office, Torrey is usually pretty loyal to veterans,
Very
even
much
if they're
so.
not necessarily veterans with the team.
And that makes sense, but it's also incumbent on the player who's granted the opportunity verbally to perform a little bit. And Santana, I mean, his 120 batting average is almost double what he hit at the major league level when he hit 083.
Wow.
You got to do something with the at-bats you're getting.
Yeah. And then there's the question of, what is Lourdes Gurriel Jr. going to become this year? Is the light going to go on for him? Is he going to get back? And look, I think you could say about Gabby Marino, too. I think we're all waiting for him to be that all-star catcher that we all thought he was going to be in 2023.
Yeah, I was way ahead of the curve on predicting that, and it was
easy to predict.
Yeah, but it still hasn't happened. You're exactly right. Your Devils in London keyword is about to expire. Head to our contest page. Enter it now before time runs out. Don't miss your shot at a trip for two to see ASU at Wembley Stadium. It's brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, it took nearly 20 years, but are the Spurs about to receive some karmic payback from Steve Nash and Robert Horry? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you say, what is the one thing you are looking forward to the most about the Arizona Cardinals season? I wouldn't say it's Jeremiah Love. I expect he's going to be good. I want to see Carson Beck play. No, over anything.
Yeah.
It's not, is Chase Basantis going to be a great guard? No, give me 6 or 7 games of Carson Beck. I want to see what you have. I don't know what you have.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. UACUnit.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Mets behind strong starting pitching. Is the rotation about to lead a turnaround for the Snakes? We're talking about it on the Burns and Gambo Show at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
No. Again, I don't even know the legality or the rules, but there was zero intent. They did what they did because of the outcome of the play. So be it. But to have anything on top of that, I think would be ridiculous.
Mitch Johnson, Spurs head coach, lobbying. Ridiculous if they punish Victor Wembanyama further than ejecting him from yesterday's Game 4.
Let me correct Mitch Johnson there for a minute.
Yeah.
Mitch, please. There was 100% intent.
Thank you. I was going to
not 0%, 100%.
To be able to say that with a straight face is basically translation. If this was the other way around and Naz Reid elbowed Victor Wembanyama, we would be lobbying for a very severe penalty.
No doubt about it.
Wemby is the golden child. He is the league. He's been fantastic. But he's also been fast-tracked by the NBA and the media partners. This is the guy you got to watch. This is the guy who's going to change the game. He screwed up yesterday. He screwed up big time. He let his frustration carry over in a game. If the Spurs win that game, that series is over.
No doubt.
Yeah. It's interesting also that you point out sort of like this is the NBA's golden child, the guy that they want to be the next face of the league. Where on the other side, you have Anthony Edwards, who has a lot of pros and cons about being the next face of the league. We've seen sort of resistance and support and resistance to him sort of becoming the next face of the league because of the way he plays, the way he talks, the way he acts, all that stuff. So it'd be interesting to see if any
Do you
of that
agree with that,
conspiracy
Vinny?
theories.
That there's some resistance to Anthony Edwards being that guy?
I don't.
I don't either.
No.
I know some people don't like Anthony Edwards, but I think league-wide they'd really love it.
I think Anthony Edwards has also been fast-tracked in his own way by the league. Anointed as the next guy before he really had done anything. And, he's followed that up with some really solid postseason performances, and he was fantastic yesterday.
But to Jared's point, Victor Wembanyama is a guy that was crying over a couple of different regular season victories. It means that much to him.
Yeah.
So the NBA would be like, this is exactly the kind of guy we need. Somebody who champions regular season basketball. Somebody who's not jaded. All right. Historically, playoff suspensions for flagrant twos, they generally have to meet criteria. Intent is one, force is another. The injury outcome involved also is a factor. Naz Reid avoided serious injury. So if you're a Spurs fan, that's what you're hoping on, that Adam Silver leans on that loophole, that there's not a serious injury on the other side that the other team is dealing with. Now, that has nothing at all to do with the precedent that we had to deal with in Phoenix that we've already discussed this morning. But you know what? Part of me, even though I think it would be a bad deal, part of me wants the city of San Antonio to know exactly what we felt like.
Because,
yes.
One thing has nothing to do with the other. But how can a player standing up off the bench not at least be equal to somebody winding up and elbowing somebody in the face?
I'll take it a step further. Had what happened yesterday, we saw some reaction. the Dylan Harper reaction, there's a one camera shot. It's a perfect shot of not only the swing of the elbow, the connection to the throat, but Dylan Harper's face like, what is he doing?
Or what did he just do? Right.
Kellen actually zoomed in on that on Twitter, and it's got like 1 billion views. It was very funny. But let's say somebody did leave the bench, and Mike Tirico on the play-by-play call said, everybody staying on the bench. If somebody left the bench, there would be no penalties to those players. None whatsoever, unless they escalated what was transpiring on the floor, and nobody did.
Huge moment in Adam Silver's commissionership right here.
It's big because...
Have you seen this guy?
Have you seen this guy? Go ahead, Sammy. Explain what you think.
The league's at a crossroad here. If they decide to suspend Wemby and say the T-Wolves go on to win this series, they are taking away what average NBA fans would deem a phenomenal series in San Antonio and OKC. They are taking that away. The Spurs could still win the series if Wemby gets suspended. But the act, it deems one-game suspension. It screams it. It is a one-game suspension. And if Adam Silver doesn't suspend him, how is that going to look on him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound rash, but this is a fact. We're 50 years removed, 50 years plus, whatever it is, from the Rudy Tomjanovich, Kermit Washington thing, which was one of the most frightening things that's
probably
ever happened.
The most frightening
and
thing.
And I think even 5 decades later, the NBA still holds that in the back of all of their decisions in something like this. Victor Wembanyama is 7'4", whatever he is. Swinging an elbow with that force could kill a human being.
Catch a guy in the temple?
Yes.
Yep.
And
no
I
doubt.
totally agree with you.
I didn't even know he was Jewish.
And that's a bony elbow.
Mitch Johnson saying there was no intent is laughable.
It was all intent.
Can't Wemby just say, look, it's not my fault that his head is the same size as my elbow. I'm a tall guy. Just stretching out.
Or if he came out and said, look, everybody thinks the French don't fight back. I had to take one for my country.
What did you want me to do? Surrender? Way to stereotype me.
I'm suing you.
That's right.
We played also. Look, the comparison, and you said it, Bick. You kind of want San Antonio to feel the pain that we felt in 2007. Absolutely, I'd like to feel that too. At least it wouldn't fix things. But it would make things a little bit better if they were made to suffer
agree.
And they lost this series. Because honestly, I think they're the only team that could touch OKC. All due respect to the Knicks, the Timberwolves, Detroit, Cleveland. I don't think any of those teams is in the same stratosphere as Oklahoma City.
I tend to agree with that, even though I think the Timberwolves and the Thunder went 2-2, split 4 games this year. But just
so the Suns and the Thunder.
Right, that's So that's my point. The eye test tells me exactly what Vinny is saying. It feels like that Spurs team is the only team that can give the Thunder a real go for this.
Really, the only team that did in the regular season.
Could either of them beat them though?
No.
Like they could win maybe a game or 2. I mean, do you think that either one could upset in a 7-game series?
I mean, they took the season series from them. But we played the play-by-play of the
4-1. 4-1.
Yeah.
4, Utah, 4.
That would qualify as a series win.
It would. It would.
Do you remember, because we played the play-by-play of the hip check, Robert Ory on Steve Nash? Do you remember the Steve Nash post-game interview with Craig Sager?
I don't.
I have that here.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Made a lot of big shots in his career. Some may say that was a cheap shot towards the end there when he forearmed you into the table.
Good one.
What is your impression of what happened?
Well, he just body checked me out of bounds. I mean, I understand he's frustrated. It happens. I'm sorry it happened to him, but, I mean, he did body check me.
You bounced up pretty quick. Looked like you wanted to go after him.
Well, I've been working on the guns a little bit, so a couple combos might have landed some points to the body.
That's phenomenal.
That is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy for him to be good-natured because the Suns won the game and they don't know what's about to happen.
Well, they don't know what's about to hit them.
That was the worst part of all of it. It was the timing of the game. It was running out the clock, basically. That game was over.
That's right. I forgot about that. It was in a garbage time situation.
The Spurs miss the shot. The Suns get the rebound. They have the ball. They're up 3 times, running out. It's over. The game's over. Whammo!
Suspend
Kablamo!
Yeah, suspend.
But again, in real time, you don't think of, oh no, why'd they get up off the bench? They're going to be suspended.
Mm-hmm.
You think, what the hell did Robert Horry just do? I hope Steve Nash is okay.
Right. And again, the profound injustice of having the aggressor, of having the instigator rewarded.
Yes.
Still makes my blood boil.
Yeah. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Eduardo Rodriguez nearly earned a complete game in a win against the Mets. Cardinals rookie Jaden Williams isn't eager to relive Ole Miss's college football playoff loss to Carson Beck. And ESPN's Jeremy Wu mocked Michigan State's Jeremy Fears Jr. to the Suns with the number 47 pick. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The proposal is just the beginning. After that comes the first anniversary, then the 5th, the birthday you don't want to miss, the push present that marks a brand new chapter, the graduation you're proud of, and sometimes the just because moment that reminds her she's everything. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. Most jewelry stores are built for one transaction. We're built for the long term. From engagement rings to diamond studs, tennis bracelets, necklaces, and custom designs, we're here to help you celebrate every milestone with guidance you can trust year after year. Private appointments, honest pricing, exceptional quality, real value. Find the right jeweler once and you're set for every season of life.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's Diamond Dave, Kantor. All
right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got back to some winning ways over the weekend after dropping the first game of the series to the Mets on Friday night. The Snakes won 2 in a row thanks to 2 near-flawless starts, one from Merrill Kelly on Saturday, the other Eduardo Rodriguez yesterday, while rookie Ryan Waldschmidt went 2 for 4, had 3 RBIs, and helped the Snakes get a 5-1 win and a series win. The Diamondbacks are in Texas tonight for the Rangers. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A big weekend in the NBA. The New York Knicks stayed scorching hot as they beat the Sixers 144-114 and swept their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. And Victor Wembanyama was ejected Sunday night for a flagrant 2 foul. And the T-Wolves evened up the series at 2 games apiece. And the Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery and will have the number 1 overall pick in this year's NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Just call 602-2-REPAIR.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. Again, it is the 9 o'clock hour here on Bickley and Marotta, and that means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us over on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question today. We've talked about the Steve Nash, Robert Horry incident a couple of times today, given the Victor Wembanyama flagrant 2 that happened last night. But this question for Suns fans, fill in this blank. If the NBA does not suspend Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire in 2007, the Suns blank.
Yeah, they win the championship that year.
Okay.
I am convinced of it. Convinced of it.
I'm right there with you.
Okay.
That was the young LeBron Cavs.
Young LeBron Cavs in the East, and then the Jazz, right?
No, it was the Spurs. It was the Spurs.
Spurs first,
Right.
then the Jazz. And
Right.
then it would have been the Cavs.
The Suns would have run that Cavaliers team out of the gym every single night. That would have been a coronation for them. Yeah, I have no doubt that would have been a championship for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
I'm right. I've always believed that as well.
A lot of people in the responses agree that they run away win the title. Eddie V, they would have smoked Utah and then Cleveland, winning the championship. I am sure of it. Stephen Ruiz said, winning the first of a minimum of 5 consecutive titles.
But that's it though. If that championship happens, then what happens?
Who knows? Yeah, that's a very, very fair point. You get that albatross off and the floodgates open, you never know.
You change the narrative of the Spurs dynasty.
You don't trade for Shaq. Everybody doesn't get out of their minds. Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. There's
It is.
There's 2 more I want to read. Tom Foss, he shares kind of where he was when this happens. The Suns would have won, and my Hawaiian vacation would have been much, much better. I watched the game from a sports bar on Waikiki Beach. There were lots of Suns fans in Hawaii. Everyone was yelling and screaming. They would have gone on to win the NBA Finals. Man, that would have downer on a vacation.
And the great part, because I've been in Hawaii a couple times during the NBA Finals.
Yes.
The great part of it is you can watch the finals in the middle of the week. It's at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's fantastic.
And I'll read Adams too. He said, had the NBA not suspended Diaw and Amari, they still would have somehow found a way to lose, given that it's Phoenix sports. I'm like, I don't know, man.
By the way, that Cleveland team, that might be one of LeBron's best accomplishments, was getting that Cleveland team to the finals. He was the leading scorer in the final series, that sweep. He averaged 22 points per game. They only had 2 other players average double figures, Drew Gooden and Daniel Gibson. Sasha Pavlovich, Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
It was a terrible team.
I think it's the worst finals team that's ever played for a championship.
My goodness. Man, the Suns. Yeah. All right. The next question, Jared, bring my memory on what this question was brought up about.
Okay. Which one are you talking about?
I'm going to read.
There's two questions.
Yes, I'm going to read the biggest thing that we miss about.
Well, we're talking about how there's just no complete games anymore, and how we had a chance to see a complete game by a pitcher in 2026, and we were maybe robbed of it.
And so it brought up, what is the biggest thing you miss about sports from when you were younger, and why?
I miss turning on ESPN and watching highlights nonstop instead of stage debates about LeBron and the Cowboys.
Yes.
I do. I mean, seriously, it's you can get that now, but it's confined to very narrow windows of programming. But back then, it was like that's all you got, just nonstop highlights. I miss seeing kids sandlot baseball going by fields and but mostly the ESPN thing. That's something that I miss. There are times when I turn on ESPN and I just kind of want to. I want to go around the world and see highlights, and instead I'm seeing people yelling at each other.
For me, it's like the developments in sports media and the breadth of it is overwhelming, and it's amazing for sports fans. The access they get, the information they get, all of it. That's a good thing.
Yes.
The nostalgic side of me, I really miss waking up in the morning and reading the sports section with a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And I've talked about this before. I love box scores. I absolutely love them. And the way the newspaper presented the box score was awesome because you didn't have to turn a page. You could just see everything all in one glance, what happened. And no website has ever recaptured that.
Yeah. And
it's so funny how both of you are nostalgia for things that technology has made more accessible. Like you don't have to.
I'm not saying it's better.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's.
I just miss it.
It's just funny because like with ESPN not showing highlights, you could just go on your phone and find any highlight you want instantly.
Yeah.
With box scores, you could find the box score for any game that happened in the entire world.
Yes.
It's nostalgia.
Yep. And Vinny, Jimbo on Twitter agrees with you. He said, waking up, getting the newspaper, looking at the box scores, nothing better. In Daylight Films, he took it of like a playing sport. He said, I miss the feeling of waking up on a Saturday when you knew you had a Pop Warner or Little League game, and maybe even had the uniform laid out on your chair, pound some Captain Crunch, meet your friends, play halftime orange wedges, the whole nine.
I was just telling this story about my experience in youth sports as a child as opposed to as a father with my kids. I was a soccer player. We could have games on a Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. I was up at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. The first thing I did was put my uniform on, put my shin guards on, put my cleats on. I wore my uniform everywhere I went all day. I could not wait to get on the field. My kids, hey guys, it's time to go to the game.
Yep.
I don't want to go.
I know.
All right, this is your last season in organized sports.
It's over after this. And I'll read Chris's too, because this was a good answer. He said the unawareness that sports franchises were big businesses. As a kid, it was just sports and watching your heroes. I think that's fair. All right, and on Sunday, it was Mother's Day, so we had to ask the question, who is the greatest mom in TV, movie, pop culture history, and why?
Oh, it's got to be Marge Simpson, doesn't it?
A lot of Marge Simpson responses.
Oh, there was?
Some.
I'm saying that semi-facetiously.
Putting up with that and putting up with Homer all those years.
The sad thing is that show has been on for so long. Julie Kavner she's got to be like 80 years old now, and her voice sounds like it. She doesn't sound like Marge anymore.
I haven't watched The Simpsons in a long time.
I've only seen clips, and it's a little different. It's sad.
My vote's Marion Cunningham from Happy Days.
Okay. A lot of
And Tammy Taylor from Friday Night Lights.
Yep, got a Tammy Taylor response. Chaz said Kitty Foreman from That 70s Show. She was the cool mom. I watched that show. I liked that. James said, I have to go with June Cleaver. She managed a house with a husband and 2 boys who were always in some kind of mischief. She also kept ward from Connor. She gave her son and humanity a fighting chance. A lot of good responses to that question, but you can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and go tune in and watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sammy. There's your social studies for this Monday. Coming up next, we'll talk to the man yesterday. He was the man yesterday on the mound. Eduardo Rodriguez of the Arizona Diamondbacks will join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting very fast, and if you are carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around that situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen everything, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what is possible. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Luke. Who needs to step up for the Arizona Diamondbacks in order for them to beat the Texas Rangers this week? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't know. I don't think surprise is a word. I know that we travel well, and obviously being close to New York helps. It's a really cool feeling. It's something I said that I will always think is one of the coolest things in the world when you hear Knicks fans in opposing arenas, and it's a really cool feeling. I can't lie.
Jalen Brunson of the New York Knicks, after not only they swept the Philadelphia 76ers and they win game 4 by 30 points, their fans swept the Philly fans too. They showed up big time at Xfinity Mobile Arena and took it over, and the presence of Knicks fans everywhere. If you had the game on as background noise, and it wasn't much to watch. I mean, the Knicks came out and dominated from the opening tap. But if you had it on as background noise, you would have thought it was being played at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, it was quite a show of opposing fans in Philadelphia. And more to the point, what happened to that Philadelphia basketball team that rallied around each other to the point where they orchestrated a very significant first-round upset as a 7 seed to get blown off the court consistently by this Knicks team? What happened to them? And there wasn't really much fight left in that basketball team at all yesterday.
Not much. Joel Embiid just talked about the disparity in this series.
I love Philly. I've been here my whole career, and a lot has happened. We haven't won, but it's hard. I've been doing this for a long time. It's hard to win in this league, and everything has to happen. Everybody has to be on the same page. Everybody has to play their best basketball, at the same time. And it takes a lot to win, so we didn't get to reach that goal. I don't care, losing first round, second round, it doesn't matter to me. Like, if you don't accomplish, that goal. And quite frankly, New York, they were just better than us.
Yeah, it was clear, and they did that without one of their top players in OG Anunoby. They've won 7 straight games. They're smoking teams right now.
Yeah.
And look, they have to be, even though they're not going to have, well, if Detroit wins, they're not going to have home court advantage in the next round. But I still think they would be favored over Detroit, just based on what we've seen from the Pistons. Yeah, they've been resilient.
They've been battle tested.
They played a lot of close games, and this series certainly has a long way to go against Cleveland. But I think the Knicks are clearly better than both of these teams.
All right, so I would agree with that. Getting back to the 76ers for one quick moment, what do they do now with Joel Embiid? What do they do with this basketball team? When Joel Embiid had the emergency appendectomy, people in Philly were like, "You got to be kidding me." Really?
Yeah, what else could happen to this guy?
Yeah, well, exactly. Like, what else are we going to go through with this guy? And so I don't know what you do, because this is just one postseason failure after another, after another, after another. Whether you're talking about Kawhi Leonard's shot from the corner that bounced like 15 times before dropping. That was in a game against the Raptors. There have been multiple playoff losses to the Celtics. I wonder if beating the Celtics made that team feel like we're invincible.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry, that we're good. That's all we need. That made our season.
I mean, they certainly kind of played like that in the next series.
Sure did.
Especially in Game 4. The fact of the matter is Joel Embiid has never been to a conference final.
Oof.
They've had some good teams, and I still think that team on paper is good. But what do you do with Joel Embiid? I think he needs to be coached out of the way that he plays. And I've made reference to a lot of we've talked a lot about flopping this postseason. The amount of times a man the size of Joel Embiid falls down can't be good for his overall health. It can't be. Yet he is all first team NBA foul hunter, and it works for him. It has worked for him. He's won scoring titles. I get it. He's won an MVP, but he's getting up there in years, and he's always banged up. Yet he does not curb that behavior on the basketball floor. Can't be good for him. I don't know if you can coach that out of a player now.
No, I'm not sure either. All right, so now on to the New York Knicks, whom are on quite a 7-game heater right now. Down 2-1 in that series against the Hawks. A lot of people thought, all that change, all that firing of Tom Thibodeau, this is what we're getting out of this, same old garbage. And then for Mike Brown to change the offense, as I keep talking to, and for this team to be playing as well as they've been playing. Brian Windhorst says a beast has been awakened with that basketball team.
It's hard to argue.
It really is.
It's hard to argue, but it's also hard to tell because of the Hawks and the Sixers. Like, you like to see them go through the West even though they look like a juggernaut.
Yeah, I do think that there is a distinct fear that the NBA playoffs might be just fizzling out before our very eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know, because if the Oklahoma City Thunder refuse to lose a basketball game, the NBA Finals might be largely non-competitive.
Yeah, and I expect Minnesota or San Antonio to be obviously a tougher series than what Oklahoma City's got in the first 2 rounds from the Suns and the Lakers. But I think they're the overwhelming favorite. And by the way, they're going to get their second-best player back soon in Jaden Williams.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that they're doing this without this. Yesterday, the Knicks, the lack of defense the 76ers played, they weren't even trying. And I think some of the guys, even guys on the Inside the NBA show, they were kind of pointing this out. There was absolutely zero communication. Miles McBride was just getting any look he wanted.
Yep.
As Vinny called him, you should call him Trey McBride now, with all the threes he made yesterday for the Knicks.
With all due respect to Cardinals.
With all due respect to the real Trey McBride. You know?
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me because in this 7-game winning streak, the Knicks have been winning by an average of 26.4 points per game. That is pretty insane.
Yeah. And the Philadelphia 76ers just set an NBA record. They're the first team ever to lose 4 games by 30 or more points in one postseason. And they did that in 11 games.
And they wound up winning one of the series in which they...
Which is even more mind-boggling. That record stood for a year, by the way. Denver had 3 losses by 30 or more last year.
You know, it's funny because we pointed out how many blowouts it felt like there were in the regular season. And we chalked it up to tanking, and we chalked it up to people not caring about the regular season. But there's been a ton of blowouts in the postseason
We've
this
seen
year,
a
too.
51-point blowout in the postseason. Again,
Weird.
by the Knicks, who are... kudos to, I think it was Roger Sherman who did the research about the most dominant 3, 4, 5, 6-game runs in a postseason that the Knicks are on. They own all of them. That's how dominant they've been.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, to Brian Windhorst saying there's been a awakened monster in New York, certainly seems that way.
Yeah. And so I'm not sure what it's going to mean. Like I said, I don't know how any of these teams from the East translate. I'm not sure. Tonight's going to be an interesting game because I thought the Pistons were going to flatten the Cavaliers, and then James Harden had himself a good game for once. And now you got an interesting game 4 in that series. So who knows what to believe coming out of the East and how it's going to match up predictably against Oklahoma City. Probably not well.
We all agree, though, the Lakers are done tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you be surprised if OKC didn't lose a game?
No.
The whole way through?
Genuinely, yeah.
I mean, nobody's ever done that. I would be surprised. If 16-0 would be ridiculous.
Right.
What's the record? 1 loss?
Well, Moses Malone 76ers, the faux, but that was less games.
Yeah.
I think
they went undefeated.
That was the famous thing, right?
Faux. You've heard that.
I have, but I guess I didn't realize it.
3 straight 4-game sweeps. Now that.
Well, they only played, and they played the mini-series before that.
Yeah.
Those were in the days of the mini-series.
I guess that's what it is. So, but either way, it's been a long.
Was best of 5.
Either way, it's been a long, long time.
Yeah, it would, for as dominant as I think they are, that would still surprise me. Eduardo Rodriguez had to reschedule. He's going to join us
tomorrow
on the show tomorrow.
Okay.
Coming up next, we won't reschedule. Hardware, it's coming up. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk Dbacks. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Paul Caldisi here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. And back a long time ago, about 25 years ago, I had LASIK. It changed my life. But over time, with age, my vision has changed a little bit. Still pretty good, but I do find myself squinting at times, trying to see something at distance. I've had to use readers from time to time. So I met with Dr. King and K2 Vision. He gave me a thorough exam, and like many people who had LASIK in their younger years, I am a prime candidate for a refractive lens exchange, RLE, a permanent solution that would ensure that I will never get a cataract and take care of the vision issues. Doctors at K2 Vision gave me info on my vision with options and without any pressure. The team of surgeons at K2 Vision has performed over 300,000 procedures. And I know from my personal experience that they will know what the best procedure is for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Diamondbacks weekend defined by their starting pitching helped the Snakes get a series win over the Mets Saturday. Merrill Kelly looked like Merrill Kelly again, going 7 innings, only giving up 1 run in a 2-1 win. And Sunday, Eduardo Rodriguez was absolutely dealing, 8 1/3, 1 run, and at the plate, it was rookie Ryan Waldschmidt getting it done. 2 for 4, 3 RBIs in a Diamondbacks 5-1 win. They'll now head to Texas for a series with the Rangers starting tonight. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Sunday night in the NBA was a wild one. Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for a flagrant 2 foul. And Anthony Edwards went crazy in the fourth quarter, ended up with 36 points. And the T-Wolves 114-109 win, evened up the series at 2, heading back to San Antonio. And also yesterday, the Knicks' dominance continued in a 114-144 beatdown to the Sixers. And the New York sweep has them in the Eastern Conference Finals. And that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll question is, what was the biggest storyline from the Diamondbacks series win over the Mets? Was it Ryan Waldschmidt standing out in his first major league games? Was it Eduardo Rodriguez's near complete game, or Merrill Kelly getting back on track?
We kind of touched on this before, but throwing it into a poll question, I think the most promising thing was the Merrill Kelly bounce back start.
I think that's the most significant thing.
Okay. The voting biggest storyline was voted Ryan Waldschmidt standing out in his first couple major league games, then Erod's near complete game, and Merrill Kelly bottom 24% of the vote as well. But all three real good things for the Snakes.
All right, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage of the brand new ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is how we do the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. We'll each hand out a couple of awards. And leading things off, as always, Dan Bickley.
The Live and Please Die Award goes to the Live Golf Tour, who had another indignity. I told you a couple of weeks ago, Joaquin Neiman, a fine young player who went over to Live, he had a hole-in-one on the first hole of a tournament, and there wasn't a single fan who saw it. There was nobody around the green. And I thought...
Did it really happen then?
I'm like, ain't that something? Over the weekend, Live Golf, apparently John Rahm had an albatross, which are more rare than holes in one, by the way. It's when you get a 2 on a par 5. So John Rahm had an albatross. There's no footage of it. Their television cameras did not catch it.
Missed it.
Yeah.
I have not taken in a lot of Live Golf over the weekend since the Diamondbacks played on Fox on Saturday. I shut my TV off, so when I turned it on Sunday, it was still on Fox, and they were showing the final round coverage of the Live tournament in Virginia, and I'm like, let me check this out for about 2 minutes. And
very interesting.
Yeah. It is, what a crap show that is.
How about it? Oh, yeah.
Not only is there music playing all over the course, Sometimes there's 2 or 3 different songs playing at the same time.
Oh,
because
yeah.
They're bleeding over from holding. What a mess.
There's DJs over here. There's bands over there. The side cost just for the entertainment on site, it's a joke.
Yeah. Live and please die.
Live and please die.
My first award is the most depressing place to be over the weekend award, and I'm giving it to Xfinity Mobile Arena. We talked about this earlier in the postseason, that the TD Garden on back-to-back days saw the elimination of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Celtics, but at least those teams were competitive. Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia on consecutive days saw the sweep of the Philadelphia Flyers at the hands of the Carolina Hurricanes and the sweep of the Philadelphia 76ers at the hands of the New York Knicks. That might not ever happen again. Even though we just had a similar situation in elimination, but sweep after sweep on back-to-back days.
It's wild.
No wonder why New York fans took things over. Philadelphia fans have been beaten down.
Oh, they sure have.
My first award is the Suns fans looking at Lakers fans and doing the Spider-Man meme award. And it goes to DeAndre Ayton, our old friend who is getting just crushed by Lakers fans and crushed by the national media. Can I play a soundbite? It's 1 minute long, but it's very good.
Please.
Stephen A. Smith destroying DeAndre Ayton this morning after his latest playoff performance.
That damn DeAndre Ayton. I mean, this dude. I bring up the fact that, he's from the Bahamas, and I tell people, they say, why you keep bringing it up? I said, because he plays 50% of the time as if he's lounging on the beach. It's demoralizing to watch somebody. Yeah. He's 7'1". He doesn't look like he's gained a pound. He doesn't look like he's spent any time in the gym working on his game or his body or anything. He looks like the same dude we've seen for years. Like literally, please make sure the check is in the account. I need my money, and I'll show up. I'll show up, but I'm not really going to show up half the time. It's embarrassing. The effort is so minimal. The absence of urgency is so flagrant that it breeds frustration. He's the kind of guy that you if you're the Lakers, you almost have to get him out of your locker room just because of the effect that he will have on the other guys because of this flagrant lack of urgency.
Wasn't there footage of people reading the lips of J.J. Redick on the bench where he just exasperated, sat down on the bench and said to an assistant, I can't play him?
Yes, that happened this year.
By the way, has DeAndre Ayton ever been considered, skinny? He's pretty put together. Doesn't look like he's put on any weight. Did he need to put on weight?
I think
you would, but a lot of guys do. A lot of guys who play on the blocks.
It was just a further way to pile on. Just he hasn't worked on anything.
A lot of the criticism is he floats.
We know. We all.
Yep. And going to L.A. probably was the worst thing for his career because everybody pays attention to what you do in L.A. Mm-hmm. You could float under the radar in Phoenix and Portland. You can't do it in L.A.
All right, my first award is the No Chutzpah Hat Award, and I'm giving it to the NBA and Commissioner Adam Silver. There will be no further discipline for Spurs Victor Wembanyama after getting ejected. No suspension, no fine.
Wow.
To listen to the palaver, that's a ridiculous rule.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No chutzpah from Adam Silver. Unreal. No fine either. I mean, I don't care about the money.
fine?
I don't even... The fine is irrelevant, but no knock on the... Oh, my gosh.
That is brutal.
I had 3 other awards to give out, and this came through. I'm like,
good. I'm glad you did that. All right, my last award is the RIP award. I'm giving it to former Braves manager Bobby Cox, who I always said looked more like a Cobby box than a Bobby Cox. Not sure what it means, but he always struck me as more of a Cobby box than a Bobby Cox.
I love that. A line that doesn't really make sense, but it makes sense.
Jeff Francoeur, former Braves, told a great story to Tim Kurkjian. You ever hear Tim Kurkjian?
Well, hello there, fellas. How are you?
Exactly. So Jeff Francoeur had a chance to play golf with Michael Jordan. One of the pitchers on the team, Tom Glavine, got wind of it. And Jeff Francoeur is a young player. Tom Glavine went to Bobby Cox and told him. Bobby went to Jeff Francoeur and said, listen, I hear you got a chance to play golf with Michael Jordan today. It was this during spring training. And Jeff Francoeur was a starter for like 3 months. No, Skip. No, I'm gonna play. I'm not leaving. It's like, I'll make you a deal. I don't want some of my younger players to go to Bradenton because I hate the field there. You go to Bradenton. You play in that spring training game. I'll let you go play golf. Just do me a favor. When you get to first base after your first at bat, rub your ankle like you're hurt. I'll take you out of the game. You can go play golf with Michael Jordan. So he does it. So he hits the ball, runs to first base, rubs his ankle. Bobby Cox waddles out like he does, and he's out of the game. Jeff Francoeur is on hole 27 with Michael Jordan, which is not uncommon because you beat Michael Jordan in gambling. You keep playing until he gets his money back. Kind of house rules. 27 holes into it, his wife sends him a text. Honey, you've been listed as day-to-day with a high ankle sprain. What's wrong?
That's unbelievable.
Isn't that a great story?
That's fantastic.
Isn't that great?
There was a lot of remembrances of Bobby Cox, but somebody pointed out that he had a season's worth of ejections. Was ejected 162 times
That's
from Major League
a
games.
great stat.
My last award, real quick, is the That's One Hell of a Cup of Coffee award, and I'm giving it to CC Sabathia, who over the weekend was inducted into the Milwaukee Brewers Wall of Honor. CC Sabathia, who was traded to the Brewers at the deadline in 2008, pitched a total of 17 games for the Milwaukee Brewers.
What?
He was really good. He was 11-2 with a 1.65 ERA, helped them get to the playoffs. He had 7 complete games and 3 shutouts just with the Brewers after making that. Just a historic run. The Brewers got whitewashed out of the playoffs. He gets into the Wall of Honor.
That is unbelievable.
That would be like the Houston Astros doing the same thing for Randy Johnson in 1998. He was great for a handful of games, and Brewers fans are saying, you guys have no idea how important he is. Okay. Ridiculous. That is Hardware. We do it on Mondays. Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Monday. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off. Brilliant.
When summertime hits in Arizona, your windows become more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, it means that heat is pouring into your home, overwhelming your air conditioning, costing you a ton of money. If this sounds familiar, highly recommend you check out my friends at Advanced Window Products because they don't just sell windows. They built them to withstand the harsh desert climate. I'm talking about triple low E protection that reflects up to 98% of those harmful UV rays, monsoon-ready seals that protect them from heavy winds, and you also get a great warranty that features accidental glass breakage, which means if a rock or a golf ball ever breaks your window, they come out, they replace it, no questions asked. They also build their windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. They are never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means a great deal. It means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they will guarantee them for life. The installation, by the way, always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. I had them replace all of my windows, could not be happier with the end result, the finished product, and everything from the installation process to the cleanup process was immaculate. Highly recommend if you've been in your home a while, check them out. These windows will literally pay you back. Here's my guy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you of a great special they've got running right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
For your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage, for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Yeah, fire! Shut up, Beavis. This is King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. It's a great concept album. I like this album a ton. This is Mars for the Rich. We wanted to play another song from King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard named Elbow, but we couldn't.
That's naughty language.
Naughty language.
So this is called, Mars for the Rich.
Yep.
This is good. This is a band that I didn't know anything about. You played them for Song of the Day a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And everything they release, like from an album to album, they basically change genres.
Yeah,
Crazy.
their range is remarkable.
This is pretty cool.
Yeah, so this album is all about living on Earth that is declining so rapidly that the rich people head off to Mars, and all the poor people get stuck on Earth. And then they try to create flights to other planets and, end up getting burned by the sun.
This came out in 2019. It was probably very much a conceptual thought. I could see that happening.
Right. I said this to my son because my son's a huge fan of, or was a huge fan of this band. I'm like, this is almost prophetic. And he said, Dad, in the science fiction genre, the whole idea of Earth getting ruined and people, it's a very common trope. So it isn't just these guys. Whatever. So King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
The rich have always been evil.
Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Anybody watch the Kevin Hart roast on Netflix?
Oh, I did not.
Well, we're not
Did
going
you? I saw some clips from it.
I'm going to play some clips from it. Because Draymond Green was on the dais. Charles Barkley took the high road. People on the roast didn't. Jeff Ross.
Wow.
Steph Curry couldn't make it tonight, but he did carry Draymond Green all the way here. Love you, buddy. I'm not going to make fun of you because you're violent. You've been ejected more times than a Kevin Hart DVD.
That's pretty good.
Tom Brady was there.
Draymond Green is here. Yeah. Draymond's here. For now. He'll probably get thrown out in the next 10 minutes. You know we're not roasting Steve Kerr, right?
I'm glad you brought that up because Steve Kerr has signed on for 2 more years with the Warriors.
Yeah, it's $7 million per, something like that. It's a lot of money.
Which I had heard that was the number he was getting offered to go do television. So good to be Steve Kerr, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder what that means for the future of Draymond Green at Golden
That's the big
State.
thing. That's the big thing, because if you're a conspiracy theorist and think he might be a big who would come to play for fellow Michigan State alum Matt Ishbia for a discount rate, I'd personally rather have Zion, but hey.
I would too.
Zion can put the ball in the bucket.
Yeah.
I need to call Enough is Enough on something too.
Oh.
TMZ released another exclusive. It's a photo with the exclusive terminology in capital letters.
Yep.
Diana Rossini wraps her arm around Mike Vrabel during a chat at a 2022 Super Bowl party. Okay, this has reached
I agree
ridiculous overkill.
I agree with you. There are real people involved in this story. There are real children involved in this story. There is that point has been made. And if you, like us, point out once that there's obvious issues here for the NFL to be dealing with in terms of, manipulating the market, free agents, directing them to a team over another team, you can have that conversation. But as Max Kellerman pointed out, too many people are having the other conversation under the guise of having that conversation. I'm with you. Enough.
Now, on the other hand, though, it has given me 70% of the material for my last 3 sports
That is
clubs.
true. That is true. Yep.
See, all you're doing, the TMZ, is encouraging Jared.
The best play on words of Strait of Hormuz I have ever heard in my life. I am still laughing at that joke. By far the best joke Jared Carlin has ever told in his life. For my money.
I know you loved it. You loved it so much
I
that
fell out of my chair.
Last week, I tried to sort of recreate the vibe with I said, grab the oar. It only got a mild chuckle.
Still good.
Still good.
No, it was
Okay,
very
we're
good.
not- Okay.
It was very good.
Yeah, but it's been well established that there's been a relationship there for a long time.
Yeah.
And then the same people will be like, oh my God, I can't believe the damage done to this family. Yeah, there's responsible human beings responsible for what's going to happen or what has happened. But this daily piling
You're
on to make it worse is just it's cruel at this
You're
point.
helping and doing the damage.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
next
that's right.
news item should be if Diana Rossini talks.
I
about
totally
it.
agree with that. Right?
I read
this,
a report
this is
over the
their
weekend,
personal
too.
lives. This is their personal business.
That she was leaning towards speaking to some outlet, giving an exclusive to some outlet, but we'll see. The other news that broke during hardware, thanks to Sammy giving out the award. No further discipline for Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs. He got ejected on a flagrant 2 for throwing the elbow right into the neck of Naz Reid. That has an effect, obviously, on this series in more ways than one. The Spurs are going to have Wembanyama for Game 5 in a series that's tied up at 2-2. I think it takes away. Obviously, if you're the Spurs, you'd rather have him. But we mentioned what that environment might be like in San Antonio for Game 5. I think it'll be tempered a little bit now. They have him. But I don't think it changes the strategy of Minnesota, too. They want to get very physical. They might be even more physical with him. You can get into his head.
He would be he's a smart guy. As Brian Windhorst pointed out, there's no way he didn't know what a flagrant 2 meant. I'm very disappointed in the NBA. On one hand, I'm glad to see the best basketball possible, but man, did we get screwed. Boy, did we ever.
Yeah. Thanks to Jaden Williams for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Why isn't everyone doing this? That's the number one question we get at Life Changer Loan. You see, if you have great credit and are good with your money, there is zero reason to be in a traditional mortgage. I don't care what the rate is. Our clients pay off in just a few short years because they do their banking inside their mortgage. Skeptics welcome, because it's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. He didn't talk much, but there's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds the flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. He said, when a person needs help, you respond right away, not when it's convenient for you. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. At Dad's funeral, I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. Gettle, GOE, TTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
After your last putt drops, make Bonehouse Brewing your next stop in Fountain Hills. Our tap room is a true Arizona adventure. Mining relics, hidden treasures, and a beer lineup that's as creative as your short game. From our legendary hazy IPAs to crisp lagers and seasonal stouts, there's a brew for every golfer's taste. Bring your foursome, share your best and worst shots, and raise a glass to the good times, because at Bonehouse, every round deserves a legendary finish.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Diamondbacks weekend defined by their starting pitching helped the Snakes get a series win over the Mets Saturday. Merrill Kelly looked like Merrill Kelly again, going 7 innings, only gave up 1 run in a 2-1 win. And Sunday, Eduardo Rodriguez was absolutely dealing, 8 1/3, only 1 run allowed. And at the plate, it was rookie Ryan Waldschmidt getting it done, 2 for 4. 3 RBIs in a Diamondbacks 5-1 win. They'll now be in Texas for a series with the Rangers that starts today. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A Sunday night in the NBA was a wild one. Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for a flagrant 2 foul, and Anthony Edwards went crazy in the fourth, ended with 36 points, and the T-Wolves got a 114-109 win and evened the series heading back to San Antonio. And yesterday, the Knicks' dominance continued, a 144-114 beatdown of the 76ers. The New York sweep has them in the Eastern Conference Finals. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday. Almost called it a football Friday, which it is not.
Wow.
It's not Friday and it's not football season. On this Monday, it's the Wolf and Luke show. What's going on, Wolf?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
Okay, I'm doing great. Off to a great start, Basin Audience here.
1 second.
A Monday broadcast. We just hit the air, and suddenly this microphone is not cooperating. I'm going to have to shut this off. Sorry about this, YouTube.
Although the good news is we can hear you, even with the mic doing whatever it's doing. Got a busy show today. Ryan Waldschmidt is going to join the show in an hour and 15-ish minutes.
Yes, okay.
Hey, pretty good.
Oh, that's going to be great.
Jody Jackson's going to join us too. Yeah, but yeah. Well, you know what? Let's just start there, Wolf. Well, first of all, did you have a good weekend? Everything good? Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. You know, I just want to say thank you to the Warrior Queen for the incredible mom that she is. And there's a lot of mothers that are listening right now. You've made a massive difference in your kids' lives, and I just want to thank them as well. I hope you all had a very happy Mother's Day over the weekend, man. So important. Is it not?
Yeah, good start. Thanks to mothers everywhere. Thanks, Mom. And let's start the show with the Dbacks, who won a series. You can put that negative streak behind them, and they beat the Mets. So, look, I don't know if the Mets are going to be anywhere near the wild card race this year. There's still plenty of time for them to turn it around. They spent money like they were going to be a playoff team. If they are near the wild card race by the end of the year, the Diamondbacks have the tiebreaker over the Mets now. So take that, New York.
Yeah, you know, they win a series, man. They win a series. That's what it really matters, does it not? They won the series, and it's the first series they won since April 19th. Think about that for a minute.
That's almost a month, man.
Let that settle in right now. Pitching and defense, it was on display, I would say, in this series. They held the runs. They held the Mets, I should say, to 5 runs over 3 games, Luke.
Yeah.
That's where it starts and ends with this team, in my opinion.
Okay, so let's start there then. Let's start with the pitching. We're certainly going to get to Waldschmidt as well, but the pitching, we made such a big deal of this last week, Wolf, that the Diamondbacks were last in Major League Baseball with 5 quality starts as a team. And in a 6-game homestand, they got 5 more. They doubled it in the span of 6 days, which shows you, A, how bad it was that they only had 5, but B, shows you how good the pitching was on this homestand. 5 quality starts out of 6 games. They only go 3-3. I get that. But the pitching looks a lot better lately. 1.74 ERA for starting pitching over those 6 games.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. Once again, rotation. Pitching and defense. That's what I believe Mike Hazen is big into, obviously. This is what he's built the Diamondbacks on. And for me, this is nothing but broadcast based. When Seabird Fume said what he said, you just said it, Luke. 5 of their first 33 games were quality starts. 5 out of 33. And they've had 5 in the last 6 games. Give it to me again, Jamal. Are you kidding me? The quality. Oh, just wallow in that right now. 5 of the last 6 games, quality starts by their starter. That's huge. The rotation, there's been a correction. Now, I know that Torrey doesn't want to take credit for anything that he did.
Torrey got booed yesterday.
I know, calling him into the office, and, we're going to have a conversation. We're going to have a discussion about starting pitching and why we lean on you guys and what is going on. You're not throwing strikes. Listen, Torrey doesn't want any credit for it, but this is exactly what a coach does, or a skipper in this case.
It certainly seems like he did the right thing at the right time, talking to the starting pitching, essentially calling them out after that last game of the road trip. And you can say it's coincidence, maybe it is, but the timing is pretty crazy that you do that. Your pitching is really struggling. Your starting pitching in particular is struggling, and they all answered the bell. Zach Gallen didn't have a great start in there. Wasn't awful, but it wasn't great. But that's the only one that wasn't even a quality start. I mean, Erod, what is it, 15 1/3 innings, gave up 1 run on this homestand. He was just a couple outs away from a complete game yesterday. If he had done that, Wolf, and that's why Torrey got booed, because Torrey came out at home and got him off the mound. You know how many, you guess, Jamal, you can guess too, how many guys in Major League Baseball have a complete game this season? I mean, complete games are just gone.
Right. Yeah.
2, neither one of you guessed.
Well,
so I'm giving you the answer.
You just look at Erod right now. He threw his first pitch in a 9th inning in his career.
Yeah.
Yesterday. It was the first time he ever threw a pitch in the 9th inning. There you go.
Yeah. Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins, George Kirby of the Mariners have the only 2 complete games in all of baseball. We're basically a quarter of the way through the season. Yeah.
Used to see it all the time growing up. Now you just don't see it at all.
I feel like you used to see it a good amount even like 5 years ago. But either way, Erod was great yesterday. I think you're right that that's the story of the weekend was the pitching, although there is another one, and that's Ryan Waldschmidt. But real quick, here's Torey Lovello. He was asked about that conversation with Erod on the mound in the 9th inning. He was asked if Erod fought him at all to try and stay in.
Yeah, I think he knew. I told him, he said, give me 10 more pitches. I didn't know. There's things I don't know. I didn't know he had never thrown a complete game. I got to make tough decisions, and I want to win baseball games. That's the bottom line. I'm not going to say he couldn't have got 3 outs before we won this game, but I just think what would the cost have been on him to get it done? And I can't play that game. As bad as I want him to stay in there, I can't play that game and let it get out of control. So he said something to me. I think it was along the lines of, "I'm not going to fight you because I told you 10 pitches." And I didn't do what I said, but I appreciate you doing what you did to send me back out here. So yeah, I know I was the most unpopular guy in the stadium, probably the state of Arizona, probably the entire country for all the baseball purists. But like I said, I'm not gonna blink when I need to make those decisions to preserve these guys. I'm not gonna blink.
It's what you got to do, man. The head coach makes very difficult decisions in a game. The skipper makes very, very difficult decisions in a game, of course. And you know what? I've said this for many, many years, Basinonians, but truly I believe this. I think that a skipper in the game of baseball impacts more games than a head coach in the game of football all day long. Not even close, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, listen, a head coach sets the table. There's no doubt about it. You prepare all week long for a game. I'm talking about in-game. You think about the decisions that a skip will make in games and how they may impact the outcome of a game.
It does almost feel like managers in baseball are like they're playing chess and the players are their pieces. Almost.
Man.
I'm not, look, Erod was at 100 pitches. Do I think on some level maybe we've gone too far in baseball where it's like pitchers are so – it's weird to say because they're getting hurt more now, but they're so sheltered. Oh, you can't throw 102 pitches. Your career will end. Big picture, but I'd rather have Erod pitching healthy for the rest of the season or get a complete game yesterday. Obviously, rest of the season. I don't really care about the complete game. That's cool if he would have gotten it. I'm not going to fault Torey Lovello for pulling his pitcher if he felt like it was the right time when a complete game's on the line.
Sure.
If it was a no-hitter, that'd be a little bit different because then it's a piece of history, right? Complete game. I mean, I know I just read you there's only 2 guys that have him in baseball this year, but I mean, that used to happen all the time. So it's not like it's a piece of history was taken away from Erod. The fans were not happy with Torey when he did that yesterday.
Man, I'm just thinking about this last series, especially based on things. Ryan Nelson was excellent, right? His last outing. And Merrill Kelly was as good as we have seen him this season. And then Erod, just exceptional.
Erod started off the homestand with a great start as well. So it's been encouraging from the starting pitching.
Yes.
And the Waldschmidt stuff, I mean, I know it's early, obviously. He just got called up on Friday, but is it possible they have another spark coming from a rookie like they got from Jose Fernandez earlier this season? I mean, this one would be a little more, I don't want to say expected, but anticipated. I mean, everybody knew we were going to see Ryan Waldschmidt at some point this season, and it's happened pretty early, and I would say so far, so good. And again, we're going to talk to him in about an hour on the show here. All right, when we come back, what is the latest on Jacoby Brissett's holdout or whatever we're calling it? And what does it mean for Carson Beck and Gardner Minshew? That's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First and second. And first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it. Goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets. And Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. Let's chat for a second. If you're over 40, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I hit that point myself where your energy drops and the weight doesn't come off like it used to. I was still working, still active, but it wasn't the same. That's because your body changes. It's biology. But it doesn't mean you have to accept it. You can fight back. That's why I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Not because it's hype, because it helps me stay energized and lean. It's built for men over 40 to support steady energy and metabolism. So when you're active, you get results. No extremes, just a daily supplement you take every day. If you're feeling that shift, don't wait. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. You could go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. You could also go to Sprouts. M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. Or again, online, go to mdriveformen.com, put GAMBO in the promo code, and get 20% off your first order. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their solid starting pitching against the Texas Rangers? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. For anybody that saw Victor Wembanyama throw the elbow to the throat, you say throat or neck?
I would say the chin, neck area.
Chinnular area?
Yeah.
No suspension.
No suspension.
Once again, the NBA reminding us that it's better to elbow somebody in the neck or chin than stand up like Amari and Boris Diaw did.
Don't get me started on
it. Only altered the course of that entire season, but that's fine.
The hip check.
I love, too, when fans of other teams are like, to Suns fans, like, oh, get over it. Well, they probably would have won the title that year. I mean, it's a probably, I get that, but that was kind of a big deal, and that's fine. But then you see Wembanyama throw an elbow into somebody's neck, and it's just like, can you try not to elbow people in the neck, Victor?
Yeah. Can you imagine that as well? Yeah, the Warrior Queen basically, her elbows, I tell her all the time, if somebody ever attacks you, hon, don't throw punches. Use your elbows. Because you'll slice and dice them.
Yeah, let's get that.
They are super sharp, bony. Man, I've been hit a couple of times by accident, basically, I might add. And her elbows are just super sharp. I would imagine Victor Wembanyama's elbows are really sharp as well.
I would think so. He's how tall?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, he's not getting suspended.
His elbow is like three inches long.
Yeah,
if you look at it.
That's true. I mean, he's... And I'm sure his defense would be like, if I'm going to elbow somebody, it's going to be in the head. There's nothing I can do.
Hey, this is going to cost you right here. Watch this.
It's not going to cost him. He didn't get suspended. Let's talk a little football. We are going to get into the NBA playoffs and the lottery here as well this throughout the show. But let's get to what Mike LaFleur said on Friday, Wolf. He was asked if, look, new head coach coming in, if he feels behind at all because the guy that we all assumed would be the starting quarterback once Kyler Murray was let go, Jacoby Brissett,
isn't there right now.
He's played a lot of football, and we're in communication. He knows what the expectation is.
And they asked him for an update on Jacoby.
Ongoing, so everything's good from a dialogue standpoint. But like we said, this is voluntary, and so that's where we'll leave it.
How about LaFleur? He comes in.
Yo.
He hasn't even coached a practice yet, like not a real practice. We're not even to training camp yet. He immediately was asked questions about Kyler Murray when he got here.
Yeah.
Now he's being asked questions about Jacoby Brissett and Carson Beck. I mean, there's been a couple about Gardner Minshew because they're like, hey, where did this guy come from? And where did this guy in his RV show up from? Talk about a coach stepping in, and he's had to answer questions about 4 different quarterbacks. I think he's even had to answer questions about Aaron Rodgers. He has, Jim Rome. So 5 different quarterbacks Mike LaFleur's had to answer questions about.
Yeah, has Mike LaFleur addressed the quarterback room and the quarterback situation and whether or not it's going to be an open competition? I know that he has addressed it in a very median kind of way, if I recall, but do we have any sound of him actually saying this?
I don't have anything
the quarterback position
on LaFleur. Those are the only cuts I have on LaFleur
that's
from
great.
Friday. I mean, we've got Josh Weinfist from when we had him on last week talking about that too. But that's
yes, once again, I do wonder about this. The conversations that are going on inside the organization right now, Basinonians, I do. I love my Big Red, and you guys know that I love my Big Red. And at the same time, I do wonder what kind of conversations they are having right now. How does a team that won 3 games last year have a career backup quarterback that is holding out? Now again, it's voluntary, and I understand that. But to me, a brand new coach, if ever there was a time you want to show up and be ready to go, hey, pick me, coach. Put me in, coach. If ever there was a time you'd want to show up and do it, especially when you're a career backup quarterback, it would be now. Learning every bit of the offense as you possibly can. Now, once again, I understand Jacoby Brissett's been around. He's seen it all. He's seen it all, and he knows it all. He's seen everything that a defense can probably throw at you. Yet at the same time, again, you would like to have your starting quarterback ready to go. I'm wondering where this is headed. I'm wondering where this is going. I really do wonder about this right now and how the negotiations are going on. How do you have a quarterback holding out who's a backup, has been a career backup? How do you have him holding out when you won 3 games last year?
So when does this get real? June 8th? Is that when this is? Because right now it's, we had rookie minicamp last week. You've got voluntary OTAs starting next Monday for the Cardinals. So I guess it gets a little more real then because those are full
voluntary.
OTAs.
Of course, the NFLPA wants you to know they are voluntary.
But we're going to look at you strangely if you don't show up.
There's no doubt about it. Yes.
But all the voluntary stuff starts May 18th. It goes through the end of May. There's some stuff at the beginning of June. Mandatory minicamp is June 8th for vets.
June 8th.
So I think that's the date where if he's not there for that.
Yes.
But
even now, once again,
I say that, because what you just said, he's not he's not an established starter for you, so it is a little.
My goodness, what kind of conversations did they have? Honestly, did Monty Ossenford sit down before they even hired Mike LaFleur and say you're our starting quarterback? I don't know.
I don't know that you would have done that because it's a new coach.
I don't know how you could have possibly have done that. I really don't. You went out and signed Gardner Minshew pretty early in the process as well.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder, why was that? Well, hey, listen, Jacoby Brissett needed a backup quarterback, and we wanted a backup quarterback. Yeah, and now you have 2 backup quarterbacks. And again, I don't mean to throw shade on Jacoby Brissett at all, Basinonians. As a matter of fact, I was the guy. My hot take early in the offseason was that the Arizona Cardinals offense was going to be one of the better offenses in the league. And when I said that, I was talking about, number 12 to 15, somewhere in that area, one of the better offenses in the top half of the league. I truly believe that. Especially now, after drafting Jeremiah Love, I do believe they're going to be better than most people expected. That was my hot take.
Your hot take in October when Jacoby started a game was the Cardinals may have a quarterback controversy, and you took a lot of heat for that.
That's
and as
right.
it turns out, it was 100% right.
That's right.
But, that doesn't change the fact that Jacoby Brissett, by and large, his entire career, has either been a backup or seemingly at best like a bridge quarterback. He was probably going to be here, just like he was for the Patriots a couple years ago. And so you're right in the sense of it just kind of goes against everything that you inherently, not even that you're taught in sports, just that you feel as a competitor. If you're Jacoby Brissett, you're like, you know what? And I'm talking about the start of the offseason.
Yeah.
This is my team. They just let Kyler Murray go. They didn't even have Gardner Minshew or Carson Beck at that point. So you're like locked in. Here we go. Let's start. This is my team for as long as I can hold on to the starting job. I don't even know that you need to be told that.
Why would you tell him?
I don't think you would with a new coach coming in.
Especially, too, when you knew exactly you were going to bring a new coach in. I just don't understand the dynamics that we're seeing right now from Jacoby Brissett. I don't understand it. He's got the opportunity to go out, and why would he think the job was his? Why would he think that?
Even
as a backup quarterback.
Even if you thought it was yours, it's not like permanently yours. It can be taken away. Even if you thought, and I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes, you may look around and you may say, okay, they just let Kyler Murray go. I'm the guy. For however long, at least at the start of the year, I'm the guy. This is my team as a quarterback. I did do some really good things last year, but it didn't result in wins for whatever reason. And you can throw a bunch of reasons out there. Some of it was on him. Some of it was the defense has given up 35 points a game at that point when he was out there, as opposed to like 22 points a game when Kyler was starting. But either way, even if you feel like you're the guy, there's no way you can look around and say, I'm the guy for the next 5 years, no matter what. I've got all the leverage in the world.
No.
Because you don't have any leverage. Even if you're the guy, you can be replaced.
Just wondering, once again, the Arizona Cardinals had to be eyeballing Carson Beck and probably some other quarterbacks as well, and felt like they just could not pass on him in round 3. They felt that strongly about him. They had to be feeling that going into the draft. They had to be feeling that. Monty Ossenfort and Mike LaFleur had to be feeling that going into the draft. So once again, are you telling me you're not going to open it up? See, I think this is where things may have gotten a little hung up in terms of the quarterback room, where Jacoby Brissett thought, hey, this is my team. Okay, and the Arizona Cardinals are like, wait, bro, what do you mean?
Yeah.
We're going to bring a backup in and we're going to draft a guy.
The list of guys in the NFL where I would feel comfortable if I was that quarterback of like, this is my team. And if I hold out, the team's going to be in a real tough spot. And they're going to be like, we got to do whatever we can to bring this guy back. It's not long. I mean, it's what, maybe a dozen? I think a lot of the quarterbacks around the NFL, if they held out for, and again, he hasn't held out into mandatory stuff, but if he starts holding out into June, I mean, there's a lot of starting quarterbacks around the NFL where I think a team would be like, all right, forget it. What if Kirk Cousins was, I know he just signed with it, but what if he was holding out with the Raiders? They'd be like, okay, we got Mendoza. That's fine. You know what I mean? You got to be Mahomes or Josh Allen or whoever. You got to be a Joe Burrow. Like, you got to be on that list of like, hey, we built everything around you. I like Jacoby Brissett. I want him around Carson Beck and whoever they draft next year. But the Cardinals haven't built everything around him. If anything, it's less built around him now because they brought in a new head coach. All right, when we come back, let's get into the NBA. Victor Wembanyama not getting suspended. The second round of the playoffs have been kind of anticlimactic, except that series, and the NBA draft lottery happened yesterday as well. That's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality.
Jolly good.
Sideline passes.
Oh, that's jolly good. Well,
a VIP Tower of London private experience.
Crikey.
And a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the Mets, and then showed up and showed out on Sunday against those same New York Mets. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday, and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. And speaking of Waldy, a.k.a. Ryan Waldschmidt, the D-backs outfielder will join Wolf and Luke today at 11:15, so stay tuned for that. The grind does not stop for the Snakes, though. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers tonight. It will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the D-backs, and he will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. The NBA playoffs continued last night. The New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning a championship this season after completing the sweep yesterday. And tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs. after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for elbowing Wolves big man Naz Reid in the head and receiving a flagrant 2, and the Timberwolves were able to take advantage and tie the series at 2 apiece. Victor Wembanyama will not get any further discipline for his flagrant 2 foul in Game 4. The Pistons and Cavaliers and Lakers and Thunder will also each play their respective Game 4s this evening. This report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Foundation. Dine and donate this month at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 from purchase of select items will support brain tumor research at the Ivy Brain Tumor Center.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA playoffs roll on. Victor Wembanyama not suspended. Suns fans outraged as they should be. We'll talk association and playoff basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, we can just start there. I mean, I know we mentioned it earlier, but you just heard Bick there in the rejoin, and you heard Jamal in the update. Victor Wembanyama not suspended for that elbow he threw yesterday. That was there's no way to spin that as accidental or anything. Now, I know he was disciplined during the game.
Sure.
And I understand, when I bring up Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire, I'm talking about something that happened in 2007. I get it. Like it's a different league, it's a different commissioner. I understand that, but it's just, if you're a Suns fan, you have every right to still be upset about that moment because it was such a bad move by the league and just such a bad look, and it may very well have cost you your best shot at a title. That when you see stuff like this happen, especially because it's San Antonio, you're like, okay, wow, man, he's going to get suspended. This is going to change the complexion of the series. I think most Suns fans immediately thought, or he won't because he's a star player and the league doesn't want to suspend him. And they did not suspend him. So
yeah, there's no doubt about it. Victor Wembanyama was getting roughed up a little bit, and you know what? He didn't like it, and he reacted. On one hand, Basinarines, I can totally understand when you're out there competing and you're giving it everything you've got, where you're getting a little roughed up and you've had enough, and suddenly you just react. You don't even think about it. You react. And I think that, honestly, that's what Victor Wembanyama did. I don't think Victor Wembanyama is some cheap shot.
No,
I don't think he's that
I like
guy.
Wembanyama.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he just reacted. Reacted because he was competing. And once again, competition-based earnings is saying, I'm better than you, and I'm going to prove it right here. It's pretty confrontational when you're out there on the floor, on the ice, on the diamond, on the gridiron. It's pretty confrontational when you're out there, especially at the highest level our species can generate. Victor Wembanyama just reacted. That's what he did. And he deserved the flagrant 2 and ejection.
It's bad because part of me wants to say, look, okay, stuff happens during a game. And to me, when I bring up the old Suns thing, it's not that, Wembanyama should be suspended. It's more that the Suns just shouldn't have been. It's another example of how the Suns kind of got screwed over that year, but also the double standard in this league. But I keep watching the footage online right now, and I didn't even realize this footage that I'm watching, which is great because in the background you can see Dylan Harper like just stunned that Wembanyama did what he did. I didn't realize that footage came. I think this is from our own Kellen Olson, isn't it? The zoomed in footage. It says Kellen Olson on this. Either way,
don't tell me AI got to it.
It's no. It's the reaction we all had. I mean, it is a pretty violent, intentional elbow to the throat. So whatever, he doesn't get suspended. It's the NBA. You knew he wasn't going to. You knew a star player wasn't going to get a suspension for something like that. That's been the best series by far in the second round.
Did you guys see that? Like, he didn't know he was ejected, Wemby?
Yeah.
Like he had to ask Harrison Barnes. He was like, "What does that mean?" After very good Suns friend James Williams, I think it was, announced it.
It means you can't elbow people in the throat.
Yeah,
Victor.
Yeah,
not good.
Yeah, you think about Amari.
How can you not?
There's no doubt about it, but the league has changed considerably at this point in time. That was one of the most brutal things that I have seen. Yet at the same time, I totally understand how it happens. When you feel like, oh, will you get off me?
Yeah.
Boom. You know, man, the blood starts flowing and the intensity is there. And you feel really, really aggressive. And suddenly you just react. I think that's what he did. Now, you know, him not getting suspended, I feel like he should have been suspended.
Yeah.
I do.
This is the problem I have with the NBA. If somebody else, if a lesser player did it, they'd be suspended. That's my problem. It's not about which players would or wouldn't. It's the fact that there's a different standard. Wherever you feel that cutoff is, I'm not going to say if Devin Booker did that, he definitely would have gotten suspended and Wembanyama wouldn't have. But if Dylan Brooks had done it, he would have got suspended. There's zero doubt in my mind.
Totally agree.
So the simple fact that you have different rules for different players is yet another problem your league has right now. Now, here's Anthony Edwards after the game said it actually got a little bit tougher to play against the Spurs after that.
I don't know. Honestly, man, I think it was kind of harder just because, I mean, of course, they're a really great team with him on the floor, but they play a lot slower when he's on the floor because, you know, everything is evolved around him. When he's not on the floor, everybody is played. It's just like, you know, when every team is missing their best player, everybody plays free. They get more shots, more confident. So I think it was a lot harder, honestly.
You know what's going to be really, really cool to watch, Basin Audience, is coming up, obviously, Game 5. We all know Game 5 is decisive. It is decisive, Game 5. Having said that, the intensity level right now, I would imagine, for the Spurs, it's up. It is really, really high. Knowing that the T-Wolves are capable, you've got a 2-2 split in this series going on right now. And to me, I think this may have woke up the San Antonio Spurs.
I love this series. This series makes me wish Oklahoma City would just go away. You know what I mean? Because it on the one hand, it's like, yeah, whoever wins probably losing to Oklahoma City. And same with over in the East, yeah, the Knicks look great, probably losing to Oklahoma City. But I'm not a Timberwolves fan at all. Ant can be annoying.
I know, yes.
But I have a lot of respect for them because, again, if they win this series, and they were the severe underdogs coming into this series, if they win this series, that's 3 straight trips to the Western Conference Finals, and in none of those years were they picked to go that far. They right now, in a weird way, are what's right about the NBA to me, of this team that's like, yeah, okay, they should be done in the first round. Okay, but they were the team I thought might drop out of the top 6 all season, and yet they just keep and credit Anthony Edwards because he's obviously hurt, and he dropped 36 in that game.
Yeah.
So not so obviously hurt yesterday, as it turns out.
No doubt about it. Ant-Man. Oh.
We'll get into the other series and the lottery a little bit later on in the show for sure. I just hear Josh Hart just jabbing the Philly fans on the way out of that series too. The warm weather is here in Arizona sports, and Philly fans are just so jabbable, aren't they?
Absolutely.
The warm weather is here, and Arizona sports and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. All right, when we come back, how can the Dbacks build on that series win over the Mets as they head to Texas to take on the Rangers today? We're going to talk to Dbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
With each start that it doesn't happen, are we worried that he's getting into Brandon Pfaadt land?
Oh, you went there.
It just feels like such a familiar tale from a year ago where our expectations were here and we just kept waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and it never happened. I feel like Ryan Nelson's done way more leading up to this moment to earn more trust than that, but that doesn't change the fact that we all kind of had expectations that Ryan Nelson was poised to become the number 2 or 3 starter in this rotation, and that just has not happened yet.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. You know what? Moving is tough. You don't want to do it yourself. Ron Wolfley reporting. You don't want to move yourself. Let the professionals do it. That's Moving Team 6. They believe building trust, it starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust, Basinonians. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. And what I also love about Moving Team 6, man, they use a military-like approach to all of their moves. They're going to show up. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time, reliable. It's why they hire veterans. That's right. They proudly support and hire veterans to join their moving team. Tim Lees, the owner-operator, Moving Team 6, started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
Well, this is a more fun conversation with Jody Jackson than we've been having the last few weeks.
Indeed.
Dbacks coming into this week on the heels of a series win over the Mets, although they're right back at it tonight in Texas against the Rangers. What's going on, Jody?
Hey, it's a lovely little cloudy day in Texas. By the way, Ron, I saw a lovely picture of Miss Stephanie with her beautiful roses. Great job on Mother's Day.
Yes, thank you for that, Jody. No doubt about it. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. I'm sure you had a great time, right?
Thank you. Yes, we celebrated. We had like a brunch on Saturday. We had a family wedding. Shout out my nephew Zane and his lovely bride Aubrey. A beautiful wedding. We had Friday night for a rehearsal dinner Saturday. So we saw a lot of moms all weekend. It was great. I had to laugh though because they got me a little gift card. My son came over with roses yesterday before I left, but I kind of laughed as I put them in the vase and I was like, oh, I'm leaving, but you guys enjoy the roses. But it's the thought that counts. So.
Absolutely.
That's fun.
Yes.
Well, Jody, we were all talking a lot about how much the starting pitching was struggling going into this homestand, and the starting pitching on this homestand was elite, a 1.74 collective ERA. And I don't even know I think it would be sub 1 if not for that Gallen start, which wasn't even terrible. It wasn't on the level of what the other guys did, especially Erod. So how much do you look at this and say maybe the rotation is turning a corner?
Yeah, baseball's a crazy game, right? They looked really good the first few weeks of the season. We're like, wow, we didn't know this was going to happen. This is a surprise. They're pitching so well. And then it was a really, really rough, what was it, about 10 games or something, a fairly decent sample through the rotation. And now it's completely flipped. So I know, there was a narrative of the meeting, which again, I think there is something about bringing grown men established in this league into a room and at least, making them aware of, just the feeling, if anything. I mean, there's a lot of things, expectations, all of that. Guys know things, yes, but then to have that happen and then to just go out and follow a great game plan. And Erod has led the way. I mean, Eduardo Rodriguez is by far, has been their most effective pitcher. And what we've seen from him these last 2 times, it's funny, I interviewed him during the game after that 7-inning outing. And I could tell how much a complete game meant to him. Even then, he said he really wants that. It's been 11 years. And yesterday was the first day that he pitched in the 9th. He said it was great to feel that, to get an out in the 9th inning. So, these guys are never going to want to come out of the game, but I understand it could spiral into a 110 pitch outing. You don't want that. You don't want a guy that might have lingering effects. I've seen that through my career. I've seen managers let that leash out when it was more of a common thing, and you can have some after effects later down, in the season or even the next start. But yeah, it's been great. And Merrill Kelly pitching well. I mean, these guys, what it tells me is that what we saw early and what we've seen recently is what they're about. It's just, again, with pitching, it can be one pitch, it can be one inning that can blow up your ERA. So it's just all about the details. It's all about following those game plans. And I love that Erod, just to kind of go back to Erod here, but he's just pitching, I mean, Mark Grace talked about it on the postgame with Todd Walsh, just fastball in, change up away, a lot of the things that you teach young kids when they're pitching, and he's mixing his pitches really well. We saw that curveball these last 2 outings, the cutter. He's just doing a great job of mixing it up. And I love that it shows that you don't have to blow people away with high velo fastball, especially if you're a starter and you're really pitching. So I think it's fantastic. And let's just hope it continues. I mean, Mike Soroka pitched really, really well. He's going tonight. He pitched against Paul Skeens on the other side. And that was an unfortunate way to go down, right? Because there's no margin for error there. But I think he'll bounce back tonight against Texas.
For me, Jody, I know Torrey doesn't want any credit whatsoever for calling the staff into his office and kind of having a very, what he called a one-sided conversation for the most part. But for me, this is exactly what a skip or what a head coach does. He sets the table for his players because there is intensity and then there is intensity. And there's 2 different kinds of way to compete, I think, for the most part. Isn't this the strength of Torey Lovullo, his communication and his relationship with his players?
It absolutely is, Wolf. And I think what has happened through the years, we've all watched Torey over what's been a decade now. And admittedly, when he came in, he wasn't doing those things because he was a new manager. He was a rookie manager. Yes, he had done it, with the Red Sox in an interim basis. But when you know this more than anyone because you played at the highest level, you can't just come in and start having these type of things, whether it's a meeting or a call out. It starts day one with your relationships. So I think, all of the equity he's built with being the same guy, being the guy that cares about his players since day one, when they come into the clubhouse, then you can have that relationship where, hey, we can talk about things. We all know people, right? You can't have a conversation with people if you've never, a sticky conversation, right, if you've never talked to them before, or if you've never said hi or how you doing on a daily basis. You can't just have those conversations. You have to build to that. So yeah, I think it shows urgency. Like he wasn't going to wait around. And yeah. I know it had been a little minute, but I think it also speaks to, and this is a different topic. I'm getting a little off topic here because this is an organizational decision, but even Alec Thomas, I think there's a feeling of, we can't wait for things to develop, especially with players that we've known. I mean, a lot of these players have been on this roster. They know, they've been working with them for a very long time. And so, I think there's going to be moves to just, when things start to go south, nip it in the bud a lot quicker than, not to say they were doing that before, like just letting it hang out there and letting guys fail. But, there's going to be a move like, hey, we have to be urgent.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. All right, Jody, I can't believe we haven't talked about Ryan Waldschmidt yet here. How about this guy stepping in? And we saw Jose Fernandez step in earlier in the season and have an instant impact. He was, a lot more out of nowhere. Ryan Waldschmidt, we've all known the name. I think even the most casual Diamondbacks fans knew Ryan Waldschmidt's name throughout spring training at the very least. What a whirlwind for him, stepping in, getting a hit on Friday night, having the huge game yesterday, having his family there, having his mom there on Mother's Day. She was all over the broadcast. It was great. What were your thoughts just on Waldschmidt's debut weekend?
Well, first of all, you mentioned it on the broadcast. I love that our production staff and Todd and Mark did a great job. Like we found out all about him right away, right? We got to meet his mom on Mother's Day, got to talk to his dad. Todd was sitting with the family, and I love that. And you can see and hear that he's been building for this moment. And I just think, when have we seen a guy come up and give a shot in the arm like this right away? Like you said, Fernandez was kind of out of the blue. Sometimes a hyped prospect is not able to do that, but he has done it. Even Friday night, a game that was a loss, he comes up and rips a hit in at-bat number 1. And then he went 0 for 3 in the middle game. And then yesterday, unbelievable. And I love that when we talked to him after, he broke down everything. He talked about the fastball that he was looking for from the reliever. He talked about the catch and wanting to preserve Erod's no-hitter. And he talked about knowing, and look, don't get me wrong, every guy out there knows they're preparing. They know the batter. They know where the ball might go. They know Vientos is trying to pull the ball. But the fact that he told us that just in these interviews with the media, like, just took us through the entire mindset of, like, I was looking for this. I was ready. And it tells me that he is on every detail, and he looks pretty comfortable to me, guys. Honestly, like, I saw him here, got here, and he looked totally comfortable just being in the major league mindset.
Jody, just quickly here, of the 3 guys that started in the Mets series, Ryan Nelson, Merrill Kelly, and Erod, what was your favorite start and why?
Ooh, good one. Yeah, I mean, boy, it's great when you have this luxury of all of the guys. I would say quickly, I would just say Merrill, just because Merrill, had struggled over multiple starts. Ryan's been up and down. A-Rod's been steady, really good, more than steady. I think for Merrill, that was a big boost. Just like, hey, I loved how he said, I'm like the kid that's getting the Fs on the tests, and I finally got an A. So the fact that he said that tells me he's feeling now, hey, let's move on. I still got it. Let's go.
Yep.
So.
Jody, it's great to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take care. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, let's get into football. How much can Jeremiah Love impact Carson Beck's career as a Cardinal? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number 1 killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone, Please, don't be that anyone.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics. I started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the New York Mets. And then on Sunday, he showed up and he showed out against those same Mets. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. Speaking of Ryan Waldschmidt, a.k.a. Waldy, the Dbacks outfielder will join Wolf and Luke today at 11:15. So please stay tuned for that. But the grind don't stop for the Snakes. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers tonight. It will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the D-backs, and he will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. The NBA playoffs continued last night. The New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning a championship this season. after completing the sweep yesterday, and tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for elbowing Wolves big man Naz Reid in the head after a flagrant 2 foul. The Timberwolves were able to take advantage of the Spurs without Wemby and tie the series at 2 apiece, and there will be no further discipline for Victor Wembanyama. He will not be suspended after his flagrant 2 in Game 4. And tonight, the Pistons and Cavaliers and the Lakers and Thunder will each play their respective Game 4s this evening. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Mets behind strong starting pitching. Is the rotation about to lead a turnaround for the Snakes? We're talking about it on the Burns and Gambo Show at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Ryan Waldschmidt's going to join us in about 10 minutes to talk about Ryan Waldschmidt and the Diamondbacks.
Okay, that's going to be really Waldy.
I mean, we have to go with that, right? It's just like Goldie.
It's got to be Goldie.
Could we really be the franchise that goes from having Paul Goldschmidt, who was, I mean, a Hall of Famer here, basically, and going on to Ryan Waldschmidt, who's only played in 2.5 games, but off to a good start.
Goldschmidt
to Waldschmidt.
You have to say that carefully, audience.
That's the 30 for 30 on the Diamondbacks over the last 15 years. Let's talk Cardinals here, though, Wolf. And let me ask you this as we get back into a Carson Beck conversation. This is a little bit different, but we were talking earlier. Okay, well, if Jacoby Brissett, if they knew he might do this, if they knew he might hold out or hold in or whatever this is going to look like, maybe he's just missing the voluntary stuff, and on June 8th he'll show up to the the stuff you have to be at, the mandatory stuff. But I'm with you that maybe they knew this was coming, and so they were like, all right, we better go out and sign somebody. Let's get Gardner Minshew. I don't think they would have drafted Beck, though, because of this. Do you? I feel like them drafting Carson Beck was because they wanted to take a flyer on Carson Beck.
Yeah, it's kind of a reaction, I think. They were surprised maybe to see Carson Beck was actually there, available at 65, and they liked him, and they reacted. And they said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and we're going to draft Carson Beck at number 65 here. I think the opportunity was there, but it tells me, obviously, they liked him. They liked him going into the draft.
But it wasn't, I guess what I'm saying is it's not like they were like, Jacoby might hold out, we better draft a quarterback.
No.
It felt like it was a lot more about Carson Beck than Jacoby.
It was a lot more about Carson Beck than it was Jacoby Brissett. No doubt about that. The signing of Gardner Minshew, that to me was, hey, listen, we're going to need a backup quarterback. We're going to need a quality backup quarterback. Hey, it's Gardner Minshew. Are you kidding? Let's go ahead and bring him in, even though Jacoby Brissett, they may have been thinking 100% that Jacoby Brissett was going to be their starter going into the 2026 season, and they still might believe that. But the fact that Carson Beck was there, it seemed like an opportunity pick for the Arizona Cardinals to take him at 65. So what does that mean? That is the great thing about this. We were having a conversation in prehab, ladies and gentlemen, where we were talking about this, and it's a situation where I look at Carson Beck, and Carson Beck is not your franchise quarterback. You don't draft a franchise quarterback in the 3rd round. You don't draft a guy you think is going to be your franchise quarterback in the 3rd round. So you don't necessarily have to treat him with the same kind of kid gloves that you do if you take him in the 1st round.
He's kind of, for lack of a better term, I've been trying to come up with a better term, but he's sort of disposable in the sense of like, okay, get out there. Let's see what you can do. Whereas you understand why the Raiders aren't doing that with Mendoza, throwing him out there necessarily in
We've
week
got to move carefully here.
Because you're tied to Mendoza for years. But the Cardinals are not necessarily tied to Carson Beck. They can move on from him next year. In fact, they'll have a golden opportunity to move on from him next year if they don't win a ton of games this year. So I'm with you on that. You don't have to be ultra careful with him necessarily. Plus, he was in college for a long time too.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. 6-year guy in college. And I think all of this comes together, especially with Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, this is me, okay? Put up with me, Basinonians, because you know me on this. But how many reps does Jeremiah Love get with Carson Beck, especially in preseason games? How many reps do they actually get together on the field? Because again, as I've said before, I'm going to be reading into that. I am.
I think Love gets a lot less than Beck.
Okay, you think, a lot less than Beck. All right, that's great. I like that, where you're going with that. How many reps do they actually get? Because you're right on that. Jeremiah Love could be a guy that you might put him out there. You want him out there, maybe behind the first line, the first offensive line. How many reps are they going to get in a preseason game? You have to worry about all this stuff. You have to talk about all this stuff. You have to think about all this stuff. Isn't that right, Mike LaFleur?
But, it is interesting when you say that. Usually you go into a season, and when we get to the preseason, because it's such detailed stuff, right? Okay, who's going to get the preseason reps? You're not typically talking about it in May, but when you get there and you're going into a game, you're like, okay, well, hold on. What you just said, who are you going to put the offensive line out there with? It's essentially, who do you need to protect? Which quarterback do you need to protect going into the season? Which quarterback do they need to protect going into the season? Because I don't know.
I don't know. It's almost a situation wherein, again, the love and respect I have for Jacoby. Yet we know what Jacoby Brissett is.
They're all kind of, again, I don't like the term. I keep using it, but they're all kind of disposable in a sense. There's not anybody where they're like, hey, we can't get them hurt going into the season.
See, for me, disposable.
Expendable.
That's not really what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about Jacoby Brissett is a known commodity. He is a known commodity. He's not going to surprise anybody. He's a known commodity. And we saw how good he can actually be, man, when given the opportunity. Now, having said that, a lot of the yards came when they were behind by 3 touchdowns as well. That's something you also have to consider. And it was much easier to throw the ball against a softer zone.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's
all of this
real.
stuff has got to come together, and you have to consider all of it. Yet at the same time, Jacoby Brissett, to me, proved he is an excellent backup quarterback. He is. And I love the guy. Yet he is a known commodity. Here are some unknown commodities. Jeremiah Love and Carson Beck. 2 unknown commodities right now. And to me, Jeremiah Love is going to get some action in preseason, no doubt about that. But I would imagine he's probably going to get a handful of reps in preseason.
Because you do need to protect him.
Carson Beck, I could see them running him out there for a half. Hey, let's go. Let's see what you got here. And if Carson Beck can actually go out there and perform, if there's any doubt whatsoever as to who your number one quarterback is on your team, if there's any doubt, if you say, man, Carson Beck, Mike LaFleur is walking around the facility building going, man, you know what, Carson Beck he's not bad. He's pretty good. This kid is picking it up really, really quickly. He might actually be capable of going out there and playing. If he is anywhere close to the talent level and the skill set level and the understanding level of Jacoby Brissett, guess what? They're going to start Carson Beck.
The tie should go to Beck in this case.
Anywhere close.
Jamal had a great question on this earlier in prehab, too. We'll get into it later on in the show, just in terms of how Jeremiah Love might even help Carson Beck. And that opens up a whole different line of conversation, too. But we're going to go to break now because Ryan Waldschmidt's about to join us. Okay. So when we come back, what was Ryan Waldschmidt's first weekend in the majors like? We're just going to ask him straight up next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports Studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Brilliant.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, man. It's employee pricing and more at Tim Hovik Santan Ford right now. I know you're saying, what do you mean more, Wolf? More what? Well, how about this? More affordability. That's kind of a good thing. Might want to put that in the glove compartment. More APR and lease plans, of course. They're way more value, more fun, and more selection. Now, that's American value for American values, is it not, my brothers? It's employee pricing going on for everyone. You can lock it in right now only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Tim Hovik Santan Ford, Basinonians, is located on the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. It's easy to get to from anywhere here in the Basin. Tell them Wolf sent you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and you know, as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it can still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley Homes for more than 25 years, doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Right up now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning, coming off a real nice series for the Arizona Diamondbacks and going into a series tonight in Texas against the Rangers. And I tell you, one of the biggest stories of the weekend, Wolf, was Diamondbacks rookie outfielder Ryan Waldschmidt, who not only got into the game on Friday and delivered a hit, but was arguably the player of the game yesterday, him or Erod, right? And Ryan Waldschmidt joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Ryan, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Good, man. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, Ryan, man, welcome. Thank you for joining us right now. First of all, I got to get this out of the way. What do they call you in the clubhouse? What is your nickname?
Usually I just go by Waldy. I think that's the easiest way. I mean, long last name, Waldy. Waldy fits pretty good, and I feel like it rolls off the tongue for most people. So.
Okay, I totally agree. Can we call you that, Waldy? Are you all right with that? Waldy. You okay with that?
Yeah, of course, man.
Okay,
of course.
good.
All right, thank you, Waldy. Well, I guess let's just start here. You know, it's you're a highly rated prospect. Dbacks fans knew your name, but they hadn't really got to see you much, I'm sure, unless they were watching Reno. But to see you until this weekend. It's early. It's extremely early in your career, but you've already had a couple big hits yesterday. What were your early takeaways from your debut in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, you know, I think the biggest thing is kind of just treating it the same way as any other game that I've played throughout my career, whether it was in low A or high A, triple A, double A, whatever it might have been. At the end of the game, or at the end of the day, the game still boils down to the same things. So I think for me, obviously early, first game, even first at bat, you know, you go in with a little bit of nerves, but I think I quickly realized, you know, it's the same game. And for me to be at my best, I just had to play free and be aggressive and be myself. You know, I think that was just the biggest takeaway was it's the same game. Obviously the level of play is heightened a little bit, but I'm here for a reason. They called me up because they believe I'm supposed to be here. And at that point, now it's just up to me to just be myself.
Waldy, I got to tell you, man, I come from a football family, and my mother, her nickname is Hoopy. Don't ask why, okay? Don't ask why. But it's Hoopy is her nickname, and she has had so much to do with my brothers and my success in terms of going out and playing the game of football. She's had so much to do with that, being the person that she is. I saw your mom yesterday, and I saw you out there with her after the game, of course. Man, what can you put it into words what she has meant to you in your career?
Yeah, I mean, she's been everything. She's the rock of, you know, the entire career, the entire family. She's been there every step of the way, you know, every tournament, every game. I mean, she's been in the stands. She hasn't missed. I mean, rarely a single one she's missed, but, you know, it's just all the time and love and just all the unconditional love that she's given, you know, it's just super important to kind of just know that you have that person there for you and that you can look up in the stands and there's a familiar face always. And, you know, it's just a sense of comfort wherever you're at, whatever state it is, whatever stadium you're in, you always have that sense of comfort. And, you know, just to know that the support's always going to be there, you know, through the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever it might be. And, I mean, I can't express how much love I have for her and everything she's done for me.
Waldy, does she know the game? I mean, does she say salient things to you about your performance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, she'll watch games and she'll be seeing my swing and she'll be like, hey, I think your shoulders might be turned in a little bit too much. And I'm like, all right, I'll take a look at that. You know, she's gotten into being a little bit of a hitting coach herself. And, you know, she definitely over the years has learned a lot about baseball. And, you know, she can definitely see when things are off and when things are going good for sure.
We're talking to Ryan Waldschmidt. Ryan, it was cool certainly to see her, just to see your whole family there for your debut and there over the weekend for sure, and then to have you deliver the way you did. I think it was your dad that was talking about it on the broadcast. He did a great job with the TV broadcast, kind of getting everybody's perspective, and he really gave the impression that, you know, you've always been confident, that your confidence, your self-confidence has gotten you to this point. How big of a role has that played? Do you consider yourself a pretty self-confident player in the sense of, you know, whatever level you've been at, you've succeeded pretty quickly?
Yeah, you know, of course. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, especially in the game of baseball, is just having that self-confidence. I think it's such a hard sport, and it's such a hard sport to be consistently good at. So for me to be able to go out there and keep that self-confidence, you know, it's very easy to go and be able to flush some days and be able to continue to build on some days for sure. And I think, that the more you can do that, the more you're going to find yourself having success. And I think with this too, like you get your call up to the major leagues, it's going to be obviously a step up and a little bit nerve-wracking. But if you can still continue to have that self-confidence that you belong and you're just as good as anyone else, you allow yourself to even that playing field a little bit and really allow yourself to be yourself. And, obviously, too, growing up, I wasn't heavily recruited. I mean, I entered the transfer portal, ended up getting to go to the SEC and play college baseball. And even there were some people in the draft that thought I might have slipped down a little bit. But I kind of always feel like I've had not something to prove, but I've always had that belief that I should be at the highest level and that I belong at the highest level. So I think that's always been something that's fueled me as well throughout my career.
Waldy, what did you enjoy more, the double off the wall that scored 2 or the catch off the wall? What did you enjoy more?
I think, for me, I think the double was cool. I think it's cool to get your first extra base hit and get a couple RBIs as well in there. And I think, too, I mean, I love the defensive play, but it was cool to get one in left field, too. I haven't played there in a while. I've been playing a lot of center field recently, and even throughout the last couple months in the minor leagues last season and into this year, I was playing center a lot. So it felt good to be able to step back in left field and feel like I didn't skip a beat over there.
Were you even thinking about the wall, or were you just like, I'm making this catch no matter what?
Yeah, no chance. I was running right through the wall if I had to. I was going all the way. I didn't even slow up, nothing. I was going straight into it, especially the way E-Rod was throwing the ball. No chance I was letting that ball land without at least max effort on it.
So, Waldy, where do you feel most comfortable playing in the field? Is it center field? Is that where you feel most comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, it's pretty hard to really feel one way or the other right now. I mean, I feel really comfortable in center field. I've gotten most of my reps recently in center, but, I mean, I played a couple years in left field prior to this, and that's kind of like home base for me. I feel like center field, I feel great. I feel really confident. I mean, at the moment, I'm definitely more comfortable in center field, but I feel like I can step into left at any point and not really skip a beat. I feel like that's kind of something that I've just called home for the past couple of years. And even the other night, I mean, I went from center to left for the 9th inning, and, I mean, felt like it was natural. So just feel really comfortable in left, obviously, and then now that the amount of reps I've gotten in center over the past year, I'd say just really makes me comfortable out there as well.
Talking to Ryan Waldschmidt. Ryan, you mentioned you played college ball. You weren't really in the minors for very long. When you got to the Dbacks, how many of these guys did you know before you got here?
On a personal level, not many.
Yeah.
I knew a couple guys from playing against them in college, and when I showed up, they were familiar faces. I mean, I didn't really know them outside of just playing against each other and maybe talking a little bit while we were in the field. But no, it was a bunch of new faces, and I mean that's not necessarily ever a bad thing. I think I would consider myself pretty outgoing and a friendly person, so I thought it was great to be able to get in there and meet new people. And I felt like we all clicked pretty quickly, and everyone was very accepting with open arms instantly, and that makes life a lot easier when it comes to that kind of stuff. And I feel like we all clicked pretty quick and created a pretty close bond.
Man, thinking about it, 3 RBIs yesterday, Waldy. That is a nice game right there. How confident are you right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say I'm just as confident as any other day going into the game. I think the biggest thing I learned throughout my career is from my college coach when he would tell us every night that whatever that happened that day, it expires at midnight. So kind of flush it down the drain. So for me, every night when midnight hits, whether I'm awake or not, I'm usually hoping to be asleep by then. But if not, it's just kind of like a fresh day. He's like, whether you went 4 for 4 yesterday with 4 home runs or you went 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, none of that impacts the game today. So be able to flush it and reset and be ready to go today. And especially that definitely resonates throughout, obviously, an MLB season and even a minor league season when you're playing almost every night of the week. And I think for me, I had the confidence that I went into the game yesterday after my first game where it wasn't too hot, going 0 for 3 with a couple of punch-outs. And, I mean, I went into yesterday with the same confidence I had the first day. And, you saw a successful day yesterday, so today is the same thing. I'm going to go in with that same confidence and give as much effort and energy as I got today to do my best and help the team win. And whatever happens, then we'll be able to move on from there.
Well, Ryan, it was great to see your performance yesterday. Great to see you up in the majors, and great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys for having me.
Brother.
Absolutely. Thank you again. That's Ryan Waldschmidt, Dbacks outfielder. We just call him outfielder because he can play everywhere out there.
Waldy.
Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right there. And, yeah, pretty great debut weekend to have the whole family there. Mom there on Mother's Day, the whole family, though. And, to go out there. Did get a hit on Friday, just didn't get to play much in that game. It was kind of a whirlwind to get to that point. And then, as you heard him say, Saturday, I think just more of like a normal debut for a rookie player. Yesterday, not normal. This team needed offense, and this team has needed offense for a few weeks, and he looked like he's somebody that is going to be able to bring it.
First career at bat, single.
Yeah, why not?
Take that all day.
Start off with 1,000 batting average, no big deal. All right, when we come back, let's get into basketball and the Suns' offseason coming up. They've traded for big names before. Could they potentially do it again this summer? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Drafting Jeremiah Love, in some ways, was the worst thing that could have happened to Marvin Harrison Jr. because it just gives you another mouth to feed. A really good, talented mouth that you now have to justify selecting number 3 overall in the draft.
If Wilson is better than Marvin Harrison Jr., then your top 2 receiving options down the field are Michael Wilson and Trey McBride. Underneath, you're going to go to Jeremiah Love. And now you try to figure out, where does Marvin Harrison Jr. fit in? So he needs to bust out this year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, what are you doing, man? You need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care, located right here in the Basin, man. The reason you should choose them, well, it's going to vary in need, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments just for you. Listen, DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what is going to be the best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors, they train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. That's right. Other doctors from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the New York Mets, and then showed up and showed out on Sunday against those same Mets. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday, and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. And speaking of Waldy, Wolf and Luke just spoke to him last segment, and that interview is now out now everywhere you can get your podcasts. The grind don't stop for the Snakes, though. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers tonight. It will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the D-backs, and he will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. The NBA playoffs continued last night. The New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning a championship this season after completing the sweep in Philly. And tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter due to a flagrant foul 2 after elbowing Minnesota Timberwolves big man Naz Reid in the head. The Timberwolves were able to take advantage of the Spurs without Wemby and tie the series at 2 apiece. Wemby will not face any further discipline after that flagrant 2. The Pistons and Cavaliers and Lakers and Thunder will each play their respective Game 4s this evening. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now is the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet together. Let's drive Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA playoffs roll on. Victor Wembanyama not suspended. Suns fans outraged as they should be. We'll talk association and playoff basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, if you were watching that yesterday and you're like, oh, Wembanyama's getting suspended for sure after that. He's not. And if you're a Suns fan, you're probably, I think if you're a Suns fan at this point after what happened to Amari and Boris Diaw, you're upset anytime anybody does something that's worse than what they did and doesn't get suspended. And pretty much everything anybody does that's up for a suspension conversation is worse than what Amari and Boris Diaw did. So if they don't get suspended, it's frustrating.
You know what's amazing about that is we remember basically and say, I always forget about Boris Diaw also getting suspended, right?
Yeah.
Forget about that.
And that was also significant.
Amari. Yes, and it was very significant.
Yeah. A very winnable title that year for the Suns, who you could argue that might have been their best team, certainly of that era. All right, let's stick with the Suns, and I'm going to throw this at you, Wolf. I'm just going to play a cut from the Empire of the Suns podcast. Kellen Olson, Kevin Zimmerman. Looking ahead, they just put the episode out this weekend. I saw it pop up on my feed. Looking ahead to what could potentially happen this offseason for the Suns. Conversation that we've been having loosely since the end of the season, and we'll get more, get deeper into it certainly when we get closer to the draft and whatnot and free agency. And are you going to just kind of tinker with little things around the edges? Or are you going to try and do something big? They talked about something potentially big. Here it is.
The risk isn't crazy, and obviously the contract that would be going back would be Jalen Green just to make the money work. And it would be equal 2 years, and it would just be looking at New Orleans and being like, hey, the Zion problem, the experiment, like just having it, like, is he going to play? Is he going to not? Like, what's our team look like when he's in there? What's he not? Let us take on that problem for you. You tried the Jordan Poole thing. It didn't work out. Here's a better version of the Jordan Poole thing. Here's Jalen Green. You got all these other guards to figure out or whatever, but we'll take this off for you. Maybe we can loop in a third team to find Jalen. We'll take this on. Here's a first-round pick as well. Just be done with this thing. You guys want to move on with it. We'll take it on for you. Here we go.
Zion Williamson.
Man, you know, my reaction to it, I love Zion. Oh, my goodness, I loved him coming out. Are you kidding me? Here you got a power forward who's 6'5" in some change. They list him at 6'6", but he's 6'5" in some change, and he's 285 pounds on a good day. Okay? He's got a little butt to him. This is what I love. Zion Williamson, of course, loved him coming out, and all of his athleticism and the brute force that he brought. I don't like the idea of the Phoenix Suns acquiring Zion Williamson, especially this year. And the reason why I say that is listen to the number of games he's played in. Okay? So go all the way back to 2019 base earnings, 24, and then the next year, 61.
Okay.
And then 29, and then the next year, 70. 30 the year after that, and then the next year, 62. So you can see.
I can make it even worse, actually.
This year coming up, okay.
There's a year in there you didn't see because he didn't play at all.
Okay.
So there's a zero in there, too.
Yes, I didn't do that. I was just taking the games, of course, that were in front of me. And, you know, he gets hurt so much of the time. It feels like, hey, let's go out and get Kevin Durant all over again.
Yeah. Let me throw the counterpoint at you. I don't love this move. I will say the more I look at it, I hate it less. I don't think this is the move. But
so why do you say? I mean,
well, first of all, if they were, it's a big if. If they were just both healthy, if you set health aside for a second, you need Zion, you need that player more than Jalen Green. I mean, we've talked about this. Jalen Green can be kind of redundant with Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Not redundant doesn't mean useless.
Yeah.
It just means, are you maximizing either one of them? If Zion Williamson was just a healthy 75 games a year guy, yes, you would now he wouldn't be available if that were the case. But I'm just saying in a vacuum, that particular profile of a player, you need more. He played a lot more games than Jalen Green last year.
But once again, Jalen Green seems to have a track record of staying healthy.
He does
until last year.
The only thing I would say, and this is where I don't hate the Suns doing their due diligence on this. Zion misses a lot of games with injury. A lot of it has also been tied to okay, is he serious enough about managing the weight? Has he kept himself in the best possible shape? And he's kind of talked about that the last couple of years. And how maybe that he's more focused on that now. Now, this is where I say you do your due diligence. Just eating right doesn't mean you're going to stay healthy. But if that was something early in his career, his number one overall pick, right? He comes out, big deal. Okay, I'm a little bit bigger than whatever. I'm going to eat what I want. I'm the first pick in the draft. I'm a great player. Maybe he has refocused. If that's something where he's turning a corner in that regard and you got him at just the right time, you'd be buying low. That's where I say just do your due diligence on it at least. But I caution any move like this because, A, you're consolidating things into one player. B, he's very injury prone, or at least has been. Doesn't mean he always will be. But C, Jalen Green's like your last trade chip for a long time. So if you trade him, it better be the right move.
Yeah. Oh, man, it reeks of, look, the bright, shiny thing, and it's going to fix everything. And again, I think what you're saying logically actually checks some boxes.
I just think you just have to look at it if you're the Suns. I'm not saying you have to do it.
Yeah.
Because you can't guarantee he's going to be healthy.
Man, once again, I don't know. It's almost like this. What I'd rather do is, hey, let's let next season come to us, base earnings. So let's go ahead and do that. Why not have Jalen Green? and Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker? Why not have those three guys once again? And the three has nothing to do with it, all right? Has nothing to do with it. Why not let those guys go out and play together? As my microphone does it again.
This only happens to you. It's amazing. And you're not even touching it.
It's incredible. Why not have them go out and let's run it back and let's just see the first half of the season, how these guys look. And hopefully they're going to be able to play together instead of, missing 52 games. And then all of a sudden when Jalen Green is ready to go, Dylan Brooks goes down.
I just want to know what the trade would look like. Like, there's reports out there that the Bucks are open for business with Giannis, and they're taking reports are that they're taking trades before leading up to the draft later next month. Would I rather have Giannis or Zion? Come on, that's you could poll 1 million people, and 1 million people would say they'd rather have Giannis. But the only thing, and this is where I would take a look at it, I don't even think the Suns could put together a package for Giannis, but if they could, it's like all of your picks and probably Booker and who knows what else.
I was going to say yes.
If Zion is really just straight up Jalen Green for Zion and maybe like a tiny other piece, I would at least look at it. I don't know that you can do it with a player like that because I'm with you. I kind of want to see what Jalen Green does next year. But also, like, if you traded for Zion and he only played in 20 games next year, that's it. Like, what are you going to do from that point on? All right, do you want to watch the Sun Devils take on Kansas at Wembley Stadium? Arizona Sports is sending one lucky winner to London in style with royal box seats, sideline passes, round-trip airfare, and more. Listen for daily trivia for your chance to enter. Brought to you by Desert Financial. It's a crazy giveaway, and, listen today. It's starting today, and it's going to go for a while. Coming up next, Wolf, we did this last year before the NFL schedule came out. We're going to do it again this year because it's coming out on Thursday. How would you build the perfect Arizona Cardinals schedule? We're going to start that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. First and second. And first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it. Goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets. And Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Maybe you want more peace of mind about your investments. Well, you can start with a second opinion, of course, from Trajan Wealth. They're fiduciary advisors. They make it simple to you. They make it simple to see if your plan could be working harder for you. You can schedule your complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com. Listen, it's your goals, your time frame, your comfort level. That's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. Man, that is a big deal. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone. Give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC, Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
It's been life-changing. It really has. Went up to CQC Kinetics. I could feel the difference the way I got out of bed. I could feel the difference throughout the day. I could feel the difference while I was playing golf.
Let's rewind. That's an elated QC Kinetics patient, David Smoke, a very active TV and radio sports personality who loves to run and golf.
I started to notice some aches and pains, an aching, throbbing pain in my right hip. I didn't want to get cut on. I've had MRIs, and it showed no structural damage. I've tried the steroid injections, and that just seemed like it kicked the can down the road.
It's that endless cycle that leaves you continually fighting joint pain in your hips, knees, shoulders, and back. But this is where it ends with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
I've tried it all. The only thing that's different is me going to QC Kinetics. I believe in it because it's worked.
Don't waste another day going in circles. Make QC Kinetics your first call. The consultation is absolutely free.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Ryan Waldschmidt made a successful Major League debut. How badly does this offense need a spark right now? We're talking Dbacks baseball on Burns and Gambo. It's straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Okay, this is, we did this last year, Wolf. It's probably going to take 2 segments over the course of the show today. So we'll do part of it now. We'll do more of it in the 1 o'clock hour.
Okay,
right?
I like that.
So the NFL schedule release is this Thursday. But the thing about the NFL is we know the opponents. We've known the opponents for a while for each team. It's not hard to find. You can kind of just figure it out on your own. So I have the list of Cardinals opponents this year. It's at 9 home games, 8 road games. All right? It's going to be an 18-week schedule with the bye week in there. You and I did it last week, a couple days before the actual schedule came out. And what we did is just piece together how you would craft the ideal Cardinals schedule. So we're doing this, we have to agree, we're doing this with the mindset of what would give them the best chance to succeed. I know some people are like, well, you want them to lose every game so you can get the first pick in the draft. That's not how I'm operating here with this, okay?
Yes.
If they have a high pick next year, take a quarterback. But from now forward, I'm just looking at them trying to win. So we've got the opponents, so we're going to try and put it in order. And actually, I think when we did this last year, the schedule ended up looking a lot like we had said was the ideal schedule. And they did start 2-0, and then they won one more game the rest of the year.
Great.
So I'm going to read the opponents for everybody, and then we're going to start putting this together. Okay,
nice.
So this is who the Cardinals have at home. And Jamal, you're in on this too if you want in. The Cardinals' home opponents this year are the Rams, Niners, Seahawks, Broncos, Lions, Raiders, Jets, Eagles, Commanders. And on the road, they play the Rams, Niners, Seahawks, Cowboys, Chiefs, Chargers, Saints, and Giants. All right? So I know who I'm working with here, Wolf. Do you want to put the bye week in first?
We got to start with that based earnings. We have to start with a bye week. And where do you want the bye week? I would love the bye week. You don't want it week 5. You do not want the bye in week 5. You don't want it in week 13 either. You don't want it. You want it right around the middle. And for me, I always liked, you know what do you say you go ahead and you play 10 games? You play 10 games, and then you have the bye. I always like that number right there, 10. You play double digits, and then you have the bye, and then you've got 7 more. Ron Wolfley reporting, doing math live on the air.
Wow, okay.
But you get it. I like that 10 games first, and then you have that bye week. And then knowing that when we come back, we have a finite amount of games, and we can go and hopefully be rested and ready to go and finish strong. So that's why I like week 10. Are you guys okay with that?
I'm good with that.
Week 11, I guess, is what it would be.
You want week 11? Okay.
Well, 10 games
okay,
first.
Well, yeah, no, that's true. I'm just trying to figure out what dates that actually. So that would be November 22nd. That would be that weekend. So that's
Thanksgiving!
Perfect for you. Yeah, that's.
Oh, my goodness.
That would be a perfect week.
It would be perfect right there. Okay.
Okay, so we're giving them the bye week in week 11. Again, this is not what's happening.
So where does your mind go, Basinonians, and to Jamal and Luke as well? Where does your mind go after the bye? What is the next big still point moment of the schedule?
For me, it's the opener after the bye. I do start with the bye, much like you, and I do that with every team. Like when the schedule comes out, I'm going to look at teams I think are contenders, and I don't know, pick a team you think is a contender next year. If they have a bye week in week 5, I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl unless they're amazingly. I think it's a huge disadvantage if you are a team that plans to be playing into February.
Okay.
If your bye week is in early October.
Yes. Okay. So the bye week, we've established it. Basinonians, week 11.
So basically, our whole segment so far has been on when the bye week should be.
Okay.
All right. You want to open at home or on the road?
On the road.
Road?
Why do you say on the road, Jamal? Interesting.
I think you start the season with adversity. I think obviously they started in New Orleans this past year, and I think that, I mean, it didn't help them very much. But if you start the season with adversity, okay, it only gets better from here. And I think my mindset is you play your worst game in week 1, and you only continue to get better from there.
So you want the hardest, like you want road game in Seattle week 1 is what you want.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Okay. I wouldn't hate that because it's less weather.
For me, I've always enjoyed playing the toughest non-division team in week 1.
Home or away,
so
doesn't matter?
Somebody who doesn't, well, yeah, but I would say away.
Okay.
If we could actually, because Jamal is right about that.
I think we have our team then, if you're saying that.
Okay, who do you say?
Because I'd kind of take the Chiefs in week 1.
I would take the Chiefs as well in week 1. Why, Basinonians? Because you just want to have something to focus on.
Well, there might not be a Mahomes in week 1,
all the way through training camp. You want something to focus on. All the way through camp. All the way through the preseason. Something to, oh man, we're going to go on the road at Kansas City and we're going to play the Chiefs. And the Chiefs are a good team even without, Patrick Mahomes. They're a good team. Okay, now I know that last year it wasn't great for them. I understand that. Yet at the same time, I like a game that gets your attention, especially the veterans' attention. And to me, on the road, we're traveling to a different city along the river. We're going to go somewhere, and we're going to attack this city that we really don't know these people. You know what I mean? It's tough. There's going to be nobody there that is going to help us or want us to win. Nobody. Week 1 is a great way to actually start.
All right, so we all kind of agreed on that. We all got there from different ways.
Yeah.
And look, Mahomes absolutely might be playing in that game, but hitting Jamal's requirements, hitting your requirements, and the possibility, because you have to play the Chiefs. We're not picking teams out of a hat. These are the teams the Cardinals will have to play this year. I don't hate the idea that maybe you don't have to face Mahomes, or even if you do, I'd rather face him early in the year than like the middle of December when the Chiefs maybe desperately need the game. All right, so we're opening in Kansas City.
Okay.
And we've established the bye week.
Okay, in the bye week. Okay, how about this, too? How about we proceed this way? We want to play division foes, and we want to play them we can't go every 2 weeks in between. We want 2 weeks in between. Does that make sense? So Can we do that?
Do you want to?
Because that's 6, obviously.
Roughly, yeah.
Roughly.
Okay. So we're going week 2 at home, right? We're going to do this? Okay. So
week 2 at home.
And you want a division?
Against a division team.
All right. Well, Rams, Niners, Seahawks. How do you want to start this?
Ouch.
Yeah.
Really
what
sucks
did you
being
say?
in this
Rams,
division.
Niners, Seahawks. What?
I love how you're like, we need a tough divisional, but they're all tough. They play this game in like Buffalo. They're like, hey, give us the Jets early to kind of get going.
Let's take Matthew Stafford on early in the season, okay? Hopefully maybe his back locks up or something.
I'd rather get him later.
Or
with
Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do that early.
Okay, you want the Rams early.
How about the Rams?
Well, the last time they played the Rams at home in week 2,
yeah,
that
went
successful.
well. Okay. Just tell Marv it's 2024.
Jamal's all over it.
All right, so we got the Rams at home in week 2.
Okay.
And we have time for one more game.
My goodness, we're going to have to come back to this.
We're going to finish this later in the show, yeah.
But you got to think about this.
Man, no matter what, though, this is a 4th place schedule. It starts at Mahomes and the Chiefs, home against Stafford and the Rams.
Okay.
Sounds like we're going to have a few more.
You know what?
I'm going to say 0-2 to begin the year.
We need a win. I mean, we need a win.
Not a lot of easy
week
ones
3.
on here, man.
What about Las Vegas?
Vegas at home?
Vegas at home.
Let's do this. Maybe Mendoza's just breaking in then. You want to do that?
Well, yeah, Vegas at home in
Vegas
week
at
3.
home. Okay, home against the Raiders. All right, so a couple home games, that's fine because they play an extra home game this year. So, okay, we'll do more of this later on in the show. So the first segment, we established the bye week and the first 2 losses and a game against the Raiders.
Okay, we're not going to call them losses. We have a chance.
Okay.
You always have a chance to compete, always.
That takes us through December. At the Chiefs, home against the Rams, home against the Raiders. Okay, we'll come back and fill out the rest of this later on in the show. When we come back, though, it's all the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Dbacks play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information, man. Maybe your smile isn't where you want it to be. Maybe it's a little jacked up, Basinonians. Well, you know what? If your teeth hurt or your teeth are missing or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, man, now is the time to go see Aria Dental Implant Center. I can tell you right now, it was a game changer for me. I had the all-on four. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients over the years and placed over 20,000 implants. Can you imagine that? Over 20,000. And with all-on four full-mouth implants, experience is everything. Here's what you do, Basinonians. You got to go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bic?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the New York Mets. And then on Sunday, he showed up and he showed out. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. And speaking of Waldy, the Dbacks outfielder joined Wolf and Luke earlier today, and that interview is out now wherever you find your podcasts. And the grind don't stop for the Snakes, though. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers tonight. It will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the D-backs, and he will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. The NBA playoffs continue to... Last night, the New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning a championship this season after completing the sweep yesterday in Philly. And tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for elbowing Naz Reid in the head and receiving a flagrant 2 foul. The Timberwolves were able to take advantage and tie the series at 2 apiece. Victor Wembanyama will not be facing any further discipline for his flagrant 2. The Pistons and Cavaliers and the Lakers and Thunder will each play their respective Game 4s this evening, and that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. Jamal, what do you got?
Good afternoon, fellas. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their first series in almost a month yesterday. They won the rubber match against the New York Mets, and a huge part of that win was Waldy, a.k.a. Ryan Waldschmidt. Waldy actually joined you guys earlier on in the show and spoke about his early takeaways as a big leaguer.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is kind of just treating it the same way as any other game that I've played throughout my career, whether it was in low A or high A, triple A, double A, whatever it might have been. At the end of the game, or at the end of the day, the game still boils down to the same things. So I think for me, obviously early, first game, even first at bat, you go in with a little bit of nerves, but I think I quickly realized, it's the same game. And for me, to be at my best, I just have to play free and be aggressive and be myself, I think that was just the biggest takeaway was it's the same game. Obviously, the level of play is heightened a little bit, but I'm here for a reason. They called me up because they believe I'm supposed to be here, and at that point, now it's just up to me to just be myself.
That takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, which asks, what was the biggest storyline from the D-backs series win over the Mets? Was it Erod's near-complete game? Was it Merrill Kelly getting back on track? Or was it Waldy standing out in his first MLB games?
Wow. Biggest storyline, I'm actually going to say is Waldschmidt. Maybe the most important thing to the season, you could argue, is Merrill Kelly. Erod has been pretty good all season. They're all big. But Waldschmidt, that's your top prospect. It sure seems like they need some hitting help on this team. And this is a guy who has, I'm not saying like this year or next year, but he has all-star upside. He's that good. So him just getting the call-up and then coming in and already impacting a game yesterday. I impacted the game on Friday a little bit too, but especially yesterday. That to me is the biggest storyline because this could be the start of a really good career for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's hard to argue what Luke is saying, but I will say Merrill Kelly, Basinonians. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, listen, if the Diamondbacks are going to be good and surprise everybody, like we all kind of hope that they do, especially when they're hanging around 500 and getting better, and suddenly, hey, look, everybody, it's Corbin Burns. You start bringing back some live arms that are really A.J. Puck is brought back, and Justin Martinez. Oh, my goodness. Justin Martinez comes back.
Throwing bullpens now, right? Or he's about to start throwing bullpens.
I'm just saying, man, how cool is that going to be? But to me, I don't see a path to that unless Merrill Kelly takes the ball and goes out and looks like Merrill Kelly. And that's what he did in this last outing. And this is going to be a great outing for him, I think, to build off of going forward.
Yeah, by the way, Justin Martinez threw his first bullpen. It's over the weekend, right? Yeah, Friday. Threw it on Friday.
Nice.
And you can hear it. You can hear the pitches from Justin Martinez.
I got to go with Waldy because he joined us earlier and he was awesome. And he leads the way with 42% of the votes, followed by E-Rod's near complete game. And in last place is Merrill's getting back on track. Oh,
nice
the NBA.
To have all three of those stories, because you could put Ryan Nelson in there, too.
Oh, easily. He was fantastic as well. The NBA playoffs have continued to be hectic and violent, with the most recent case being Spurs Victor Wembanyama being ejected from Game 4 after elbowing Naz Reid in the head. And I think we all remember another playoff incident that sounds familiar to this situation.
Nash being chased, and they had look out. As Ori sent Nash flying, and Bell goes at Ori. Nash got up. He wants to go at Ori. The Suns did not appreciate the foul by Robert Ori.
Now, we all remember Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw getting ejected because of that incident, suspended because of that incident. Wembanyama will not be suspended for this incident. Should he have been suspended?
Yes.
Yeah, he should have. I was trying to separate the clip that Jamal just played. I mean, if that is a legitimate suspension, which it wasn't, but if we're setting that, then there should be about 80 more suspensions a year in the NBA. If you're telling me that in the middle of a playoff series between two teams that were heated rivals at that point, and the Suns maybe had their best team and their best shot to win the title ever, and by the way, the Spurs, didn't they sweep Cleveland in the championship that year? Like that was, if you got through that series, you were probably winning the whole thing. If in the middle of the playoffs, you were going to suspend Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw for standing up, not even getting involved, they stood up, then everybody should be suspended every night.
They left the bench area.
A little. But either way, they leaned forward.
Yeah, they didn't do jack.
Also, Robert Ory's the one that started it, and the Suns were the team that came out suspended.
Exactly.
If you separate that, and you don't use that as the baseline, I was trying to talk myself into, okay, maybe you don't want to suspend Wembanyama in the middle of the series. It's pretty bad looking. I think, he probably should have got a game. He probably should have got a game.
You know how I totally understand a guy that's going to go out there and compete, and suddenly he gets jacked up and somebody's being rough with him and he gets rough back. Oh my goodness. I understand how this happens. I lived it. I know what it feels like. And sometimes you just don't think and lose your mind. That's what Victor Wembanyama did last night. He didn't think, but it doesn't change what he did. And because of that, yes, he should have been suspended a game. Bar none.
All right, we're going to cut Wolfing down your lunch short because we got a pretty big giveaway, a massive giveaway, maybe the biggest giveaway, at least since I've worked at this station. So let's get into the Devils in London.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Yeah, this giveaway is crazy, whoever wins this trip. So here's your question. Call in 602-260-9870, okay? And we'll get one lucky listener on to answer the question coming out of the break. And if you get it right, you get 50 entries into this giant lottery, which is just a massive giveaway. You get to go to London. You get to watch Sun Devils. There's all these other cool parts of it. So here's your question for today. What was the original mascot for ASU before becoming the Sun Devils in 1946?
Wow.
That's your question. Don't answer it, Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. I will not answer it.
And, for the next hour, enter to win on the Arizona Sports Contest page with the keyword that we will give you coming out of this. All right, so when we come back, we're going to find out the answer to our Devils in London trivia question and discuss how the starting rotation has performed for the Diamondbacks as of late. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality.
Oh, that's jolly good. Well,
sideline passes.
Jolly good.
A VIP Tower of London private experience.
Cracky.
And a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
I'm coming to London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name
and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right, well, here we go. This is we're going to be doing this for a while, but this is our first entry on the Wolf and Luke show. Okay, we got a caller on the line. He's got to answer this trivia question. He gets it right, gets 50 entries into the drawing to win this Devils in London trip, which is crazy. Check it all out on the contest page. This is, like I said, this might be our best giveaway ever. Okay. So who do we have on the line? We got Carlton in Mesa. Carlton, what's going on?
Just finishing up some work. Excited to be on. Appreciate you guys taking my call.
Absolutely.
Right on, Carlton.
All right, well, here's the question again, and then go ahead and answer it, Carlton. What was the original mascot for ASU before becoming the Sun Devils in 1946?
Bulldog.
Yes.
Oh.
Excellent. Way to go, Carlton.
Nice.
All
Well
right.
done, brother.
Excellent. That's Carlton and Mesa with the answer there. It is correct. Bulldogs, the original mascot for ASU before becoming the Sun Devils in 1946. So he gets 50 entries into the contest here. You can earn an entry even if you didn't get to call in and get on the air and get an answer right. For the next hour, you can enter to win on the Arizona Sports Contest page with the keyword of Bulldogs. It's Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
This is, like I said, June 1st. Somebody's going to be real happy.
But I'm loving this. I really am. This is our biggest giveaway as I hit the post.
I want to win this contest, although I'm pretty sure I'm not eligible. Although I guess I'm the one reading the rules on the air, and I didn't say I wasn't eligible.
Just think about it. Our biggest giveaway ever here at Arizona Sports 98.7.
Get to go to London, watch ASU, and there's a bunch of other cool stuff you get to do as well. Check it all out on the Arizona Sports Contest page. All right, back to baseball, Wolf. And here's the rotation this homestand. Okay, 6-game homestand Dbacks just played. They went into that 6-game homestand with 5 quality starts this season.
Yes.
5 through the first 33 games. The Diamondbacks legitimately had 5 quality starts. In the 6 games, they got 5 more. So they had 5 through the first 33, and now they have 5 in their most recent 6 games. Here's what the rotation did. Everybody got involved, okay? Yes, Gallen had the worst outing, 6 innings, 4 earned runs. That was the one that wasn't a quality start. Michael Soroka, who pitches tonight, 6 1/3, 1 earned run. Ryan Nelson, 6 2/3, 1 earned run. Merrill Kelly, 7 innings, 1 earned run. Erod, 2 starts, 15 1/3 innings, 1 earned run.
Yes.
That is a combined 41 1/3 innings from your starters, 8 total earned runs. That is a 1.74 ERA for the first time ever. I did math and showed my work. Take that, every teacher I ever had.
That was really, really good of Luke Lipinski, Basonians. But right now, when you listen to Luke say what he just said, what do you think of? For me, the very first thing I think of is Torey Lovullo. And the fact that Torey Lovullo went ahead and called his rotation into his office. When we say this all the time, hey, can I so-and-so, can I talk to you for a minute in my office, right? Can I see you here? Can I just talk to you for... This is exactly what I'm talking about. He brought the rotation into his offense, And Torrey said it was a very one-sided conversation for the most part, meaning from him. And I'm sure he lit him up a little bit as a reminder of how difficult it is to go out and compete at the highest level our species can generate. He lit him up. And you know what? Sometimes you need to be reminded of that, my brothers. You do. You'd be surprised. So much of the time, typically it's a player. It's one of your teammates who will come up to you at first and say, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay? Because, last year I saw you put all this work in. You're not doing it. What are you doing?
Nobody in the rotation could really do that because they were all struggling the last couple of weeks going in. Now, to be fair, Michael Soroka really hasn't struggled all season. He had one bad start. And Erod, for the most part, has been pretty steady. But before Torrey had that conversation, we talked about it. They were all coming off their worst starts of the season, basically.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be another pitcher, Luke. It just has to be somebody in that clubhouse that you respect, that is your friend, that you know is a leader, to walk up on you and go, what are you doing? You're not putting in the time the way you did last, whatever it may be. Torrey, what he just admitted is there's intensity, and then there's intensity. And it's going out there and being on point. Now, again, you're not going to see, it's not going to be like a starting pitcher is going to take the baseball and have the look of a wedge buster on his face. No, that's not what I'm talking about. But you have to be within yourself, and you have to be focused.
Yeah, that's it. I think he was just kind of get everybody refocused. I know Torrey has downplayed the impact of what he said, but at the same time, he had that conversation, basically at the end of the game 7 games ago. And I just read you the numbers from his starting pitchers in those 6 games since. They've all been elite with the exception of Gallen, and Gallen had the one start. It's not like it was bad. It just wasn't good. All the other ones were quality starts, and they were better than quality starts. Quality starts is, quality start is 6 innings, 3 runs or less. Right. 6 or more innings, 3 runs or less. But when you're talking about 7, 8 innings and 1 run or 0 runs, I mean, that's better than even just a quality start. And in there, Erod was pitching well, but not that good as what he just did. Yeah, Soroka was pitching well, but he was coming off a bad start. Ryan Nelson was not pitching well. He was good against the Cubs in his previous outing, which isn't included in all this, so he's really had 2 good starts in a row. Merrill Kelly hadn't looked like Merrill Kelly at all yet this year. In fact, here's Merrill after the game over the weekend. He was asked how he felt during his start on Sunday.
Much better. It's just a good feeling walking off the mound and your team not being down 6 runs. I'll say that. But, yeah, definitely a lot better. Definitely step in the right direction. Still some stuff to clean up, still 2 walks. But other than that, definitely encouraging.
His start was Saturday, obviously, because Erod was yesterday. But still, over the weekend, Merrill Kelly, best start of the year by far.
Yeah, once again, it's such a great reminder. This is what coaches do. This is what managers do. This is what guys do. They're going to call somebody in and call them onto the rug, so to speak. Call them up and say, what are you doing? What is going on? This is why it's important that you as a head coach or you as a skipper, that you have a relationship with your players.
Yeah.
And a good one. And it's not always going to be pretty. It can't always be pretty. You've got to be able to communicate with a guy and get across to him just how serious the situation is. And I think that's exactly what Torey Lovullo strives at, what he's really, really good at. This is what he excels at, communicating.
It's not something you can do next week and then do it again in 3 weeks. Or you're not going to be able to do that with the rotation. So he had to pick his spot. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's 162 games. If they've trailed off and we're in late August and they're still in the race, maybe he can sit them down again and be like, hey, remember what we talked about back in early May? I don't know. But you can't do it much. So you had to pick your spot. I would say whether Torey downplays it or not, it certainly has worked so far because, again, it's not like, oh, okay, they're all slightly better. They weren't pitching all that great before, and now it's okay. That was all great over that 6-game homestand. You face the Pirates, you face the Mets. The Mets, I know their record is awful. Their lineup is not. They spend a lot of money. They should have a good lineup. So nice wins there. We'll see how long this now carries going forward because the biggest part, and I would guess at the heart of all this for Torey was this team's built around its starting pitching. Or if you want to broaden it out, they're built around pitching and defense. The bullpen's been pretty good.
Yeah.
So it was the starting pitching that was killing them. The offense has struggled. The offense is not built to be great necessarily. It's built to be like enough to win you games. But the starting pitching is supposed to be where this team wins.
You know, we were talking about this before the show started in prehab, but, you know, for me, the biggest start of the Mets series was Erod. And the reason why I say that is because it was the rubber game. And there he goes. There's Erod, everybody. He goes out there and shuts it down.
Yeah, the Mets had no chance.
Had no chance. What goes out there and shuts it down. That's why I thought that was the biggest start of the series. Because Erod, of course, yeah. You know what? He go out there and do your job, and he pitched into the ninth inning. Something he's never done in his career. And suddenly you win that game. That was the biggest start of that series. But to me, the most important start of the series was Merrill Kelly. Because Merrill went out and looked like Merrill Kelly. That is so encouraging to me.
Yeah, especially coming off an injury and struggling in unnatural
And I
way.
say important because I honestly believe if, in fact, the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be hanging around until they get their arms back, hanging around to July, I think Merrill Kelly's going to be a big reason why.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. The offensive line for the Cardinals wasn't good last year. It wasn't bad the year before, but it wasn't good last year. And so everybody's just operating under the assumption it'll just be bad again this year. But they've put effort into improving it. So just how much better might it be? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morrata mornings. The legendary Hall of Famer Sir Charles Barkley joins us.
Just want to say this. I thought Draymond was out of line on set with you the other night, especially when the numbers you posted in Houston were better than peak Draymond.
Draymond's a good player. We're not on the same level. So I can hear, but I don't have to respond to every time somebody says something about me.
Yeah.
Hey, this Draymond's a really good player. He's had a hell of a career, but we're not on the same level.
Bickley and Morrata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what's happening this month at Liberty GMC?
What's up, Dave? The Memorial Day Save-A-thon is here, and with big savings across our lineup. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Train for just $279 a month, or a 2026 Canyon for $379 a month. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily with lease options starting as low as $699 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at Liberty GMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend over at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the New York Mets and then showed up and showed out on Sunday against those same Mets. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. And speaking of Waldy, the Dbacks outfielder joined Wolf and Luke earlier today, and that interview is out now wherever you find your podcasts. The grind don't stop for the Snakes, though. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers tonight. It will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the Dbacks, and he will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. The NBA playoffs continued last night. The New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning an NBA championship this season after completing the sweep yesterday in Philly. And tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter after elbowing Naz Reid in the head and receiving a flagrant 2 foul. The Timberwolves were able to take advantage and tie the series at 2 apiece. Victor Wembanyama will not be disciplined further after receiving his flagrant 2 foul in Game 4. The Pistons and Cavaliers and the Lakers and Thunder will each play their respective Game 4s this evening. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA playoffs roll on. Victor Wembanyama not suspended. Suns fans outraged as they should be. We'll talk association and playoff basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think it's pretty widely viewed as the biggest weakness, or if you're optimistic, question mark on the Arizona Cardinals, that being the offensive line. Wolf, right? You'd agree with that, right?
Yeah.
I saw actually a story on ESPN. I think it was ESPN. They were going through the biggest roster hole right now for each team. For the Cardinals, they had wide receiver. Like, really? Wide receiver? That's
wide receiver.
Again, a question mark, mostly because of Marv, but I would have thought O-line. I also saw a story on ESPN this morning. Field Yates had his 20 rookies drafted outside the first round that could have an immediate impact. Basically 20 sleepers, right? He said 20 sleepers who will play big roles in 2026, the non-round one impact rookies. First name on the list, Chase Basantis, guard, Arizona Cardinals.
Okay, nice. Let's get the draft profile ready to go. Fire it off, the Chase Basantis. That's okay. Hold on to that, if you don't mind, Jamal. But let me just say that it's interesting when you go to ESPN.com, Basinonians, and you look at the Arizona Cardinals depth chart. Who do they have starting at right guard for the Arizona Cardinals? It's Chase Basantis.
Chase Basantis, offensive lineman, Texas A&M.
Tough and nasty is always something you want in the trenches, and that's what Bisontis has. He'll be able to run block at the next level without a ton of issues. The pass blocking will have to come with experience, as he'll have to slow the game down, but the combo of nasty and technique will make him a future starter with nice upside. NFL comp Dallas Cowboys offensive lineman Cooper Beebe.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I like the combo of nasty. That's a good name for an album.
Yeah, combo of nasty?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what he said in there. He's like combo of nasty and something else.
Yeah, let me just tell you right now, one of the greatest things about playing the game of football is you don't have to take it to a point where it's anywhere close to hating your opponent, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to hate your opponent. You just have to want to drive them into the ground. See, there's a huge difference. You want to... It's encouraged. This is what's great about the game of football. It is encouraged to drive the other guy into the ground. Luke, to hit you as hard as I possibly can.
Yeah.
Because I want you to fall down. I want you to fall down after I hit you.
This is how we start every show, every pre-show meeting. Wolf comes running through the door.
I'm just saying, it's why it's such a great game. You don't have to hate your opponent to do that. You just have to want to drive them into the ground. Chase Bisontis appears to be that guy. Mm-hmm. And again, I wanted Emmanuel Pregnon for the longest time in front of Chase Bisontis. Yet I found out later that Chase has got a little bit more dog in him. Pregnon had a little bit more athleticism, let's put it that way. And that was one of the reasons why I really liked him. But if you tell me...
this show has proven you would prefer dog to athleticism.
If you tell me that Chase Bisontis is a dog, the more I've read about him, the more I like.
Not that Pregnon, this is separate from that conversation because Pregnon obviously played in the Big Ten, but does it mean anything to you? Because it does to me that he played in the SEC too, especially at that position.
He's not going to be shocked, is he?
No, and the Cardinals have really done this since Monty Austin-Fort and this front office got here. They they do prioritize guys that are playing against high-end competition in college. I mean, he was at Texas A&M. They like undefeated for most of last year, Texas A&M.
Why do you think that's smart? I think that
less
is
of a transition.
Less of a transition.
Still a transition, but less of one.
Yeah, less of a transition. There's no doubt about it. But also, too, because especially in the SEC base range, the SEC and the Big Ten, there's no doubt about it. The scrutiny that they'll watch tape with, when you know there's some NFL players out on the field, scouts go into that with their antenna up because of that. And the scrutiny that these guys will come under. But you know what's really cool? They can compare and contrast guys. Guys they know are NFL players. This guy's going to be taken in the top 10. And this kid playing against him, he's holding his own.
Yeah, so
you can compare.
You might be playing him in week 3 of this season.
It's huge for other guys. And it's one of the reasons why you see a lot of guys in the 5th and 6th round getting drafted from big schools. Why? They're not going to be shocked. They're not going to be surprised when they get out on an NFL field. Not going to be surprised in the least.
If you look at the offensive line now, because this was absolutely your focus going into the offseason, and I didn't disagree at all. How much better do you feel about it? I mean, we're going to have to see what it looks like when the games are played because – quite frankly, the offensive line wasn't supposed to struggle the way it did last year, so there's no guarantee that this is suddenly going to be amazing. But the Cardinals, when all is said and done now, have addressed the offensive line. Bisontis was a very early second-round pick. I just told you what a lot of people are saying about that pick around the league. You've got Paris Johnson Jr. You bring in Isaac Seumalo. Yelda Froholt has been really good in the past. He's a guy that it seems would excel if the offensive line around him is better as well. So I know you have a question at right tackle. It's not like Bisontis is suddenly going to be amazing. He's a rookie, but potentially stepping in at right guard. But this offensive line just needs to be better than it was last year.
Yeah. You mentioned Chase Bisontis again. It's interesting. Elijah Wilkinson is the right tackle for the Arizona Cardinals, but Chase Bisontis has played tackle before, younger in his college career. His freshman and sophomore years, of course, he had played tackle. And I'm very interested in that because Isaiah Adams, you wonder if you could slide him in at right guard and put him next to Chase Besantis, who plays right tackle. Is there any possibility the Arizona Cardinals might take Besantis and kick him out to right tackle? Is there any? I don't know, Basinonians. I really don't. But that, to me, is the one little hiccup that does get my attention.
Also, just real quick with Texas A&M's schedule last year, and they finished 11-1 in the regular season. They lost that last game at Texas, and then they lost in the playoff. But you're talking about a guy who went to the college football playoff. Some of the teams they played last year, Notre Dame, obviously most of the SEC teams that you would expect, but just think of some of the prospects that we've been talking about for the last couple months off these teams. LSU, Missouri, Texas, like I mentioned, Miami in the college football playoff. So how many defensive players from Miami went high in this draft?
Yeah.
Not that he was matched up against all of them himself, but again, that's the caliber of competition he was playing. And of course, it's the SEC, so he got that big game against Samford on November 22nd.
Poor kids.
But all the other games were pretty big for Texas A&M last year. So I don't know. If the offensive line is any better, I continue to think the Cardinals are just going to win 6 games, which take that as a good thing, as a step forward, or a bad thing because it would hurt their draft. Well, is that an important question?
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, let's get back into baseball. The Dbacks DFA'd Alek Thomas heading into the weekend. Wolf, you didn't get to react to it, so we're going to get into that and what it might mean for their lineup, especially after we saw a couple games with Ryan Waldschmidt in there this weekend. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you say, what is the one thing you are looking forward to the most about the Arizona Cardinals season, I wouldn't say it's Jeremiah Love. I expect he's going to be good. I want to see Carson Beck play. No, over anything.
Yeah.
It's not, is Chase Besantis going to be a great guard? No, give me 6 or 7 games of Carson Beck. I want to see what you have. I don't know what you have.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Ryan Waldschmidt made a successful Major League debut. How badly does this offense need a spark right now? We're talking Dbacks baseball on Burns and Gambo. It's straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, so far so good with the Ryan Waldschmidt experience. Arguably the highest-rated prospect in the system. Looked good in spring training. Ends up playing in Reno for a little bit. Looks really good at Reno. Gets called up on Friday. Gets an at-bat on Friday. Didn't get to start the game, but actually got a hit in that at-bat, too. His first Major League at-bat. 0 on Saturday, but huge impact on the win yesterday for the Arizona Diamondbacks. In case you missed it, we got to talk to Ryan Waldschmidt earlier in the show today. So you can.
Very cool, was it not?
Yeah, you can find that.
Waldy. He says it's okay. That's what we can call him.
True. You flat out asked him, can we call him Waldy?
Yeah.
He said yes. So that part of it, that part of the changes that were made on Friday is going well. And I think a lot of D-backs fans were anticipating when we would get to see Ryan Waldschmidt at this level and what he could do, especially when the offense has been struggling for the D-backs. And it's like, you got this guy in the minors who's supposed to be all that, and he steps in and looks good early. The other part of it, though, Wolf, and you get to react to this on Friday, and then since Friday we've gotten to hear some of the reasoning behind it from Torey Lovello, so I'll play that in just a second. But Alek Thomas DFA'd on Friday, so he was the one that took the hit for Ryan Waldschmidt to get here. What did you make of that?
Yeah, it was a sad day in the Wolfley compound. I think Alek Thomas is going to resurface. I think he's going to recenter and relocate, and I think he's going to be okay in the end and go on and have a major league career. Having said all of that, man, all I could think of is just how awesome and how exciting it was to watch Alek Thomas when he first came up.
In the playoffs against the Phillies, especially.
Especially against the Phillies in the postseason. Are you kidding me? Where a lot of these young guys who are making their way, they're going to kind of take a step back. Might actually recede a little bit, if you know what I'm talking about. That was not the case with Alek Thomas. Some huge clutch hits. And weren't you sure, Basinonians, that he was going to develop into a major league ball player? He was going to develop into your center fielder, and we might see him here for the next decade.
Yeah. It was,
that's how I felt.
Excellent defender. Some clutch hits in that. I mean, they don't beat the Phillies if not for him in the playoffs. I don't think they go to the World Series if not for Alek Thomas. But I remember talking to him the next year at spring training, and you and I were talking, okay, who's really gonna build off of that experience? It could be him or Brandon Pfaadt or somebody else. And Alek Thomas had the injury, only played in 39 games in 2024.
Yes.
Last year he got into 143 games, hit 249, so that was better, 9 home runs. But this year he was hitting 181. His career average just 230. I said this on Friday. It's not his fault alone that the Diamondbacks weren't scoring. They got to get more from Cattell. They got to get more from some of their big guys as well. You can't just count on Ildemaro Vargas and Nolan Arenado to carry the offense. But I also do feel like there was a certain sense, and Jody Jackson actually brought this up earlier today too. There's a certain sense of urgency. You can't wait forever. And this team, I don't know if they feel internally like, hey, it's win now mode. Our window's only open right now. But I do feel like they're trying to have success right now. They're not looking to develop for 2 or 3 years from now. and they had to do something.
Yeah, no, you're right. You mentioned his speed on the base paths. I love that. I love the fact that Alek Thomas was a guy that had those wheels. Not only that, how well he plays center field. I mean, this is Gold Glove caliber in center field, and because of that, to me, I was really, really encouraged for Alek Thomas. And yet, just watching this right now, I hope that he's going to get the opportunity to make it right. His feet, I've been talking about this for years, really, the last 2 seasons. His feet just all over the place. So much so, coming into this season, he changed it.
Yeah.
He changed his approach at the plate because of it.
He was hitting the ball harder earlier this season, but the numbers weren't there still. And then he had like a week and a half where if you just isolate that week and a half, he was putting up the numbers, but then it went back away. And like I said, overall, 181 average. Unfortunately, will speak for itself. Here's Torey Lovello talking about the decision.
Look, those things are never easy. You got somebody like Alek Thomas in this organization. He was raised by a lot of really, really good coaches, had some amazing friendships inside of that clubhouse. And when you have to, possibly temporarily say, I'll see you later, those are hard conversations. But as I explained to him on the phone, when I talked to him for a little while on my drive in, this is a game of production. This is a game of being able to go out there and do your job. And, when things are grinding and there's somebody as talented and as ready as Ryan Waldschmidt is, these are the things that could potentially happen. But it's never easy. AT will land on his feet. He's going to be a big leaguer again. That's what I explained to him. He's got to go through the process now for the next couple of days. I don't know really what that process is, but I know he's got to go through waivers. Chance somebody picks him up. If not, he comes back to us. So we'll see. I always want the best for him in these situations, and for him or anybody in these situations.
Man, it's got to be so tough, especially for a guy like Torey. Torey is so much about relationship. And seeing young guys in particular develop, he's got that dad quality to him. And I'm sure it was really, really hard to have those conversations with Alek Thomas.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm talking about a young player still and a guy that was at the heart of a few of your biggest moments from the last few years. I mean, you went to the World Series a couple years ago, and it's not an exaggeration to say you don't get there if not for him stepping up in a couple really big moments. So much like that run wasn't just because of Alek Thomas. Again, it's not that the offense is struggling this year just because of Alek Thomas either, but he's, for lack of a better word, I guess, more expendable, although it's not inconceivable he would come back. That you're not going to send down, you can't send down, Cattell? Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Cattell's going to start hitting. Alek Thomas, the other part of this, has never really found consistency at the plate in his major league career yet. So he's somebody I hope does find that success, whether it's somehow back with the Dbacks or somewhere else. But we'll see. By the way, you mentioned the speed. I looked this up while we were playing that cut just because, man, the Diamondbacks, when they went to the World Series, like they were, create chaos, get on the base, and somebody's always stealing. But do you have, either you or Jamal, any sort of guess of what the Diamondbacks, their total number of stolen bases is this year?
No, I don't.
8.
That's what it feels like. It is not 8. Let me give you context. First in Major League Baseball is the Miami Marlins with 48 stolen bases. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you got the Guardians and the Nationals with 41. The Brewers and Yankees and Padres and Rays all have 40. The Diamondbacks have 18 stolen bases.
Man,
they do not run.
No, they do not. The create the chaos is dead. And it's interesting, right? Ryan Waldschmidt. This guy makes him a lot more athletic, too. I do believe that. I think Alek Thomas had a lot of speed, and I think he was a good athlete as well. But once again, I think Ryan Waldschmidt is a guy that also has a ton of athleticism. Just watching him run into the wall.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, it was one of the coolest things ever because of his stride. I was looking at his stride, Basin audience, just watching him
run
into the wall. He was on a line into the wall, on a line.
Alignment?
No, not alignment, on a line. He ran in a straight line towards that wall and actually caught that thing. His stride was so effortless, and at the same time, it was so measured. Every stride looked exactly like the one before it, running into the wall. That tells me an awful lot also about his psyche and his mentality. And then did you see his hat? It was bent up. It was super cool.
You know Corbin Carroll approves on that.
Oh, yeah. Running into the wall, and he did. It was full speed, brothers.
Let me just one more on the stolen bases, okay? So they've stolen 18 bases this year.
Yeah.
That puts them on pace for 74. They've attempted 23, which puts them on pace for 96 attempts. To go back to the 2023 season when they made the World Series, okay, so again, they're on pace for 74 steals this year. They stole 166 bases that year.
Oh, my goodness.
They're on pace for 96 attempts this year. They attempted 192 that year. I mean, that's night and day.
Real, man.
Significant. Less than half as productive and aggressive on the base paths now than they were when they went to the World Series. It's got to be by design on some level. Like you don't just purposely stop, or you don't just accidentally stop running to that extent. All right, when we come back, we're going to continue our schedule build for the Arizona Cardinals. We got through 4 of the 18 weeks earlier, but we set out the parameters. So now we're going to motor through the rest of the schedule. We know the opponents. We know if they're home or away. That's not a secret. The NFL already put that out there. But with the schedule release coming on Thursday, we're building what the best case schedule setup would be for the Cardinals. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wally. He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You need a burger today. It's one of the best things on the menu at Twin Peaks. In fact, they got a few great ones to choose from. I usually go with the Billionaire Bacon Burger, get some chips and queso for the table, and doesn't really get any better than that. But they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. You can't go wrong with any of the options. Wings, smoked in-house, loaded fries, ribs, flatbreads, the Nashville hot chicken sandwich, some quesadilla tacos. You getting hungry yet? Make sure you save some room to try some of the burgers, though. The avocado smash burger, the smokestack, the classic cheeseburger. And then while you're there, watch all the sports going on right now on their wall-to-wall TVs. You got playoff basketball. You got playoff hockey. You got baseball every day with the regular season now in full swing. And nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks in frozen glasses every day after dark. Twin Peaks has you covered at 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks, where every seat is the best seat in the house.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the New York Mets. And on Sunday, he showed up and he showed out. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. Speaking of Waldy, the Dbacks outfielder joined Wolf and Luke earlier today, and that interview is out now wherever you find your podcasts. The grind don't stop for the Snakes, though. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers tonight. It will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the Dbacks, and he will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. The NBA playoffs continued last night. The New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning a championship this season after completing the sweep yesterday in Philly. And tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for elbowing the Wolves' big man Naz Reid in the head and receiving a flagrant penalty 2. The Timberwolves were able to take advantage and tie the series at 2 apiece. Victor Wembanyama will not be further disciplined after receiving that flagrant 2 in last night's game. The Pistons and Cavaliers and the Lakers and Thunder will each play their respective Game 4s this evening. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their solid starting pitching against the Texas Rangers? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right. NFL schedule release is on Thursday. We did this last year. It actually randomly, very randomly, ended up being very similar to what the Cardinals schedule really was, at least at the start of the year last year. We're not trying to predict what it's going to be.
Yeah.
We're trying to build what would be the schedule most conducive for the Cardinals to have success this year. We know the opponents. Those are already out there. We're just trying to put them in the right order, home and away. What would set up the Cardinals for the most success? So this is what we have so far, okay?
So far, Bay Citadines. gather around the transistor and press the ear.
We got to fill out 18 weeks. The first time we did this, we filled out 4, and one of them was the bye week. Okay, so we established the bye week in week 11, which is, I believe, November 22nd. It's that Sunday, that weekend. We have them starting in Kansas City against Mahomes and the Chiefs, then home against the Rams and home against the Raiders. Right. So let me reset which games we still have to choose from. Okay.
Okay.
So other home games they still have left are the Niners, Seahawks, Broncos, Lions, Jets, Eagles, and Commanders. And the road games they still have left, most of them. Rams, Niners, Seahawks, Cowboys, Chargers, Saints, Giants. Jamal, you're in on this too. Where are we going in week 4? Probably got to go road here, right? We don't want 3 home games in the first 4.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Let's go on the road.
Okay.
Shall we? And we've already played a division foe, have we not?
Yes, got the Rams at home in week 2.
We have definitely done that. Kansas City, ladies and gentlemen, the Kansas City Chiefs, the tough game. That, to me, on the road is going to get the attention, of course, of many of the Arizona Cardinals players. So having said that, I would much prefer the New Orleans game as well. Get out of the way sooner as opposed to later.
All right, you want that one early?
For me, that's
okay.
What I would like.
You don't have any need to get to the Giants or Seattle, whatever, early in the season when there's less weather? Are we good with the Saints early?
Okay, so the Saints, I think, yeah. But you make a good point in regard to the Giants, especially on the road. You may want to go ahead. I like that.
I don't hate playing the Saints before Tyson and that passing attack really gets settled in, although by week 4 they might already be. So it's should we make Jamal pick Saints or Giants?
Okay.
All right, Jamal. Where are you going? New York or New Orleans in week 4?
Giants.
Giants?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, honestly, Luke makes a good point on
that. That is a great point.
Yes. Okay, we got the Giants in week 4.
Okay. All right, we want to go home or road after that? We've got an even number, I believe, left. Actually, we have now going forward, we've got 7 home games and 6 road games left.
Okay. Well, I think we should go ahead in the last 2 weeks. We should put down division foes.
The last 2 weeks of the season? Okay.
The last 2 weeks of the season. We should put down 2 of the division foes. Well, that's when we'll play them.
Can we have them end at home?
Yes.
The Cardinals end
Let's
at home.
go away home.
Okay, so let's fill those out right now.
All right, let's do that.
So I feel like they always end against the Rams. Let's have them end at home against the Niners.
Yeah, let's go with the Niners
usually
at
beat
home.
Up. Okay.
Okay, we'll get that out of the way.
Okay.
And as we process this, space and audience. And then what?
Niners at Niners.
Back-to-back Niners.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That was yeah.
That'd be weird.
I was in Seattle.
I don't want to go to Seattle in week 17 when it's rainy and cold. Can we go to LA week 17?
Yeah.
I don't want Seattle to have any extra
I
advantage.
totally agree with
Walk through it, Carson.
Just
don't tell me about the storm.
Carson, walk through it, big guy.
Literally tell us about the storm.
That's right.
Or tell us about the storm. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, so, all right. Where are we going from here?
We're getting pretty close to just not having Seattle on the schedule this year.
I think also what will really help is let's set the division games right now. Let's get them done.
So this is what we have left in the division. We have a home game against Seattle and road games against San Francisco and Seattle.
Okay. So let's go every 3 weeks.
All right.
Will that fit?
Sure. So then we're due for one in week 5. We can get one out of the way in week 5.
Okay, week 5, let's get one out of the way.
You want to go road again, even though we're road against the Giants in week 4? We can handle that,
You know what? Yeah, I kind of like that, as a matter of fact, too. You know what? You're moving to a new village. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to storm them. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Let's go to Seattle
back
week
to
5
back.
then.
Okay.
It'll be early October. Probably won't be as bad of weather.
No.
Okay.
It's a good time to go there, as a matter of fact.
Somewhere Mike LaFleur's like, hey, thanks for having us go all the way to New York in week 4 and then Seattle in week 5. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
It's the NFL, Mike. You know that.
Yeah, we're going to have to suck it up, Coach.
Yeah, it's just,
you're going to have to hey, Coach, don't tell me about the storm.
Can't make
Just bring
everybody
the ship
happy
in.
all the time. We want to make sure we got that bye week in week 11. So, all right. So we got to get a home game in week 6, Wolf. And there's no way we're going to finish this whole schedule here. So we may have to finish the rest of it tomorrow.
This is truly amazing. Okay, home game. What home game do you guys want?
So here's what's left for home games: Seattle, but we're not playing Seattle back-to-back weeks.
No.
Broncos, Lions, Jets, Eagles, Commanders.
Gut feeling, Detroit.
Really? Okay.
Detroit.
Okay.
I don't know if like
we need a win right now though.
Like, will Mekhi Lemon? Will he already hate Jalen Hurts by then, or do we need to wait a little bit longer into the season before that relationship is frayed?
I vote Jets.
Jets? Okay.
New York Jets.
Home against the Jets.
Okay. We need a win.
All right.
Okay.
Geno Smith and the Jets. Geno and the Jets, week 6.
Okay.
Week 6.
Where do we go from there? How many division games do we?
We got a road game against the Niners and a home game against the Seahawks left this season. We're in week 7 right now.
Okay.
So we have effectively, in 2 segments, scheduled out 9 of the games. So we'll do the rest tomorrow. Want to do that? Or later today?
Just brutal.
Well, the whole point here is to kind of talk through who the Cardinals
have to finish this.
Okay. We'll finish it.
Let's finish it today. 1:45.
We'll finish it at 1:45.
All right. That's what we're doing.
We were going to talk about 1:45.
Okay,
but
good.
That's out the window now. All right. 4 Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field. The next drawing is for Dbacks Twins on June 19th. Text SEATS 620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. When we come back, can Ryan Waldschmidt be the guy who jumpstarts the Diamondbacks offense? We'll get into that, and we'll get you what he told us earlier in the show. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First and second. And first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it. Goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets. And Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard, and I'm telling you about Orchard because they can make the home buying process much easier for you right now. Here's how. If you find your dream house, Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home right away. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. It's your dream house. The last thing you want to do is risk losing it while you spend all your time trying to get everything with the place you're leaving lined up perfectly. That's important, but it doesn't need to be the priority. Get into your new place first, especially if it's the place you've been looking for. Now, after you buy the new place, then the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home. They'll make price-boosting upgrades, and then when they're done with all that, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. You did the hard part. You found your new home. That's a huge deal, so let Orchard make the rest so much easier for you so you can move in right away without any frustrations or stress. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Mets behind strong starting pitching. Is the rotation about to lead a turnaround for the Snakes? We're talking about it on the Burns and Gambo Show at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, you want to go to London, watch some football, ASU, Kansas. Your Devils in London keyword of Bulldogs is about to expire. So head to our contest page and enter it now before time runs out, like it's running out here in the next few minutes. Don't miss your shot at a trip for 2 to see ASU at Wembley Stadium in September. Again, this is all brought to you by Desert Financial. And get on over to the contest page right now and enter the keyword Bulldogs, because that is our word of the day for this show.
A couple of things on this. First of all, Wembley Stadium. Are you kidding me?
I want to go so bad.
And then September in England is very, very cool, from what I'm told.
Can't wait. Cannot wait. All right, so let's get back to baseball. And Ryan Waldschmidt, one of the big stories around Major League Baseball over the weekend, especially after what he did yesterday, Wolf. And we got to talk to him earlier in the show today, asked him about his takeaways from his first weekend as a big leaguer.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is kind of just treating it the same way as any other game that I've played throughout my career, whether it was in low A or high A, triple A, double A, whatever it might have been. At the end of the game, or at the end of the day, the game still boils down to the same things. So I think for me, obviously early, first game, even first at bat, you go in with a little bit of nerves, but I think I quickly realized, it's the same game. And for me to be at my best, I just have to play free and be aggressive and be myself. I think that was just the biggest takeaway was it's the same game. Obviously the level of play is heightened a little bit, but I'm here for a reason. They called me up because they believe I'm supposed to be here. And at that point, now it's just up to me to just be myself.
Man, it is so cool to listen to Ryan Waldschmidt, Waldy, as he's known here, of course, in the Basin. But it's just so cool to listen to him talk about that because it is. They wouldn't have called you up unless they felt like you were capable of doing it.
Yeah.
This is why confidence is so important. And the fact that Waldy went up there in his first big league at-bat and got a single out of it.
Yeah.
Got a nice hit into left field, as a matter of fact. That, to me, was really, really big. It's just a starting point. I understand that. He went 0 for 3 the next day, of course, but came back on Sunday and had himself a day, man. 2 of 4 from the plate, 3 RBIs, of course. Did an awesome job, and he's hitting 375 so far. It's so small. It's so early. I get that. But to me, this is a great start for Waldschmidt. This is a great start for him. And that really encourages me because it makes me think of what it was like to try to think you might actually be able to play at that level.
Well, if he can build something early in his career, that would be obviously a welcome sight because you know, like I look at two of the prospects they've called up in recent years. Okay, so you had Jordan Lawler, who got called up, and he got called up and got to hang around during the World Series run. But we saw it last year. You know, extremely highly rated prospect. Didn't really have a spot to play when he first got called up last year. So he'd get a couple of bats, then he'd have to sit and watch for a while, and get a couple, and then it snowballed in a bad way, and he just couldn't get a hit, right? And then later in the year, he got, you know, a different chance where he basically got to play all the time, and then he was turning the corner. And certainly at the start of this year, he was turning the corner. But you could almost see the weight of expectations because Jordan Lawler is such a highly rated prospect that if he didn't start hitting out of the gate, it worked against him. Whereas Jose Fernandez, not a highly rated prospect. I mean, he was internally. We've talked to the front office, and even before he really took off the season, they were like, no, we have very high expectations for this guy. But right out of the gate, he's having a monster game.
Yeah.
And he's been, you know, pretty solid ever since. With Waldschmidt, it's more of the Jordan Lawler category. There's high expectations from everybody watching with this guy. That's how good of a prospect he is. So it was refreshing to see him get a hit in his first at bat.
Yeah.
Okay, he went 0 for on Saturday. That's fine. Shohei goes 0 for all the time now for some reason. So, and that's the standard I use to measure hitters right now. For him to come back and then have a bunch of hits on Sunday is it's here we go now. Production, 3 RBIs and everything. Like, it's setting him off on the right foot, which could feasibly make the expectations work in his favor.
Yeah, you think of that second inning where Waldschmidt doubled to center. Arenado scored and Vargas scored. 2 runs scored on that. Then he took away extra bases from Mark Vientos with a catch running into the wall and left. You know, I'm talking about bouncing off the left field wall. And then he dinked the ball into center, driving in another run.
Yeah.
You know, listen, what was interesting about it, what is really encouraging, I'm sure for Ryan Waldschmidt, was the fact that he made plays that allowed the Arizona Diamondbacks to win the game.
Yeah, they might not win
that
yesterday
matters.
if not for him. Honestly, I mean, Erod pitched so well that Erod is still the player of the game. I get that.
Right.
But if you don't score runs, you don't win the game. Just ask Ryan Nelson the last couple starts. So here's more from Ryan Waldschmidt. Since you brought up the catch in the outfield, you asked him if he liked the double or the great catch more.
I think for me, I think the double was cool. I think it's cool to get your first extra base hit and get a couple RBIs as well in there. And I think too, I mean, I love the defensive play, but it was cool to get one in left field too. I haven't played there in a while. I've been playing a lot of center field recently, and even throughout the last couple months in the minor leagues last season and into this year, I was playing center a lot. So it felt good to be able to step back in left field and feel like I didn't skip a beat over there.
What I loved about it is the producer question that I asked.
You did. You went.
That was one of the reasons why I oh
See
my
what you get?
goodness.
Producer question, you get
one
the
of the
broken
reasons
mic.
why I laughed midway through it is because I was thinking, I made you produce. You know, produce. This poor kid. What was your favorite thing to do? Bouncing off the wall on the catch? Or, you know what, driving a ball into center to the deepest part of the ballpark, as a matter of fact, right at the 413, and suddenly scoring 2 runs. You know, you have to choose. It can't be both, Waldy.
You have to have a definitive answer. It's interesting, his path to the majors, too, because, you know, he played college ball at Kentucky. So just by nature of that, he gets to the minors. I don't want to say late, but he didn't spend a whole lot of time in the minors. He played 14 games at Visalia. In the California League, 66 games with Amarillo in the Texas League, 68 with Hillsborough in the Northwest League. So that was the very end of 2024. And then last year he split time between the Texas League and the Northwest League. And then this year, Wolf, 34 games with Reno. That's it.
Yeah.
So his AAA experience is 34 games. His minor league experience overall isn't even really that much. It's basically last year and 34 games of this year and 14 games with Visalia right at the very end of 2024. And yet, you can see the path, not only because of who he is, but the Diamondbacks outfield. If he's going to hit, he could be here.
Yeah.
Look, he just got called up. Could he be back in the minors in 2 weeks? Yeah, he could.
Yeah.
But he also could just be here for good.
Yeah, he could, man, depending on how he assimilates quickly, of course, to the major league level. Having said that, though, it's a very personal thing. Do you think Alec Thomas had friends inside that clubhouse? Do you think he did? Yes.
Yeah.
Trust me on that. He had guys who are
Corbin
his
Carroll,
boys,
one of them.
No doubt about it. okay? And it's a reminder to everybody that is in the clubhouse, everyone that is in professional sports, when a guy gets let go, a guy who's been on your team for a number of years gets let go, DFA'd Alec Thomas. We don't know, maybe they're going to be able to bring him back, but DFA'd. When a guy gets demoted, let's put it that way, the way that Alec Thomas was, it has an impact on everybody inside the clubhouse, everybody inside the room for the most part. Now, varying degrees based on how your relationship was with Alec Thomas, but everybody is reminded of what you're doing. This is a mercenary league, bro, and it's cutthroat at the highest level. Do your job or else. Now, that doesn't apply to everybody. Everybody understands there's a little bit more grace for a Ketel Marte than there is an Alec Thomas.
Aaron Judge has a bad week. He's not getting sent down to the minors.
Exactly.
When we come back, let's get back into the NBA. Who was the biggest loser in the NBA this weekend, Wolf? Was it Philly? Was it the Pacers? Was it the 2006-2007 Phoenix Suns? We'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off. Brilliant.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, All Pro Shade Concepts is the best in the business. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors ever. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the Basin. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, man. Kid you not. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. And you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. 5-star reviews from people just like you. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was the Waldy Show this weekend over at Chase Field. Ryan Waldschmidt made his MLB debut on Saturday against the New York Mets, and then he showed up and he showed out on Sunday against those same Mets. Waldschmidt drove in 3 of the Dbacks' 5 runs in the win yesterday and also made a spectacular catch in left field to save extra bases. And speaking of Waldy, the Dbacks outfielder joined Wolf and Luke earlier today, and that interview is out now wherever you find your podcast. The grind don't stop for the Snakes, though. They are in the Lone Star State taking on the Texas Rangers. Tonight, it will be Michael Soroka on the mound for the D-backs. He will be opposed by Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi. First pitch for that one is at 5:05, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The NBA playoffs continued last night. The New York Knicks ended the Philadelphia 76ers' hopes of winning a championship this season after completing the sweep yesterday in Philly. And tempers flared in Game 4 between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs after Victor Wembanyama was ejected in the second quarter for elbowing Wolves big man Naz Reid in the head, and Wemby then received a flagrant penalty too and was ejected from the game. The Wolves were able to take advantage and tie the series at 2 apiece. Wemby will not be facing any further discipline after his flagrant penalty too. The Pistons and Cavaliers and the Lakers and Thunder will each play their respective Game 4s this evening, and that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Ryan Waldschmidt made a successful Major League debut. How badly does this offense need a spark right now? We're talking D-backs baseball on Burns and Gambo. It's straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, the NBA draft lottery happened over the weekend. And I don't think it's really hard to. I don't think there's even really a debate who the big loser was. It was definitely the Indiana Pacers, who had their pick top 4 protected and ended up with the 5th pick.
I wonder if Rick is still going to wear his tinfoil hat after the Wizards got the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, that's a great point. Where's Rick in his tinfoil hat now that it benefits his team?
How rigged is it now?
Yes. Oh, it's so rigged. I just don't get me started on that. Please don't. Can you imagine, Masonians, if in fact it was rigged, the draft lottery, if it was rigged by the league, by the commissioner? Oh, you know what? There's only 3 guys who know, but it's rigged nonetheless. Can you imagine the damage that would do?
It's going to be.
It would be. Say goodbye to the NBA, because we're going to have to start a brand new league. What a mess that would be.
We're going to have to ask Rick that, Jamal. I'm going to put you in charge of remembering
this. Everybody be fired. Everybody.
Because of the teams that were in the running to get the first pick, the biggest city, you could argue, the biggest market, if you really want to go down pull the Rick hat out of the trash and put it on, you could argue it would be D.C. getting the first pick, right? Because, I mean, the other one's Salt Lake City, Memphis. L.A. couldn't have got the first pick. It would have been Indiana, Sacramento. Like, yeah, it wasn't going in Rick's world. It wasn't going any of them. So, yeah, we have to ask him how he feels about the league rigging the draft so Washington would get the first pick.
I can't wait. But they're gonna botch it anyways. They're gonna take some guy that should go in the second round.
They'll take some projects. Or they'll take a good player, but they'll trade him to Portland in a couple years for Malcolm Brogdon before he gets really good. The Pacers were the big losers.
Speaking of really good, can I just say this? Okay, the Pacers were the big losers of the draft lottery.
Kevin Pritchard had to apologize to the fans afterwards publicly because he basically said, yes, we were tanking and throwing away an entire season, and we didn't even get a pick out of it.
Yes. Are you done with that, Luke? Are you done with that? Do you want to actually talk about some of these playoff games?
I would say this real quick. Oklahoma City was in the running. They could have gotten the first pick with the Clippers' original pick, which would have sucked and been horrible. But I think I would have preferred that to these tanking teams like Washington and Utah getting the top 2 picks. I would have rather just Oklahoma City gets Dbacks and just wins again because they're going to win anyway.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the teams like Utah and Washington get punished, and instead they get the top 2 picks.
Yeah.
All right,
so
that's it.
right now, that's great. Speaking of OKC, did you happen to see it, Basin Reeds, where they handled the Lakers once again, the LeBron Lakers, without Luka, of course, yet at the same time, 131-108. Now they have 3 games to 0 in the series.
Yeah, they haven't lost yet.
3 games to 0. They have not lost in the postseason. Is that a shock to anybody? I don't think so. No. We thought it was going to be a rough series for the Phoenix Suns, and it was. And we thought it was going to be a rough series for the Lakers, especially without Luka. And it looks like it's going to be that. It's not over, of course. Having said that, though, did you see, I like putting down for games like this, Luke, 1 player, 1 stat, 1 quarter. It's a way to dissect a game.
Okay.
1 player. Who was the most impressive player of that game? For me, it was A.J. Mitchell. Because you always think of A.J. Mitchell when you think of the Thunder, don't you?
No, except he seems like somebody they could trade and get a whole lot back again. Because do they need A.J. Mitchell?
No. They've got 5 guys like him.
Yeah.
It's truly amazing when you think about this. They've got to have a way. They're hitting on so many of their players. They have to have a way to vet these guys.
If you're going to have this many first-round picks, and again, I think they have 2 more this year, you at least don't need to be good at drafting. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to have all these picks, and the Clippers basically handed you a dynasty for Paul George a few years ago, can you at least not be great at drafting? Because A.J. Mitchell's the guy they got in the second round.
That's right. You stop and think about it. A.J. Mitchell scored 24 points. He had 10 assists. How about that? 24 points, 10 assists, 10 of 17 from the floor, 2 of 4 from beyond the arc. A.J. Mitchell, because you always think, as I said, about OKC, almost. It's A.J. Mitchell. Here he comes.
Top of the list.
Unbelievable.
Remember when they lost Jalen Williams, and it hasn't mattered at all?
Yeah.
Because they have A.J. Mitchell and another Jalen Williams and 3 other players that can step. I mean, Jalen Williams is an amazing player. Any other team losing him, it would be like, oh, hold on, this might be it for us. And instead, they're just doing to the Lakers what they did to the Suns. It's just the same thing, basically.
Yeah, and you know what else, too? You watch the Thunder. I've seen this happen over and over and over again. Watch them come out in the third quarter. Somebody's in at halftime making vows under moon, sun, and sky. Somebody's in there. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's the players. I don't know if it's the coach. I would imagine it's collectively everyone. Maybe the answer is yes. But they go in at halftime, and I don't know if there's a better third quarter team. At least I haven't seen one, especially in the postseason.
No, certainly not this year.
It seems like, even against the Suns, it's like the Suns were close up to going to halftime. They get to halftime, it's a 4-point game, or maybe they're even up. Like the Lakers have been up in 2 of the 3 games at halftime, and they just come out and just absolutely run them off the floor in the second half. It's unbelievable.
It's the same thing, too. It's not exactly the same. It looks a little bit different, but like with the Lakers, you get into the second half of these games, and it's like, you see LA doing some things right, and you're like, hey, maybe they can cut the deficit to 12. I mean, that's what it was with the Suns, right? Like, oh, man, hit a few threes, great style. Okay, now we're within 12. Not that you're tied or you have the lead, you're within 12. It's not even, it's striking distance, but it's like a distant striking distance.
Yeah, in this game against the Lakers, the Thunder came out in the third quarter, 33 points they put up, and they kept LA to 20. You know, does that sound like the Thunder? Yeah, you know what? We're going to score, and you're not. We're going to come out here. It was unlike what we saw in the first quarter and the second quarter. They came out in the third quarter and said, "Niet, enough."
I want to play this real quick before we go to break, though, because I mentioned the 76ers. And the only reason I said the 06-07 Suns is because Wembanyama threw an elbow into Naz Reid's throat.
Oh, yeah.
Intentionally.
Sorry about that.
No suspension for Naz. So if you're a Suns fan, you're probably like, really? Like this? But the Philadelphia series is already over. The Knicks have already swept them. And Josh Hart had this to say. By the way, Philly was Madison Square Garden East in these last couple games, which is what Joel Embiid said exactly he didn't want. Well, that Knicks fans found a way to fill the arena in Philadelphia. And then Josh Hart, who played his college basketball at Villanova, said this about Philly on the way out.
Nah, man, because everybody was begging for Philly to not sell their tickets and all that stuff. So, man, I used to think Philly was a sports town. I don't know if it is anymore.
Wow.
Somebody's giggling in the back.
Wow. Check that on the way out. I said
kick
this
in the cradle.
At the start of that series. I think the NBA playoffs needed a New York Philly rivalry series going on, but it's over already. It ended so quickly we never even really got to enjoy it. All right, when we come back, we've been trying to build the ideal Cardinals schedule all show. We've got about 10 minutes left to do the whole thing, the whole rest of it. So that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
With each start that it doesn't happen, are we worried that he's getting into Brandon Pfaadt land?
Oh, you went there.
It just feels like such a familiar tale from a year ago where our expectations were here and we just kept waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and it never happened. I feel like Ryan Nelson's done way more leading up to this moment to earn more trust than that, but that doesn't change the fact that we all kind of had expectations that Ryan Nelson was poised to become the number 2 or 3 starter in this rotation, and that just has not happened yet.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 $100 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA playoffs roll on. Victor Wembanyama not suspended. Suns fans outraged as they should be. We'll talk association and playoff basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke on a Monday here as we've been trying to build the ideal Arizona Cardinals schedule. And I think we've done some good work today, Wolf.
Luke, this is the gift that keeps on giving.
Especially because I already lost the actual schedule that we put together. So we're trying to we know all the teams. We know the home and away opponents. We were trying to put together, what would be the ideal schedule, the ideal order for the Cardinals for this to be conducive to some winning this season, okay?
Correct.
Not conducive to getting a top 3 pick, conducive to winning. If they end up with a top 3 pick, we already know what they should do. So this is what we have so far. Starting week 1, at the Chiefs, home against the Rams, home against the Raiders, at the Giants, at the Seahawks, home against the Jets. Those are the first 6 weeks. We have that. We also have the bye week in week 11. That's November 22nd, basically leading into Thanksgiving. And we have at the end of the season, because they're going to play a couple division teams, on the road in L.A. in week 17, home for San Francisco to close out the season. So we have about half the schedule done. Let's try to fill out the rest, and then we can just go over all of it tomorrow or whatever, like why we did what we did.
I love that.
For example, we have them playing in Seattle early in the season so they can avoid the Seattle weather in December.
Yeah. Man, the question is this right now. Do we want it easier, the easier schedule in the first 10 games before the bye, and then get tougher when you only have 7, or would you like to flip that?
Depends when you think we're going to see Carson back and what you want to see him go up against.
Luke read my mind.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I think at the tougher situations you can put I'm not like I'm rooting against Carson Beck.
Yeah.
But if you can put him through a tough situation and he gets through it,
okay,
maybe he might be your guy. But then if you put him in a tough situation and he just folds like a lawn chair, all right, well, somebody's getting picked in the top 3.
Show me you can go 3-0 against the NFC West after Thanksgiving, Carson, if you want to stick around.
Once again, we're trying to find out about Carson Beck, right? So let's go ahead and
we're into week 7, which is October 25th.
Okay, week 7. Let's go with the Saints.
Road game against the Saints?
Road game against the Saints. How about that?
So at New Orleans in week 7.
That's my vote. Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. I mean, you're going Jets, Saints back to back. I don't know if the Saints are going to be bad, but we're running out of quote easier games. How's that?
Yes.
But I'm fine with that.
But I'm thinking that Carson Beck is going to be starting by that point.
Okay.
So that's just me, ladies and gentlemen.
Did we make a mistake putting the bye week at week 11? Does it need to be earlier to get Beck in there earlier? Or
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
All right. So
I've got to worry about everyone else on the roster at that point in time.
3 of our the last 4 games we did were road games. So let's do a home game here, okay?
Okay.
This is basically Halloween weekend. You can have the Seahawks, Broncos, Lions, Eagles, or Commanders at home.
Well, okay. How about the Lions?
Yeah,
you guys feel
Lions.
about
Yeah,
that? Okay, good.
Something about having Dan Campbell in town for Halloween.
Yeah.
That's my reasoning right there.
Okay, the Lions. There we are. Okay, next.
Okay, so you've got 4 home games and 3 road games left to work with. And you've got 2 games right now where we are in the schedule before the bye week.
Okay, we haven't played a division team since
week 5, and this is week 9.
It's time for us to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to host Seattle or go to San Francisco? Those are the only 2 division games we have left.
Oh man, let's go to San Francisco.
Go to San Francisco. Okay.
Yes, you good with that, Jamal?
Absolutely,
Yes.
especially because that's later in the year, and so 95% of the starters will be out for them anyways.
That's true. By then it's week 9. San Francisco's going to be on their 7th running back.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk will be back by then. Probably not. Probably not for San Francisco. All right, so we got one more game. This is the November 15th
This is going
weekend.
into the bye.
Going into the bye.
Okay.
For reference, 4 of the previous 6 games have been road games. So might want a home game here.
We want a home game, definitely.
And probably not a division game. We don't want to go back-to-back in the division.
We do not want to do that.
So
What is the most winnable game?
Your home options right now are the Broncos, Eagles, or Commanders. Probably
Commanders?
The Commanders are the easiest.
Commanders.
Yeah.
Let's go with the Commanders going into the bye.
The Durs.
Yes. We'll get a
Is
lot
that what you say to Rick all the time?
Yeah.
The Durs.
Well, he started it, and I was like,
Oh.
yeah, well, that's perfect for you, Rick. The
We'll
Durs.
get a week of Rick wearing Commanders
All right,
jerseys
I
in
like
here,
that.
telling us all, hey, did you guys know I'm a Commanders fan? Because they're in town.
Yes, going into the bye. I like that. Okay, good. Now, where are we?
So we're coming out of the bye. It's the weekend of November 29th. We have, at this point, 7 games left.
Yes.
But we've already scheduled the last 2. In L.A. against the Rams, home against the Niners.
Okay, nice.
So we've got 5 games left here. 3 of them have to be at home, 2 of them on the road. Here's the options we have left, okay? Seahawks, Broncos, Eagles at home. Cowboys, Chargers on the road. So coming out of the bye week.
Put the Seahawks first.
Oh, I like that.
At like week 14.
Oh, I kind of like playing them week 12. We get a bye week, and you have to come out of hopefully like a
Oh,
short
I
week.
like that. No, that's good. I like that even better.
Didn't that happen to the Cardinals last year? Like the Seahawks got like 4 weeks off, and the Cardinals had to play 3 teams on Thursday or something? Some garbage that benefited
It was
the
pretty
Seahawks.
bad. I love that, Luke. That's great.
All right, so home against the Seahawks.
Yes.
So we're done with the division stuff there.
Yes,
Okay.
we're done with the division.
All right, so week 13. So in an interesting way, you were home week 10 against the Commanders, bye week 11, home week 12 against Seattle. So nice little break there at home for Thanksgiving.
Like that, yes.
Carson
Very nice.
can have the family in town to talk about how he's already started 6 games as a Cardinal.
Okay, so all the division games are played.
They're scheduled, yeah. We
Okay.
have 2 in week 17 and 18, but
That's
we already
right.
scheduled them.
Okay,
yeah.
so let's
Probably road here, right?
yeah, definitely road.
Cowboys or Chargers?
Go the Chargers. It's a tough game.
You good with
It's going
this,
to be a
Jamal?
physical
In
game.
L.A.?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Couple trips to L.A. in December this year.
Okay.
I'm already chalking up the Cowboys game to a win, by
Yeah.
the way.
I want to bring
what's-
Tyler back for
Why
that.
not go in 2 weeks from the Chargers game? Just put the Cowboys game in there.
Okay. Week 15 at Dallas.
There we go. Okay. So now what do we got? We got just home.
Home games against the Broncos and Eagles. Those should be easy.
Okay.
Well, if you score 10 points against the Eagles, you'll win.
That's true. And maybe Jarrett Stidham will be
Let's
playing
go.
by then.
Let's play the Eagles before the Broncos, shall we?
Okay.
Just because, I don't want our young quarterback, Carson Beck, if he's out there thinking, you know what, oh, man, it's Bo Nix. Yeah, you know what, let's go with that.
Maybe we should have had them play the Broncos at the start of the season because they might not have Stidham. But, okay, so the Eagles week 14 at home. On the road for Dallas week 15. Home week 16 against the Broncos. At the Rams in week 17. Home for the Niners in week 18. So we'll run through all this tomorrow.
okay.
I'll try not to throw this away.
That sounds
in the next 24
great.
hours. Okay. So we did have some logic behind how we put this all together. I'll see if it actually matches up tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. That's it for us. Thanks to Ryan Waldschmidt for joining us on the show today. Thanks to Jody Jackson as well for Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Dbacks play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st.
Toyota, let's go places. Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Make this Memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks appear in rhythm after back-to-back wins and their first series win since mid-April. They're back on the road for the first of a three-game series with the Texas Rangers. Michael Soroka takes his turn on the mound tonight. He goes against a fellow veteran righty in Nathan Eovaldi. Gosh, that was harder to say than I thought. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The Wildcats men's basketball team got themselves a big man in the portal today. I was sure to copy and paste over the phonetic version of this. Ugnis Yarashevicius is coming to How did I do, Lauren? Good? Okay, cool. Coming to Tucson via the University of Nebraska. Missed basically all of last year due to a back injury. He's also played collegiately at Central Michigan and Cal State Bakersfield. And in the NBA playoffs, 2 Game 4s to keep tabs on. The Pistons and the Cavaliers from Cleveland. Cavs trying to force a Game 6 tonight. It's Game 4. Tip-off is at 5. Later at 7:30, OKC looks for their 8th straight win this postseason and a sweep of the Lakers in Los Angeles. And then over on the ice, the Avs take on the Wild in Minnesota. Wild hope to even the series at 2. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gamba!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Did you miss me?
No, Tim Ring did a good job. It was fine. It was fine. Ring came in, did a nice job.
Glad to hear you didn't miss me.
We'll miss you when you're visiting the motherland, my motherland, in a couple of weeks, and you're gone for like 10 days.
Yeah. One day quick trip to NAU for graduation does not count. No,
that does not count.
I was barely gone.
I got a friend of mine who used to work in this industry. I think you know Michael Samter. He asked me for a bunch of advice on Italy. And he just sent me a message. He goes, "My freaking man, Florence Bistecca, best meal of my life. I'm screwed. I can never eat steak again." I told you about the steak in Florence.
Yes, it's very raw.
It's very raw.
It's very raw. It's very raw.
It's very raw. And if you ask them to to put it back in the oven and cook it for a little bit, they get very, very angry.
For some people, that would not be a problem. For us, it's not.
You like the raw steak.
My wife, when she goes to a restaurant, she orders a steak black and blue. I mean, which is basically the same thing. It's just a little sear on the outside, and boom, good to go. So
that's the steak in Florence. It's very, very famous, but it's very, very raw.
That trip is coming up in a couple of weeks.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited.
Well, you're not coming.
I know. I'm just excited for you. I'm excited for you.
But don't think for a second you're coming with us, because you're not.
Spend some money in my country. Let's go.
But your travel advice is being put to good use. I can assure you of that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but that's a couple weeks from now. We got our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show that we got to tell you about.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Second, and first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it, goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets, and Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
They needed that one so bad yesterday.
They needed the series win.
Series win so bad yesterday.
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. Starting pitching has bounced back and been really good. It was great in this series. Bullpen was unbelievable. Paulie Power Seawald now 8 for 8, I think, and save opportunities.
Paulie Power Seawald. Is that what we're? Has Paul Calvisi given you the? Is he said you can call him Paulie
Power Seawald? Man, he was great. Now, offense throughout this series was not good. We'll continue to talk about that.
Yeah.
But more than anything, I mean, you were away when the news came down. Ryan Waldschmidt is up. Alec Thomas is out. Waldschmidt got a chance to play on Friday as a pinch hit. He got his first major league hit. He started his first game on Saturday. And then he delivered big time on Sunday with some big knocks.
Yeah, he did with some big knocks, a huge catch. He was asked yesterday if he liked the RBI double or the great catch better.
I think, for me, I think the double was cool. I think it's cool to get your first extra base hit and get a couple RBIs as well in there. And I think, too, I mean, I love the defensive play, but it was cool to get one in left field, too. I haven't played there in a while. I've been playing a lot of center field recently, and even throughout the last couple months in the minor leagues last season and into this year, I was playing center a lot. So it felt good to be able to step back in left field and feel like I didn't skip a beat over there.
My bad. That was obviously with Wolf and Luke earlier today when he was on with them. But he made quite an impression in his first weekend, right? Like, I know they didn't win on Friday night, but his single kind of kept some hope alive that maybe they could. And then the day he had yesterday, his double, they cut to his family in the stands. The catch he had in support of Erod afterwards telling him it was a sick catch. You know, it's just 3 games and it's early and there's going to be struggles. There's going to be kind of the inevitable that happens even with the best of prospects. But what a debut for Ryan Waldschmidt. What a weekend for Ryan Waldschmidt.
Yeah. The Saturday game, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts is, okay, reality check. This is the major leagues. But the first hit on Friday was a big deal. And and then, he gets his first, it was a pinch hit single to left with 2 outs in the 8th inning. It was a 1-1 game. So it was a good hit there. Then he comes back and he gets his first start. Center field. And offensively doesn't go very well, but then the offensive output, yesterday was just fantastic. Driving in 3 runs, the highlight reel grab in left field, smashing that double into the left center field gap there was in the 2nd inning, puts him up 2-0 and gets another RBI, single after that. Hit I think it was a 2-0 fastball the first time. So good debut. This is why they made the move, right? They need a jolt offensively.
Big time.
They need a jolt.
Big time.
They need somebody to come in here and give them better at-bats. Torey Lovello mentioned something to us, and I know you saw this, so I'm going to bring it up. Torey Lovello came on our show on Friday when you were out, and he said, guys, I'm looking at some numbers here. We've seen 400 less pitches at this point than we did last year. 400 less pitches. And I'm not an analytics guy. Even I was like, what?
Yeah.
400? 400 less pitches you guys have seen. Obviously, I talked about it last week because I had spoken with people in our organization about the chase rate and guys swinging out of the zone and, not putting the ball in play and something's got to change and something. So we kind of had a hint something was going to happen last week, me and you, when we talked about it before you were off on Friday. We talked about chase rate. We talked about balls outside of the strike zone that they're swinging at. And the offense was a problem. And a lot of people are like, starting pitching is the problem. I'm like, guys, they have a huge offensive problem. And that's why they decided to make the move with Alec Thomas. And Alec Thomas designated for assignment and to bring up Ryan Waldschmidt.
And that was the thing that, having not been here on Friday, and I know you and Ringer talked about it a lot, so we don't need to spend a ton of time on it, though I saw your tweet. I know you've got some new information you want to put out there about that. But I'll just say this. The one thing that did surprise me to a certain extent with the DFA of Alec Thomas was he had the minor league options, right? They had the opportunity to send him to the minors, and they chose not to take advantage of that opportunity. They just kind of, not that they completely cut ties with him, but they could, and they probably will, depending on how things go, and we'll get to your news in a minute. But Waldschmidt, back to him for a second, that's his forte. Deep at bats, taking pitches, seeing lots of pitches. That's what was sort of odd for him in the spring. His strikeout rate was kind of high, and everybody thought that maybe he was pressing a little bit to try to make an impression on everybody. The idea that he's going to see some pitches and he's going to work some counts and do some at bats and things like that is what makes him very, very strong. Now it's a lot to say, hey kid, go fix an entire offense. And I know it doesn't work like that, but if there's one takeaway from this weekend series beyond how nice it was for them to win a series, is that how much it's still a grind for them to score runs. I was listening to Friday's game, driving back from Flagstaff. God, that game was a grind to listen to because they just had so many chances and they couldn't take advantage of it. Even in support of Merrill on Saturday, that game was a grind. So I don't think it's fair to say Ryan Waldschmidt's going to fix all of that, but hopefully, like you say, he can provide a little bit of a spark, and he certainly did yesterday. God, he was a huge spark in that game.
Listen, and I think what you're seeing is that this team does not have a lot of patience to let guys work stuff out. We've seen it a few times this year where they've moved off of players really quickly, and Alek Thomas has been here for a while. But here's the news. As of this morning, the Arizona Diamondbacks had been in discussions with a few teams about a possible trade of Alek Thomas. Their priority is to try to trade him. Now, it doesn't mean a deal's going to get done. I'd put it at 50-50. Teams check in, and then, you're just trying to see. Now, if they did trade him, it would very likely be for a player. Not for cash considerations, but it would be for a player. So Arizona's looking to get a player back in a trade for Alek Thomas. He has not been put on waivers as of this morning. So if he does not generate any trade calls, if they've exhausted all options and they're not able to trade Alek Thomas, they would then put him on waivers. And if he clears, he could go to the minors. If he's claimed, he becomes the property of another team.
Okay, so there is more news about the Diamondbacks to get out there as well. We'll give that to you in the next segment when it comes to one of their injured players who's trying to rehab his way back to the Diamondbacks. But Diamondbacks start a road trip tonight. They're in Texas. They're taking on the Rangers. That's a 5:05 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. So we'll be a little on the short side tonight. And we assume, I haven't seen the lineup yet, we assume Ryan Waldschmidt is going to be in it. So when we come back here on Burns and Gambo, while the offense, it was still a struggle for the Dbacks. The pitching seemingly with one Torey Lovello butt chewing got better practically overnight. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic.
Fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality.
Jolly good.
Sideline passes.
That's jolly good, well.
A VIP Tower of London private experience.
Crikey.
And a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shopping by online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. That's the website. You can always check to see what kind of inventory they have. You can shop and buy right there from the website, LibertyGMCAZ.com. Truck month going on right now at Liberty GMC, which means all the great Memorial Day savings, they're going on all month long, and you can take advantage all month long at Liberty GMC. The Memorial Day Save-a-thon is going on. Get up to $12,500 off the best truck out there on the market, the 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months on the Sierra 1500. You're going to love it. It is awesome to tow, awesome for the toys, great tech, all the stuff. Plus, you can save $6,250 on the 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty. You can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $379 a month. It's all Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their solid starting pitching against the Texas Rangers? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's Michael Soroka's turn tonight against the Rangers to see if he can keep up that solid starting pitching. We're going to talk about it here in just a sec. First, I promised news. Here's news from Nick Piccoro and Steve Gilbert, who are with the team in Arlington right now as they get ready to take on the Rangers. It looks like Diamondbacks first baseman Carlos Santana has re-injured his adductor while on a rehab assignment. Those plans have been any plans for his return have been put on hold after he re-injured it last night in a rehab game for AAA Reno. It was going to be...
Honestly, it's not he wasn't going to play anyway when he came back.
Yeah, it was going to be a fight to find him at-bats and time to play anyway.
My understanding is he was going to be a defensive replacement, late-inning defensive replacement. Even Lovello said it in a press conference that Vargas is going to keep playing. They're not going to take Ildemaro Vargas out of the lineup. So when Santana came back, they weren't going to cut him. They weren't going to move on from him. He would have been an insurance policy in case Vargas got injured or somebody else. Pavin's coming back, in June too. But he very likely just would have been a guy that came in 8th, 9th innings to be a defensive replacement in a close baseball game.
And I was going to say the hits just keep on coming, but this has nothing to do with us, or at least with the Arizona Diamondbacks. According to reports now out of Texas, Nathan Eovaldi is being scratched tonight with left side tightness. He will not pitch for the Rangers. We have not seen an announcement who will start in his place, but Nathan Eovaldi was scheduled to get the start against Michael Soroka, and he is out. That according to Kennedy Landry, Texas Rangers beat writer for MLB.com. So Kennedy is putting that news out there that Eovaldi is a late scratch for tonight's game.
Interesting.
So Michael Soroka versus somebody.
To be announced.
Jacob Junis.
Jacob Junis.
Per their official lineup graphic.
Okay. So Jacob Junis is the one who got the start. Okay. So that is something else to contend with tonight. Obviously, Eovaldi, a very talented Major League pitcher with a long history of injury issues throughout the course of his
questions.
career.
A lot of talent. Very, very talented guy, but yes, a lot of arm issues.
1.71.
Let's go.
That is the starter's ERA ever since the Tory tongue lashing became public. Now, it might have happened before then, but the Tory tongue lashing became public right before they started the homestand. And since then, the Diamondback starters have combined for a 1.71 ERA, including...
And it was, over 10?
It was 10.10 in the 12 starts leading up to that.
They had an ERA over, right. Then Tory gives them a tongue lashing.
The Tory tongue lashing, the one-way conversation. Like, I'm talking, you're listening.
Yeah.
All right? Put it on receive, I'm on send. We're talking right now. I'm talking to you.
Ryan Nelson was outstanding on Friday. 6 2/3 innings. He was terrific. Matched his season high in strikeouts with 7. He just gave up the home run to Vientos in the second inning. But that was the first time that he pitched into the 7th inning this season. That was a really good start. Then you bounce back with Merrill Kelly. Dominant performance by him. Season high, 7 innings of 3-hit baseball. He just gave up the 1 run. It was an RBI double by Beatty in the second that scored Marcus Semien. He had 6 strikeouts. He had 3 walks. He even retired the side in order in the 7th, including striking out Marcus Semien for his 3rd straight strikeout as part of that. So that was a really good outing. And then you bounce back on Sunday, and Eduardo Rodriguez. Wow. Career high, 8 1/3 innings, 1-run ball. He gave up 4 hits. He walked 3. He struck out 4. The first hit he gave up was in the 6th inning. It was a bloop single. I'm watching the game. Like, God damn, he just lost a no-no, on his little bloop single by Carson Bench, and was 1 out. And then he ended up scoring on a Torrens double. That was the first time he's worked into the 8th inning since he joined the Arizona Diamondbacks. So bang, 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 1, 2, 3. Great start, great start, great start. A good shot in the arm for this team.
Yeah, you felt bad for Ryan Nelson because his offense just couldn't deliver for him. And Nolan McClain was great that night, too. But you felt bad for Ryan Nelson. They just couldn't give him any support. It was so encouraging to see Merrill Kelly. And I know it's
so
the Mets, and the Mets aren't great, but it was so encouraging to see Merrill Kelly. The big news was yesterday, and, I mean, that was the first time in his career that Eduardo Rodriguez had gotten an out in the 9th inning. I mean, not just his Diamondbacks career, his career.
Yeah.
He has a little negotiation after the 8th. Tory sticks the hand out on the top rail of the dugout. Eduardo Rodriguez won't shake it. Well, I'm not shaking your hand. I'm not done. They have a brief little negotiation, and they agree on 10 more pitches. He's got 10 pitches to get 3 outs to get the complete game. Lovello comes out and gets him after the bloop single with 1 out in the 9th inning, and Lovello gets booed, right?
Of course. 40,000 people on Mother's Day.
Social media's losing their mind.
Yeah.
Vinny Murata's losing his mind.
Just let him finish the game.
Torey Lovello after the game.
Yeah, I think he knew. I told him, he said, give me 10 more pitches. I didn't know. There's things I don't know. I didn't know he had never thrown a complete game. I got to make tough decisions, and I want to win baseball games. That's the bottom line. I'm not going to say he couldn't have got 3 outs before we won this game, but I just think what would the cost have been on him to get it done? And I can't play that game as bad as I want him to stay in there. I can't play that game and let it get out of control. So he said something to me. I think it was along the lines of, "I'm not going to fight you because I told you 10 pitches," and I didn't do what I said, but I appreciate you doing what you did to send me back out here. So yeah, I know I was the most unpopular guy in the stadium, probably the state of Arizona, probably the entire country for all the baseball purists. But like I said, I'm not gonna blink when I need to make those decisions to preserve these guys. I'm not gonna blink.
Fall on that sword, Torey. Fall on it.
I saw a Bickley Blast question today. It's like, what is the biggest thing you miss about sports from when you were younger? Not having a pitch count. I like when you could leave the pitcher out there for 120, 130, 140. I like that. Guys were built up. They could take the ball and throw 140 pitches in a baseball game if they need be. This 100 thing is just, he's at 100. Oh, my God, his arm's going to fall off. He's going to need Tommy John tomorrow. It's insanity to me. It is what it is. Like, let him finish the game.
Yeah.
Let him finish the game.
We talk all the time, and you've introduced me over our 15 years. You've introduced me to a phrase that I've really come to believe in more than not, and that's you root for the player.
Yeah.
And in the moment when you realize he's never had a complete game, you very much root for Eduardo Rodriguez,
yes,
right? Like you very much root
sure.
for him to be able to have that moment and be able to have that complete game. That being said, and I'm going to say something that maybe is going to be slightly less popular than Torey Lovello and his decision to go get him. Gambo, frankly, I don't care. I mean, I really, honestly, win the game. Win the game, win. I mean, that's really all I can, like they're shooting more three-pointers in today's NBA. I don't care, just win. You know, the game has changed, and it's not like the way it used to be 20 years ago. Don't care, just win.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
interesting.
I really don't care that managers these days have this tight pitch count and manage the game differently than they did 20 years ago. As long as my manager is winning, and as long as my team is winning, and as long as my basketball team is winning, I don't really care how
you do
things aren't the way they used to be 20 years ago.
You just want to get from point A to point B no matter how you get there.
When I go to a restaurant, I want a good meal. I'm not going to walk into the kitchen and tell you how to cook it, you know? And so when I go to a game, I want my team to win more than they lose. And if you do it in a way that isn't necessarily pleasing to the eye or pleasing to the soul, at the end of the day, as long as you win, I really don't care. I don't. And like I say, I get it. I understand. I saw Vinny's tweet yesterday. I heard what you said a second ago. I do get it. Things change. But to me, it just doesn't matter that much. That's just my perspective on it. Agree, disagree. That's how I feel about it.
I think when we were 15 and 20 and 25 and 30 years old, nothing was changing because that's what we grew up with. I think as you get older and things change, you revert back to the way it once was. And if you liked it better that way, you become the grumpy old get off my lawn man. No, that's what it becomes.
That's true.
I mean, do I hate the fact that they shoot 43-pointers a game? I hate it. I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like basketball that way, but it is what it is. You know what? Hey, the Knicks may win the championship this year, maybe. Like, you know what? I've never seen them win a championship. I was like, I don't remember when they won it in 72. I was like 6 years old. So, like, I get it. I do get it, but there are... And if you're 25 years old, you're growing up watching a certain way sports is played now. In 30 years, it'll change, and you're going to remember when you were a kid and what it was like.
I'm glad you brought up the Knicks. Yeah. If they do win a championship this year, and newsflash, they're not going to. But if they do win it, they're not. Oklahoma City.
Come on. They got to crush them.
If they do win a championship, are you going to celebrate it any less because they shoot 43s a game? I mean, are you really?
I don't love the sport the way I used to because of it. I still like it, right? But
will you be any less proud of your team?
No. I think,
you grew up a Knicks fan.
I grew up a Knicks fan. Yeah. Bernard King was my favorite player.
You might not love the sport as much as you did, but will you feel any less pride or joy over your team winning a championship if they do it in a style that does not directly appeal to you?
No, I think you'd still enjoy it.
Okay.
But I grew up with 15-round boxing matches, and now it's down. They knocked that down to 12. I grew up with fighting in hockey. I used to love when the Flyers and Islanders played Clark Gillies against Dave Schultz, and, fighting's kind of out of hockey. So there's just, again, it's not a right or wrong thing. It's just the way I grew up, and that's the way I remember it. And now it's played differently.
The rookie class for the Arizona Cardinals seem to be impressing the Cardinals brass already. We'll talk about that next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First and second. And first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it. Goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets. And Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, schedules are pretty filled up, but there's still some openings right now. If you want to get your AC unit tuned up by the experts at Christian Brothers, their techs are certified, background check, trained to the highest standards in the state. If you want your AC unit to survive July, August, September into October, then you want to get a tune-up and an inspection that actually matters. Not a 5-minute spray and go, but where they actually take the time to go through every major component, electrical component, the capacitors, the motors, the start gear, so you know exactly how your system is performing. They're going to definitely check out the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits. They're going to clean those condenser coils, make sure that your unit is running the right way, and you'll get a full health report on your system. 3-generation, family-owned, 50-plus years in the Valley. Nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. For $50, call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
I need a little range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks appear in rhythm after back-to-back wins and their first series win since mid-April. They're back on the road for the first of a 3-game series with the Texas Rangers. Prior to the game, we learned from multiple reports that first baseman Carlos Santana suffered a setback while on his rehab assignment in Reno. He re-injured his adductor last night. Michael Soroka will take his turn on the mound. He now goes against right-hander veteran Jacob Junis. Originally scheduled starter Nathan Eovaldi has been scratched due to left side tightness. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The Wildcats men's basketball team got themselves a big man in the portal today. Ugnis Yarashevicius is coming to Tucson via the University of Nebraska. He missed most of last year due to a back injury. He's also played collegiately at Central Michigan as well as Cal State Bakersfield. And in the NBA playoffs, 2 Game 4s to keep tabs on. The Pistons and Cavaliers from Cleveland. Cavs are trying to force a Game 6 tonight. Tip-off will be at 5. Later at 7:30, the Thunder look for their 8th straight win this postseason and a sweep of the Lakers in Los Angeles. And then over on the ice, the Avs take on the Wild in Minnesota. Wild are hoping to even the series at 2 games apiece. Puck drop will be at 5. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which late-round draft picks could have the most impact on the Arizona Cardinals in 2026? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back on Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Thanks for hanging out with us on Monday. Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Hope all the mothers had a great Mother's Day.
That. Hope all of the dads
treated and spoiled in breakfast or dinner.
All the sons, all of the daughters, all the dads out there took care of mom. Absolutely. She deserves it 1,000%, no doubt about it. So hope that all happened this weekend because that needs to happen without question. This time next week, you and I will be out at Cardinals OTAs for back-to-back shows on Monday and Tuesday. So we'll get to know some of the guys, some of the holdovers, some of the new guys. We had a fantastic conversation with Carson Beck last week.
We did
on Thursday. Really good, good conversation with him.
Yeah, go back to that root for people type of thing. I mean, that was a terrific, the whole drug lord in Guadalajara is driving my car right now. It got stolen, the Lamborghini. And, he won me over. Now he's got to play well, and I'm going to root for him to play well because it would be great. It would be nothing better than if he ends up being a guy that could be a franchise-leading quarterback. And he's played college football for a long time. He spent the 4 years at Georgia, and then he went to Miami and led that team to a national championship. I love what Kurt Warner said about him. I don't respect anybody more, opinion-wise, about a quarterback's play than Kurt Warner. Nobody. So those things were great to hear. Now he's got to go out. And he seems like he has a good head on his shoulders. Seems like he wants this. Now he's got to go out and prove it.
Mike LaFleur from over the weekend, because they had a rookie minicamp this past weekend, was asked a bunch of questions about Carson Beck. Obviously, he's going to have a lot of eyes on him, especially with the Jacoby Brissett holdout situation. And as long as that lingers, I think Carson Beck has an opportunity. He's a rookie. He's a kid. He's got a lot to learn. But you can tell even from hearing Mike LaFleur talk about him that there are just certain things about him that they're not exactly starting from zero when it comes to Carson Beck.
Yeah, I'd say, speed up or same thing right there, So it's not like he hasn't had attached tight ends. It's not like he hasn't, been in 12 personnel. It's not like he hasn't been under center and done a play action fake or even take a snap from under center like a lot of guys, haven't. So, it's just, I would say the comfortability of playing under center, playing in the gun, playing with different formations, motions, and stuff like that. It's not the end-all, be-all by any means. But definitely, if there was a tie, you'd say, yeah, I want the guy that's actually done some of that over the guy that hasn't.
I'm not saying my smile is evidence that Carson Beck is going to work, but that cut made me smile. Just because how many conversations have we had for the last 7 years? Under center, not under center, being able to read, playing in certain styles of offense, I hate to, I understand Kyler Murray is an immensely physically talented football player who can do many things that Carson Beck could probably only dream of on a football field.
And is it an open competition for the starting job?
Wasn't that interesting?
Oh my goodness!
That was a Tom Pelissero cut from the Rich Eisen show last week in which he said, guys, this is a real competition.
Like the best man win.
Like everything I'm being told. And he even kind of intimated that it wasn't going to be a super friendly quarterback competition, that the room was going to be a little I'll have to go back and look at the exact phrasing, but it was a really, okay, you know what, I'll find it now because you've encouraged me.
Well, I would say this. If Kyler Murray cannot beat out J.J. McCarthy, then, it says a lot about Kyler Murray. And we had him here for a long time, and I think there was a lot of people that liked him and a lot of people that didn't like him. I think most people understood that it was time to move on.
Yeah.
But if you can't beat out J.J. McCarthy...
Tom Pelissero on the Rich Eisen show, quote, they envision it being a true competition, Kyler Murray versus J.J. McCarthy. And both these guys are going to go into this believing they're going to win this job. I don't know, frankly, how friendly that quarterback room is going to be. It's going to be a very competitive quarterback room from everything that I've understood. It is truly wide open. They're keeping an open mind as a coaching staff, close quote. I thought that was fascinating. It might all just be bull. Mm-hmm. It might all be a bunch of smoke and mirrors and nonsense. But that is an interesting...
They should make it like that. It should be competition.
Yeah.
Cardinals should have that too.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Jacoby Brissett. They expect it's going to be Jacoby Brissett. But what if Carson Beck is going to get a lot of playing time in the preseason? A lot of reps, a lot of playing time. And if he's ready to play, then he's. But if he's not ready to play, they're not going to throw him out there.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I've been reporting is from what I've heard. If he's not ready to play, they're not going to throw him out there to the Wolves. They're going to keep working with him. They've got 4 or 5 months now to kind of get him ready to see if he can play.
Here's one more from LaFleur about Carson Beck, and then we'll talk about Chase Basantis.
His demeanor, I guess you could say, but that hasn't really stood out. I'm not shocked. He loves it. He loves just sitting there. He's a 24-year-old adult, and he loves ball. Obviously, we just got him in here yesterday. I wanted him to be with Schaub and Hackett a lot, so I stood in there for about 10 minutes. Then, sometimes it's better when I'm not in the room so they can get into a little bit more nitty-gritty, and usually I just mess stuff up anyways in terms of talking about, God knows what. So, no, it's kind of what I expected.
Yeah. It's kind of like me when I go in the kitchen. Just get out. Just literally just get out of the. You're not helping, but I want to help. Don't just get out of the kitchen. You're better off not here.
After Mother's Day weekend, there were a couple of times I had to tell my wife, "Get out! I'm making food. Go." Like I don't know what I'm doing. I know you want to help because I know I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing the best I can to get out of here.
I do all the dishes after dinner's over.
Me too.
I do all the dish, all the pots and pans and everything.
And she's very happy with that arrangement. She's very happy to cook. I'm very happy to clean. This weekend, it was all backwards because, I was doing all of it. But it's just like she keeps coming in the kitchen like, you're doing that wrong. I know, leave. Yeah. But you're doing that wrong. I know, leave.
And then
it's fine. I'll figure it out.
And we always go to my cousin's house in Italy, whichever cousin we're at. None of the men ever do dishes. I'm like, you guys, come on.
Do the dishes.
Come on. You got to help a little bit. You can wash a couple pots and pans. Come on.
I mean, whatever. Chase Basantis, there was a story on ESPN.com today.
Yeah.
Rookies from the 2nd to the 7th round that are in a great position to make an immediate impact.
It's him.
Chase Basantis was number 1 on the list. Now, they probably did it in order of rounds and where you were drafted, but Chase Basantis was one of the names.
They knew there was going to be a run on offensive linemen. We had talked about that on draft day, that there is going to be a run on offensive linemen. So if you don't get one in the first round, of course, they went Jeremiah Love, then was there going to be any left in the second round? There was one. There was one guy that was you looked at and say, this guy is starting material. There was only one guy left after the first round. That was Chase Basantis, and they got him. And if you remember, after Chase Basantis was picked, you went like 20 picks in a row without an offensive lineman. They were gone. The next group, Basantis is in the group with the first-round guys. He's a guy who's projected to be a starter. The next group of guys are projected to be backups. They truly got the last of the Mohegans. They got the last guy, right? They got the last guy that was available to start, and that was Basantis.
Yeah, before the big drop-off, I saw today where Basantis, he met with the media, and he said that while everyone's penciling him in at guard, it's his ideal to be able to be ready to fill in on any of the positions across the line.
Love it.
Not just right guard. Now, we had his offensive line coach on from A&M a couple of weeks ago, and he said, his arms are probably too short to play tackle at the NFL level. His arms are too short, frankly, to play tackle here. So I appreciate the effort, and, if you learn how to play center, who knows? Maybe that's a position for him somewhere down the road, but he's trying to make himself to be able to play all of the positions they would ever do.
I love that. I mean, you absolutely. I could do tackle in a pinch. I could center if you need me to. I could do whatever you want me to do. I'll be versatile enough to help you.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field. The next drawing is for Dbacks twins on June 19th. Text the word SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. The NBA draft lottery is done. The NBA draft order is set. And conspiracy theories be damned. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
The legendary Hall of Famer Sir Charles Barkley joins us. Devin Booker got some criticism. He didn't have his best series against Oklahoma City. From a national perspective, what do you make of the criticism, and how do you sum up Devin Booker at this point of his career?
Yeah, I was disappointed in him because he did not play well against Oklahoma City. First of all, when you're the best player on the team, you don't defer to anybody.
Yeah.
He got to be Devin Booker All-Star. Those other guys aren't All-Stars. He had an awful series. I was very disappointed in him. I'm a big Devin Booker fan. He's been a hell of a player the whole time, but he did not play well against OKC.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sanderson Ford, generations, employee pricing. You pay what they pay right now. American value for American values. That is what Sanderson Ford is all about. It's trusted by families for generations, including mine. Ever since I moved to the Valley for 30 years, we have been buying our vehicles from Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. All of my kids' first cars were from Sanderson Ford. And right now, you purchase a new vehicle and your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. That's right. You'll get that. That offer expires on May 31st, so plenty of time this month to get into Sanderson Ford. Take a look at the F-150. Take a look at the Escape, the Bronco Sport, the Mustang. They've got a great selection right now. My car is in getting new tires at Sanderson Lincoln right now. My Ford Mustang is in getting new tires. And they'll beat any price on a set of Ford tires, plus get a $130 rebate on select brands. For more information, go online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured burger of the week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save time, buy online, UACUnit.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren is here with our Twitter poll question of the day. NBA related with the playoffs going on. And no end in sight for the Oklahoma City Thunder and their domination over the league.
The question is, have you ever thrown an elbow as hard as Victor Wembanyama did at Naz Reid?
No.
Never threw an elbow.
I've never thrown an elbow that hard.
I don't know if I've thrown one that hard. The look on Dylan Harper's face is absolutely priceless.
Shout out to Kellen, who is going absolutely viral for his camera work.
Like he zooms in on Dylan Harper's facial reaction to it, and Dylan Harper, he really does look like a character from The Office reacting to something that Michael Scott just did. If you haven't seen it yet, go look at his Twitter account and the reaction of. We'll talk about Victor Wembanyama not getting a suspension. Suns fans are just losing their you-know-what today on social media about it, all having Boris Diaw, Amari Stoudemire flashbacks from 20 years ago. That's not the poll question, though. What is the poll question?
No. You also know the elbow is bad because Jaden McDaniels, who expresses no emotion whatsoever, looked stunned.
Like,
That's how you know it's serious.
Damn.
Yeah, like,
That was bad. Okay.
This poll question comes from the mind of Gambo on Friday.
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, it comes from your mind.
Okay, what
and
we
it's, will the Oklahoma City Thunder lose a playoff game? If yes, when will they do it? So your answers are, no, they will never lose a playoff game.
Okay.
Yes, they will versus the Lakers. Yes, they will in the WCF. Or yes, they will in the NBA Finals.
They're going to sweep the Lakers. They play them tonight. They're going to sweep them. I will say either San Antonio or Minnesota will win a game against them.
That's when I would say Western Conference Finals,
Yeah.
I think, is when they will lose a game.
And that is what our audience thinks as well. 42% going with that. Now, closely behind, 32% think they will in the NBA Finals. 21% think they will never lose a game in this playoffs. And 5% think they will lose a game to the Lakers.
Quick, around the horn. How many games does Oklahoma City lose in these playoffs?
2.
3.
I was going to say 3. 2 or 3.
I
think that's
it's
the
not
number.
easy to go win at Madison Square Garden with the way that team's playing right now.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Gambo's just fully, by the way, predicted how the NBA playoffs are going to go for like the last week and a half.
Oh, so you just said Oklahoma City in 6 over the Knicks? Is that what I just deciphered?
I would, my heart would say pick the Knicks. My head would say pick Oklahoma City.
Your head would be like, are you nuts? Picking the Knicks?
What are you doing?
Come on, Hart. What the hell? Let's think for a minute here. Come on. I'd love it if your Knicks beat them. That'd be great.
Me too.
I'd love it.
I'd love it too.
I'd love it.
Yeah.
Yay,
Mikal
Mikal.
Bridges.
I know.
Yay,
Landry
Mikal.
Shamet. Landry Shamet was knocking everything down yesterday.
He was. All right, that's the poll
They
question.
couldn't miss the 3. They couldn't miss.
You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. It felt early for it to happen for, I don't know, whatever reason. For me, it felt early for them to have the draft lottery yesterday, but they had it.
Yeah.
And the Washington Wizards, with the first time it's happened in years.
Right. Yeah, usually
where the team with the worst record got the number 1 pick. I think it's been like the last 7 lotteries.
Yeah.
Where the team with the worst pick with the worst record didn't get it.
And this is the last time, right, before they change the rules on it.
They flatten everything out. They make it even harder for you to, but Wizards 1, Utah 2, Grizzlies 3, Bulls 4. The big loser of the day was the Indiana Pacers.
The Indiana Pacers. Was it their owner that apologized?
I think it was
the GM?
Their president of basketball operations.
Somebody did.
Kevin Pritchard, their president of basketball ops, quote, "I'm really sorry to all our fans. I own taking this risk. Surprised it came up 5th after this year. I thought we were due some luck." Basically, they traded their first-round pick this year, but it was protected 1 through 4. They traded it to the Clippers for Zubac,
Right.
for Ivica Zubac. And because it landed 5th, the Clippers got it. The Pacers had to give
So
up
the
number
Clippers have
5
a
overall.
top 5 pick in what's supposed to be a really good draft. So that unto itself is like okay, so as a Suns fan, you think, oh, that kind of sucks that the Clippers got the pick. They're going to get a top 5 pick. That makes the Clippers a little bit better. That's not a good thing. Now, I think Indiana now that they've given the pick up, they don't have to give up like the 2031 pick
and that one was
unprotected.
I believe that was an unprotected pick.
It was an unprotected pick.
So now they don't have to give that one up.
And to give you an example, they've got Lauren's boy Keaton Wagler going to the Clippers at number 5.
Yeah,
that's a great player at number 5. That's a great player.
I've seen 2 different mocks that have Keaton Wagler going number 5 to the Clippers overall. Yeah, which some people think that the Clippers might look to move Kawhi Leonard this offseason
and start over
and kind of start and use the number 5 pick and go, okay, this is kind of an opportunity for us to hit the reset a little bit.
Yeah, I'll give you the ESPN mock, just the top 5. They've got the Wizards taking Dbacks from BYU. They got the Jazz taking Darren Peterson from Kansas. The Grizzlies taking Cameron Boozer from Duke. The Bulls taking Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. And the Clippers taking Keaton Wagler from Illinois.
Yeah, ESPN also had they had Braden Burries going number 9 to
the
Dallas. They had Koa Pete going 24 to the Knicks.
And there's some debate as to whether he's going to stay in this draft or not. Like, he declared, but he could still go back to school.
Yeah, I saw another. It's funny that you mentioned that because I know you mentioned that last week too. I saw another mock, where it was he was going to the Grizzlies at number 16. So it was a little better than number 24.
Right.
So I'm not sure. He was at the draft lottery with Burries. I saw the two of them look like twinsies with what they were wearing. I don't know if that means he's going to stay or what. Now, Gembo, who did Jeremy Woo have the Suns taking with their one and only draft pick at number 47?
Well, you don't have to look any further than the connection and the ties to Michigan State. Jeremy Fears Jr., the point guard, is the pick right there for the Phoenix Suns.
I'm smiling. Mm-hmm. We don't have a draft profile for Jeremy Fears, but in a way we kind of do. Because Lauren, ever the Big Ten basketball fan, and I get the Michigan State connection, I do. I'm not trying to skate past that. But she watches a lot of Big Ten basketball.
He had great games against Illinois this year, if I remember correctly, didn't he?
He's also,
I think he had a great game against them.
Got a reputation for being as dirty as 2-week-old laundry. I mean, like, listen to this.
I like that
mixtape of all the times he inadvertently kicked or tripped dudes during Big Ten play.
Here's to the wing, tough catch. An appeal by Illinois on this play from Jeremy Fears Jr. He slides his leg out to his left. Mirkovic trips. They didn't see enough to say that was a trip by Jeremy Fears Jr.
A moment ago, here was Fears' reaction when the call came in that he had picked up an F1. He said exactly what you did, Steve. He was going for the ball. Soda will have 2 free throws and the ball. Reynolds still with the common foul. And then washed the leg here from Fears. Went right up. And the officials were not on it initially. Minnesota's bench was. They asked for an appeal, a successful appeal. But this has been in the news. I mean, go back to Friday's game.
There was a play where Fears appeared to trip Yaxel. Is that beyond?
Appeared?
Or did trip Yaxel?
It was an illusion, right?
Right. I apologize. And then
no, that's okay. I don't mean to be.
But
I apologize more than.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Off the heel, outlet, Linda Bull. Watch out!
Oh! Yes, it's the right call too. I think worse here. They're going to check. I think for a flagrant one.
The film's there. 40 minutes of it. It's not hard to find.
Have you reached out to their staff or?
It's not hard to find.
Have you reached out to their staff?
I have not reached out to their staff.
There you go.
Wow.
Put together with love from Lauren Koval.
Wasn't there a low blow in there, too? Didn't he throw a low blow at somebody?
He kicks his leg up in the reverse direction to kick a Minnesota guy in the balls.
It's like he's got a player, he's got a defender behind him.
Yeah.
And he literally, he sticks his leg straight back to kick him in the, the spot.
Yeah.
So, not good.
Like right in the butt he kicked him.
Right, yeah. Well,
we have Grayson Allen on this team. Grayson Allen was well known for tripping people, like in college in his early.
Way worse than
I know. The one on Minnesota, he got a technical on the play. It's like, he got a technical on the play. He just reached back and kicked him right there.
Yeah.
26 points and 15 assists against Illinois.
Oh, he can play. I mean, he can.
15 assists.
Like, he can play.
Yeah.
It's just, and I'm not saying don't draft him because of this, but that is the reputation of him if they want to go with the Michigan State player, no doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it cost the Diamondbacks many, many games last year. This year, the hidden strength continues to not be that hidden for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's next on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Oh, my goodness! It's an outrageous snag by Thomas!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. They're helping people every single day right here in the Valley with all their mortgage needs, refinancing, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. The recommendation is that once a year you should revisit your mortgage situation. Things change. A lot of people like to revisit their car insurance, and their home insurance because things change and you want to make sure you're on top of it. Same thing with your mortgage. Rates change, your needs and priorities change. That's why the Lund Mortgage Team, with well over 30 years of experience right here in the Valley, is ready to help you. They're ready to help you right now with all of your needs. They're helping a lot of people get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Those of you that are renting and that are tired of renting and that want to own your own home are calling the Lund Mortgage Team and getting pre-approved absolutely free. You call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Shapiro, Matt Oliver, and Lisa London. A whole crew over there will take great care of you. You can also go online at londonmortgage.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks appear to be in rhythm after back-to-back wins and their first series win since mid-April. They're now back on the road for the first of a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Prior to the game, we learned from multiple reports that first baseman Carlos Santana suffered a setback while on rehab assignment last night in Reno. He re-injured his adductor. Michael Soroka will make his pitch on the mound. What am I trying to say there? Michael Soroka's on the bump tonight. Who he will not go against, however, is Nathan Eovaldi, who was scratched from his start due to left side tightness. So now the Rangers send right-hander Jacob Junis. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Wildcats men's basketball got themselves a big man in the portal today. Ugnis Yarashevicius is coming to Tucson via the University of Nebraska. where he didn't really play that much for the Huskers last year. He played just one game, missed the others due to a back injury. He's also played collegiately at Central Michigan as well as Cal State Bakersfield. In the NBA playoffs, got 2 Game 4s to keep tabs on. Pistons and Cavaliers from Cleveland. Cavs are trying to force a Game 6 tonight. Tip-off will be at 5. Later tonight at 7:30, Oklahoma City's looking for their 8th straight win this postseason and a sweep of the Lakers in Los Angeles. And then over on the ice, the Avalanche take on the Wild in Minnesota. Wild are hoping to even the series at 2 games apiece. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, it's about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance. Let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Will the Suns complete hard work of their Bradley Beal dump this summer? Diamondbacks first baseman Carlos Santana suffers a setback. And what's the early read on the Cardinals offense led by Mike LaFleur? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I hope this kid doesn't play a lot for the Wildcats. I don't know if I can pronounce that name.
Mitch, one more time. Give it to us.
Ugnis.
Yep.
Yarushevich.
No. You're getting too into the weeds there.
Ugnis Yarushevich.
Still 2 weeds. Ugnis
Yarushevich.
Yarushevichis. Ugnis.
All first team, all MAC pick at Central Michigan. Transferred from Nebraska.
Just call him Ugnis.
Ugnis.
What's that last name again?
He led Central Michigan.
Thankfully,
Yarushevich.
Nebraska's page, because he was with the Cornhuskers last year, they have an audio playback of him saying
those
his
are
name.
the best.
So I listened to it like 5 times.
I don't think there's anything I Google more than how to say a guy's name. Because I just
obviously I never do that.
Oh, I know. That's mostly because I'm making up for you. Mostly because I don't want to be. I don't want both of us to sound like idiots. You know, one is plenty.
Wow.
Can't have too many idiots on the air at a time.
One is like somebody on the show's got to get the names right. Like you know what, that came out harsh. I didn't mean it like that.
Okay.
But somebody on the
say it again.
Somebody on the show has got to get the names right, and so I take a lot of pride in making sure I get the names right because I know you're not going to.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Geraldo Perdomo.
If I say it slow, I can get it right.
Yes.
Geraldo Perdomo.
You just have to be patient.
If I say it fast, I'm at Geraldo Perdomo.
Like you're in elementary school and you're counting out the Perdomo. You know, like we used to do when we were.
Yeah.
Did you ever do that?
Syllables?
Please tell me they taught you that in school.
Syllables.
Perdomo. 3 syllables. You would clap out. That's like an elementary school thing. Come on.
Yeah, I remember syllables.
Okay, just want to make sure you remember
I remember syllables.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Gambo's going to be mad at me the rest of the day. I called him an idiot.
No, it's all right.
He's going to be mad at me, and it's going to.
Do I look like I have anything higher than a middle school education?
It's true.
So, Diamondback starters were in part the story this weekend against the New York Mets, and were really the story during this homestand. And we're going to talk about them we have talked about them, but we're going to talk about all of them here in a bit because it is a heck of a run that they're off to. But when you're getting that kind of a performance from your starters, it really has put Torey Lovullo in a position now where you can be very judicious, and can we say the name?
Can we speak correctly?
And very specific about when he wants to use his relievers, and they have been. Other than Kevin Ginkel on Friday, and even those balls,
he had been unbelievable.
Up until that point. The Diamondbacks bullpen continues to deliver time and time and time again.
No, they were great. Your guy Murillo, and I know you like Murillo. The numbers on Murillo are just unfreaking believable when you look at him and the success that he's had. It just blows me away just how good he's been. So, but overall, Paul Sewald is now 8 for 8 in save opportunities. 8 for 8. You're getting great performances up and down from these guys. Taylor Clark has been absolutely terrific in his outings. There was a note I had on Murillo. I wish I would have saved it, but there was a note on just how good he's been that just kind of blew me away because he's been just absolutely terrific. So he's been great. And I think you kind of like him maybe as a future closer for this team.
I very much so think that.
And I could see that. I could see him possibly being a closer on this team. He's been so good.
Only because, like Puck's coming, and certainly he could do it, but I still think he's best deployed as a lefty in those situations where it's called for specifically. And this is nothing against Paul Sewald at all. It really isn't. He has been one of the most pleasant surprises of the season. And he was fairly efficient in shutting down the Mets on Saturday night to get that 8th save that you mentioned. I just think there's a nastiness to Murillo's stuff that Sewald doesn't have. Sewald's kind of a two-pitch pitcher.
Two-pitch, yep.
And if his velocity's even down a tick, it just makes him so hittable. Where I think Murillo, as long as he's locating, his stuff is just sick. And I just think I think he is going to be their closer a year from now, because I think Justin Martinez is going to be too hard to trust coming off of 2 Tommy Johns. I think a year from now, Murillo's the closer.
I think it might be sooner. I'll go on vacation and something will happen. There'll be 3 blown saves, and then I'll come home like, what happened?
It happened.
What happened
2 years ago in 2024.
I went to Norway. I came back. Sewald was the closer. Then he was like, what happened? He blew like 3 saves in a row. Juan Murillo's 17-game home scoreless streak, 14 2/3 innings without allowing a run since June 30th of 2025 is the longest active streak in the major leagues. They're in the streak. He is 1-0 with an opponent batting average of 143 against, with just 3 walks and 17 strikeouts.
Wow. Yeah. I like
That's
him.
your boy.
I like him a lot. That is my guy.
That's an incredible note right there.
But look up and down. It is an incredible note. Look up and down at these numbers.
Yeah, 6-7 guys going really well.
Sewald, 3.29. Murillo, 1.93. Taylor Clark, 2.45. Loaiska, 3.31. Ryan Thompson, 3.14. Even after the other night, Kevin Ginkel, 3.94. Let's give it up for Brandon Garcia, who in 4 games has a 0.00 ERA so far and was remarkably efficient the other night on Friday night when he had to come in and pitch and throw. I think it was the 9th that he threw in that one before Gink came into the 10th. He was fantastic in this. Now it's, we're starting to get to that point, that magic number of 40, and it's not mathematical by any stretch, but we all kind of consider 40 games to sort of be the cutoff of, okay, this is kind of who you are, right? This is what you are as a team. The bullpen is inching closer and closer to that magic number where it feels like we can say, okay, you've now the rotation, question marks. I know things are going really well. The offense, obviously tons of question marks, but the bullpen so far looks like a fairly well-constructed unit for Torey Lovullo.
Yeah, and it was crazy because there was so little money spent on the bullpen.
I know. But
they couldn't spend $15 million on a guy, and they kind of went cheap, and they kind of struck gold. I mean, honestly, the bullpen has been very, very good. And I know some people try to find a way to, complain about it, but man, it's been really. Taylor Clark has been great. Thompson and Ginkel have bounced back and been terrific. Sewald has not blown a save yet this year. It's just wow. Like listen, if they were somehow out of it, you know how many calls they're going to get for bullpen guys? Everybody wants help in the bullpen. If they were out of it, they'd have 4 guys that they can move out of the bullpen that have been good for them.
Especially considering one of the key members of the bullpen is about a month away from returning, right? Maybe a little less than a month away from returning. So he'll be back. Martinez is going to, Martinez had a bullpen session over the weekend.
Yes.
Torey Lovullo called it electric.
Good velocity.
He's still got he's going to throw like 15 bullpens before he starts a minor league rehab. So he still has a long way to go. But Torey was very impressed with the velocity. Yeah, I get it. And I'm not saying it's a finished product. And I'm not saying this means that they're bulletproof by any stretch of the imagination. Sewald is the one where I still, if I'm just being honest, and we have Paul on the show a lot, he's probably the one that I hold my breath with the most.
Sewald?
Just a little bit, just kind of like, okay, because it just, you talk about building a bullpen on the cheap and kind of assembling it the way they did. Paul Sewald, to me, is the poster child for that, right? Like where
nobody wanted him.
I mean,
2 teams last year. Tigers didn't even put him on the postseason roster the second round and just sat him there. He wasn't healthy. He said, I wasn't healthy. I got to Detroit, and I felt bad. I couldn't, And it's almost like when they got him, it was almost like, oh, no. Like, that's your answer, Mike Hazen? Really?
That's exactly it.
Right.
That's exactly it.
Like, that's the best you could do is this guy?
So every save with him has a little bit of a feel to like house money to it, like oh, okay, you got another, and
But he's allowed to blow a save or two.
Of course
like he's
he
not
is.
going to go perfect. He's going to blow a save, and you know what's going to happen? All the Diamondback fans that hate Sale will go, get rid of this guy, get the limo, he's got to go. It's his first blown save. Relax. The guy's been terrific for them.
But if he goes on a stretch like when you went to Norway in 2024,
Right.
I mean that month of July was. But I don't want to. He's been great. He has been. If I were making a list of the 4 biggest surprises of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Eduardo Rodriguez would be one. Paul Sewald would have to be another of the 4. He has been such a surprise.
Yeah.
Such a surprise.
We had hinted in spring training that he was going to get the job. And I remember the fan reaction was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
The fan reaction was like hey, Sewald's going to get the first crack at being the closer. Like, what?
My reaction was like, what? Come on.
I'm telling you, that's what I've been told. Sewald's going to be the closer.
Yeah.
People were so mad. I'm like, he's been great for them. He's been great.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is there another big move on the way from the Arizona Cardinals this offseason? No, not that one. Another one. Next on Burns and Gambo.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off. Brilliant.
Love telling you about M-Drive. It is the daily supplement that I take every single day. I always get my workouts in. I push myself even yesterday. 5-mile run yesterday. Got home, I took my M-Drive. 5-mile run. Got to get it in. Got to get my work in. I always find time because I still want to feel like I'm active. I want to fight age for as long as I can. I know it's inevitable, but I want to make sure that I'm still able to do all the things I did when I was younger for as long as possible. Energy, metabolism. This is support for men over 40. Built for steady energy, no extremes, no hype. This is for men who still show up. Energy, hormones, muscle, metabolism. Changes are normal. As you get older, it changes. That's why M-Drive is clinically tested ingredients to make sure that your body responds to the things that you're trying to do, the way you eat, the way you sleep, the way you work out. What works for most men is steady support that fits a routine, and that's where M-Drive comes in. The #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. You could also go online for more information, mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code for a discount. That's mdriveformen.com.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1877 cars for kids. KRS cars for kids. 1877 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do it like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for the Arizona Diamondbacks offense to start consistently scoring runs again? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Monday afternoon edition. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, whether you're listening on 98.7 FM, whether you're watching us on the newly redesigned ArizonaSports.com, which looks great, or on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, of which we say hello to everybody who's watching us there as well. Subscribe to us on Arizona Sports on YouTube. We will be registering more people for the trip to London that we've been one of the biggest.
I heard London's calling.
It is one of the biggest giveaways in the history of the radio station. Every time I hear.
Are we going?
Unless you know something I don't. I hope so. I'd love it. I'd love it. Let's go. As a show, let's go.
Yeah, we should
My passport is ready.
Yeah,
I'm
mine
ready.
is too. Well, Gambo's is perpetually ready.
Mine
I know
has
that.
got a lot of stamps on it.
Yeah, yeah. We'll have to do our show in the middle of the damn night. Yeah, let's
I'm
do
up
it.
then.
That's fine. Let's go.
Okay.
I'll drink some coffee. I'm good. I'm down. Let's do it.
It's tea.
Oh, I'll find coffee.
It's tea.
I don't care. I'll find coffee.
You have to have tea.
You don't. You mean
You're
to
not
tell
living
me?
until you've had tea time in England.
Okay, I'll have tea time.
Tea
but
time
you
with-
tell me they
with
don't serve coffee in
Crimpets
England.
and scones.
The tea is very delicious.
Yes.
I would recommend the tea.
I'll get the tea. I need some coffee too.
I went to
Coffee's
the.
easy to find.
I went to one time we stay at the Ashford Castle in Ireland, and it's kind of similar. And they had like this tea time thing. And the first time we went, and so my wife signs me up for this tea time thing. I'm like, oh, we have tea time, and so she thinks it's all included. We go down there, they bring out like 17 different, all these different teas for you to try, and all this food and everything. I get a bill for like $300. I'm like, you told me it was free. She goes, I thought it was. I got $300 for tea.
Yeah.
They got me.
They got you.
They got me.
They got you good.
Tea. Yes, you drink tea.
So coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we will have a trivia question, and we'll take a caller, and we'll have an opportunity for other people to register for the trip as well. But it is truly one of the biggest giveaways we've ever had here on Arizona
If I
Sports.
win, then we have to go. If I win,
yeah, you're totally ineligible, but sure, let's just keep the dream alive. You know what the hell? But yeah, if we can go as a show, let's make that happen. Cardinals, turning our attention back to Cardinals. Rookie minicamp this week. We'll be out there next week for OTAs. The Jeremiah Love, he signed his contract, the $53 million, all that stuff. We also know they signed Tyler Algier. They brought James Conner back on they didn't cut him. They kept him around, and they redid the contract to make sure he would stay around. Because the Cardinals have such a glut at the running back position, at least what appears to be a glut, inevitably there have been some people who suggested they might look to trade one of their running backs. And I saw a story over the weekend suggesting because of the unique connection that the Cowboys have with the Cardinals, given that their former offensive line coach is now the OC in Dallas, that maybe they would be interested in James Conner if the Cardinals wanted to move him.
It makes so much sense because outside of Javonte Williams, They're very, very unproven at running back. And Williams is a guy who had a torn ACL in 2022. His production wasn't good in 23 and 24 when he was with the Broncos. And then he kind of exploded last year, had a career year. It got him a 3-year deal for $24 million. But here's a guy, again, torn ACL, couple of down years, burst onto the scene last year. And then Schottenheim is a guy that likes to have two backs in his offense. But here's the problem. The 5 running backs on the roster behind Williams have combined for 628 rushing yards in their career.
Wow.
That's the 5 guys behind him.
Wow.
When you brought this up, it was fascinating to me because Love and Algier are going to get the carries. If I'm James Conner, I would want to move on if I'm not going to play. Love's going to get 65 to 70% of the carries. Algier's going to get the rest. I don't know where James Conner fits in. Again, Schottenheimer likes 2 backs. Williams has an injury history, and he just had a career year last year. And then the 5 guys behind Williams, they haven't done anything. So James Conner would make so much sense for them. I really, when you put that out there today in our emails, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
And Clayton Adams, obviously, is the offensive coordinator in Dallas, who used to be the O-line coach. He was part of the resurgence. He was the guy that we kept talking about last year. God, how much do they miss him? How much do they miss him in this offense, not running the ball as effective as they did a year ago? So the original idea came from a tweet from Mike Clay of ESPN, who listed James Conner, Alvin Kamara, and Trey Benson. They need new homes. So you mentioned Trey Benson, too. They need new homes. I could see fits with the following teams: Commanders, Colts, Cowboys, Bengals, Packers, Chiefs, and Browns. So he listed like 7 teams. But interesting that he listed both of, now I don't think they would trade both, but he listed both of the
Conner and Benson,
RB3, RB4 for the Arizona Cardinals. And certainly it does make you wonder if one of them could be expendable and whether you could get something for one of them if you wanted to do it.
Well, if I'm James Conner, I want to play, right? I want an opportunity to go. I want an opportunity to play. I think Dallas gives that to you. The only guy they added this offseason was an undrafted free agent named Dominic Richardson. So they didn't do anything in the draft or they went elsewhere. So if I'm James Conner, I'm looking at the tea leaves, man. You just drafted a running back number 3 overall. He's going to play all the time. You sign a guy in free agency. Like, there's no carries for him.
Speaking of the Cowboys, the schedule's coming out on Thursday. Lucky for us, actually, selfishly, we're very accustomed to being on the air when the schedule release comes down.
Yeah.
Had it been on any other day but Thursday of this week, we wouldn't have been because of the Diamondbacks schedule.
Oh.
It's coming out on Thursday.
Okay.
So we'll be on the air 5 o'clock when it comes out. We'll play our usual game, and I'll pick them to win 11 games, and everything will be right with the
There
world.
was, well, you're out on Friday. We actually went around the horn to predict how many wins you would have for the Cardinals.
Keep it a secret.
We're not going to tell.
Keep it from me. I don't want to know. I mean, I could go back and listen to the pod if I wanted to, but I won't. I won't cheat like that. Really? You guys did that behind my back?
Yeah, because you're usually very optimistic about the Cardinals.
Usually.
You're usually very, very optimistic.
Yeah. I'm not going into it with a preset number. I am not. I'll just
nope. We never do that. We just win, loss, win. We just do it. Win, loss, win, loss. Whatever comes up, it comes up.
There have been no leaks so far regarding the Cardinals. This one did come out, though. The Giants will host the Dallas Cowboys on September 13th in the first Sunday night football game.
Jim Harbaugh
of the 2025 season. I mean, it's
John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh.
It's Dallas. It's Jim Harbaugh's new team. It's the Giants. It's those two.
John Harbaugh.
Media markets.
I did it too.
We don't even know who Seattle's playing. We think it's the Bears, right? We think it's going to be the Bears on the Wednesday night opener. And the reason they're opening the season on a Wednesday night is because the Rams and the 49ers are playing in Australia on Thursday, and they want to give those two teams plenty of time to get home. Usually that's the Friday game. They're playing it this year on Thursday because it's in Australia. So the season is opening up on a Wednesday. And it's going to be the Seahawks because they're the defending champs. And
it's going to be...
It feels like the Bears. Nobody has said it for sure, but it feels like that's going to be the matchup.
Yeah. There are 2 chances for an international game for the Cardinals. They're probably not going to get either. They could play in Mexico City against the 49ers.
Yep.
Or they could go to Paris.
For the Saints?
And the Saints. The Saints are in Paris. But there was a report out of a French newspaper that said that it's going to be the Browns. So the French newspaper has reported This is the same newspaper, by the way, that broke the news of the Paris game.
We must really hate the French if we're going to give them the Saints and the Browns.
Yes.
I mean, what did they ever do to us that we would sick them with the Browns and the Saints?
The French?
For the love. Yeah, they had our backs during the Revolutionary War. This is how we repay them.
And what did they do in World War II? They folded like a cheap suit.
But it's fine. They had our backs when we declared independence from England.
Yeah.
Their ship showed up, bailed us out, helped us win the war.
There's a feeling that French people don't really like Americans.
Well, we must not like them because we just gave them New Orleans and Cleveland.
Yeah.
Sorry.
By the way, your first game is Netflix. The game in Australia.
Yeah.
49ers Rams on Netflix.
Such is the way. Such is the way. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Torey Lovullo chewed some butt and got some results because of it. Is there a correlation? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First and second. And first pitch swinging ground ball to second. Cattell's got it. Goes to first, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it on Mother's Day by a final score of 5-1. They take the series from the Mets. And Eduardo Rodriguez with a just career performance in this one. 8 1/3 dominant innings.
Series win achieved. Now to Arlington for 3 games at the Rangers. Coverage begins at 4:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Buying a diamond today can feel overwhelming. You start researching. Search engines and online experts all telling you what matters most. Cut charts, color scales, clarity grades, videos explaining light performance, forums debating crown angles. Everyone sounds confident. And somehow it all feels more confusing. Then you walk into a mall jewelry store. Bright lights, glass cases, and someone trying to sell you what's in stock. It's a lot.
I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. In a private appointment, we slow it down. We talk about what truly matters, how cut affects sparkle, how color actually looks in real light. and how all 4 C's work together to give you the best diamond for your price. Whether it's a custom engagement ring, diamond studs, or a tennis bracelet, you're part of the process from start to finish. Confidence, quality, value you can see. Because buying a diamond shouldn't feel stressful. It should feel special.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks appear to be back in rhythm after back-to-back wins and their first series win since mid-April. Now they're back on the road, first of a 3-game series with the Texas Rangers. Prior to the game, we learned from multiple reports that first baseman Carlos Santana suffered a setback while on his rehab assignment last night. He apparently re-injured his adductor last night in Reno. Michael Soroka will get things started on the mound. He goes against right-handed veteran Jacob Junis, who was not scheduled to start today. It was originally supposed to be Nathan Eovaldi, who has been scratched due to left side tightness. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Wildcats men's basketball team got themselves a big man in the portal today. Ugnis Yaroshevicius is coming to Tucson via the University of Nebraska. He missed most of last year due to a back injury. He's also played collegiately at Central Michigan as well as Cal State Bakersfield. In the NBA playoffs, 2 Game 4s to keep tabs on tonight. The Pistons and Cavaliers from Cleveland. Cavs are trying to force a Game 6 with a win. Tip-off is at 5. Later at 7:30, the Thunder are looking for their 8th straight win this postseason, as well as a sweep of the Lakers in Los Angeles. And then over on the ice, the Avalanche take on the Wild in Minnesota. The Wild are hoping to even the series at 2 games apiece. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book stays May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA playoffs roll on. Victor Wembanyama not suspended. Suns fans outraged as they should be. We'll talk association and playoff basketball. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We'll actually have a conversation about that coming up in the next segment of the show as well. Wemby's elbow. Lack of a suspension for the elbow that he threw.
That was an unbelievable elbow.
It was.
That was
got Nas Reed right in the throat too, man.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. We'll talk about that coming up in the next segment. No. In the meantime, we start though with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who now the timing of when Torrey had the talk with the starting rotation, it happened at some point when they were in Chicago. So I don't know if it was, when exactly that occurred. But as legend has it, and as Torrey was somewhat reluctant to talk about it, at some point when they were in Chicago, he called the 5 starters into his office. 5. And he said it was a very one-way conversation. It was me talking to them. There wasn't a lot of feedback coming back. And he wanted them to know, fill up the strike zone. You're walking too many guys. You're being too fine. You're here to pound the strike zone, throw strikes. I don't want to see walks. I want to throw strikes. Since that conversation, during the homestand, the starting rotation seemingly overnight, that, like Erod, 2 great starts, Soroka, great start, Merrill Kelly, thank God, great start. I mean, that's the one you're probably the most relieved about, I think, out of all of them.
Sometimes you need to get your ass chewed out.
Sometimes you do.
Sometimes you just need to get your ass chewed out. There's nothing wrong with that. We baby a lot of the athletes today. Everybody's babied. Sometimes you need to break out a can of whoop ass. You suck right now. You're not getting the job done. You're just not. I told the story the other day. I think it was with Tim Ring. I'll say it again because I don't think you were here. But I I was talking to Mark Grace a couple of weeks ago, and he was telling me the story when he was not going very well. Sitting in his locker, he's looking down. All of a sudden, he's 2 perfectly black shoes. That's all he sees is 2 shoes right in front of him. And he looks up, and it's Mr. Colangelo, basically telling him, you suck. You're killing our baseball team right now. Why are you playing so poorly? Like, what? Did we waste our money on you? And he was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand, sir. And I was just laughing my ass off when Gracie told me that story. And there was the owner coming down, just getting in front of his locker room. And did we waste our money on you? Why do we, and it was just like, sometimes you just need to hear that. So there's nothing wrong with that. You can't just tell everybody, oh, you'll get him next time. It'll be okay. You'll get him next time. Don't worry about that bad outing you just had. Just be better the next time you pitch. No, you stink. Yeah. You're killing our team. Let's go.
It wasn't so much that Torrey chewed him out that took me by surprise, because I think Torrey behind the scenes is a little bit. He's not all everything's great, everything's awesome, and everybody gets a participation ribbon. He's not
in front of the media.
Front of the media,
but that's not who he really is.
I don't think that's you know it, right? Mm-hmm. Like I know it. I think behind the scenes, he's got a much edgier side to it that he just doesn't show as much to the media. What made it unique to me was not so much that he chewed a guy out, it's that he chewed them all out. Like he didn't have an individual conversation with each rotation guy. Right. He called them in as the 5 and just let them have it as the 5.
Because they were all doing poorly.
Right. And I think that to me was the unusual thing.
That it wasn't one-on-one.
It wasn't one-on-one, or even like somebody had suggested it could have been Gallen and Kelly because he's known them the longest. No, it was all of them. And he let them all have it. And ever since then, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. During the homestand, the starters posted a 1.74 ERA. They were all, 5 of the 6 were quality starts. In fact, I heard the stat when I was driving in. Luke mentioned that before this homestand, they had 5 quality starts on the season. For the whole season, they had 5 quality starts. They had 5 during the homestand alone.
Isn't that crazy?
They doubled their quality start output in one 6-game homestand.
When they needed it the most because of the lack of off days coming up, right? You get Erod goes 7, Soroka goes 6 1/3, Gallen 6, Nelson 6 2/3, Merrill 7, Erod 8 1/3. You know what that is? That's 6 starts of not having to use your bullpen.
Yeah.
A whole lot. That's 6 starts of limited bullpen, because they've had a lot of guys that are pitching a lot of innings in that bullpen. This was a terrific homestand, a terrific shot in the arm to get those guys some much-needed rest.
You know what? But that's kind of the problem with it, too, was that it wasn't a terrific homestand. They went 3-3.
It was a terrific homestand for the starting pitching.
I know, but
I'm not saying.
Yeah, but that's where my thoughts go to when I see starting pitching like this.
Yeah.
And I think, God, they should have done better than 3-3 if they're getting starting pitching like that. And I know that's a broader conversation about the offense.
Well, the offense wasn't
and
hitting.
The struggles of the team to hit. But you almost feel like you wasted it a little bit.
I said to Lavello, can you bring the offense in and just rip on them the way you did the starting pitching the other day?
It feels like you wasted, 6 pretty good to really good to great starts by only going 3-3 during that stretch.
3.5 out of a wild card right now, with the Pirates and the Reds ahead of you to catch the 3 teams in the wild card. And I love this: the Dodgers, the Brewers, and the Cardinals are your 3 teams, and then the Pirates, the Reds, the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, the Marlins, and the Nationals are all within 5 games. You're right within striking distance.
Right there.
You needed to win 2 out of 3 against the Mets in the worst way. They're not a good baseball team, and you got that. But, you mentioned it. The schedule's a little bit softer now. You played the Texas is not a good team.
Got the Rockies later this week.
Rockies.
You got the Giants. You got the Rockies again. You got the Giants again after that. I mean, it's kind of, you're in that pocket right now where hopefully they can take advantage of it. I felt the best for Merrill. I mean, Erod's kind of his own story with what he was able to do. It was so reassuring to see Merrill have that start.
So great.
Because
so great,
with his age, there's always this not always, but there might be this concern of, God, has he reached the end of the road? Is this it? To watch him pitch like that, Erod, and this stat from Alex Weiner I thought was terrific. This time a year ago, Eduardo Rodriguez had an ERA of 6.86.
Yeah, he was terrible.
After 8 starts.
He's also vastly overweight, I think, last year.
He looks, 2.25 ERA. It has been such a joy watching him figure things out a little bit.
Well, I think more than anything, I think there was, you just all wondered, can he Can he come off the success he had in the World Baseball Classic and have that transform into the Diamondbacks? And we didn't know. You were hopeful, but it has.
Yeah.
You know, that's the team that's paying you. That's the team that's putting food on the table, right? That's the Diamondbacks, your employer. And he went out there, and he has been absolutely great for them. He's pitching like an ace.
Yeah, Soroka tonight against the Rangers, and Evaldi, a late scratch. He won't pitch, so it's going to be Jacob Junis who's going to get the start for Texas tonight. London is calling. Win a trip for two to see the Sun Devils play at Wembley Stadium. Royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare, hotel, VIP experiences, tea with Gambo. It's all on the docket. Tune in to Arizona Sports. I'm kidding. Tune in to Arizona Sports for daily trivia keywords to enter. The winner will be drawn on June 1st, and it's brought to you by Desert Financial. How angry should Suns fans be today right now at the NBA? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about the great people at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, full-service eye care facility for you and your entire family. That's what Dr. Jay Schwartz is all about. Team eye doctor for your sons and Dbacks, and does a great job of helping people with all of their eye care needs. For me, I had vision correction done about 15 years ago. I had LASIK surgery. Truly one of the best decisions I've ever made was having that done. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great daytime up, nighttime up close, far away. Thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz, I've never had to wear any type of glasses at all. Now, if you're in the market and you want to get a vision correction procedure, I highly recommend the Schwartz Laser Eye Center because I did it. I did the LASIK surgery. I had it done. I can tell you it's great. It's phenomenal. It's worked great for me. Call 480-483-EYES. Ask for a free thorough eye exam. Ask about the 2 years of interest-free financing. That gives you 24 months to pay it off, a little payment at a time, and you're done in 2 years without paying any interest as well. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Starting June 1st, the Dbacks host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you?
Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their solid starting pitching against the Texas Rangers? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is Mitch Johnson, head coach of the Spurs, calling it ridiculous to punish Victor Wembanyama any further than kicking him out of that game.
No. Again, I don't even know the legality or the rules, but there was zero intent. They did what they did because of the outcome of the play. So be it. But to have anything on top of that, I think would be ridiculous.
I wish you could have seen it. Look, you need to turn on your microphone when you do stuff like that, Lauren.
PJ Carlissimo does now.
PJ Carlissimo.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
It's a little gravelly, talky.
A little bit,
I
right?
was going like
Lauren
this.
was doing this all day, blah, blah, blah,
Also,
blah,
because
blah,
you're
blah,
supposed
blah.
to be fined a minimum of $2,000 once you get a flagrant 2, and they didn't even fine Wemby, so I'm tired of this.
When Wemby swung that elbow, I mean, it looked to me initially like he hit Naz Reid square in the throat. I mean, like not the chin, but the throat. I thought, God, that must have hurt. Suns fans today are outraged, just outraged.
Yeah.
And I know it happened nearly 20 years ago, but that Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire can get suspended against the Spurs
coming off the bench
for stepping onto the floor, and that Victor Wembanyama, one of the biggest stars in the league, throws his elbows like grenades in World War II and gets nothing. Gets nothing but kicked out of a game. And he gets to play in Game 5, no big deal.
All right, let's cut to the chase. He should have been suspended.
Yes.
He should have been suspended. But he's going to play in Game 5. This is a great series. It was a vicious elbow to Naz Reid. Vicious. The fact that he wasn't suspended, I think, is just like he got ejected from the game. He got the flagrant 2. You would expect that more discipline was warranted. Like there should have been more discipline. But they've decided against punishing him. So what does that mean? What does that mean?
But to listen to the palaver.
It just means that Suns fans still have an axe to grind when it comes to this. That will for you routinely refer to it as the biggest what if in your 30 years as being a talk show host.
Number one on my list. They would have won the damn championship. The Cavs. LeBron was a rookie. That Cavs team was not very good. The Suns would have won the championship if those two guys weren't suspended. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, in my opinion. That's my biggest what if. In 2013, J.R. Smith, playing for the Cavaliers, got ejected and suspended for one game after he elbowed Jason Terry in the jaw. Solid elbow. Didn't look as bad as the one Wemby had, but they ejected him and suspended him for a game. In 2012, Udonis Haslem, playing for the Heat, brought 2 M's down on Tyler Hansborough's head and shoulder. It was clearly intentional. The result was an ejection and a 1-game suspension. Like Wemby should have been suspended.
Yeah.
Now, I guess I'm happy he's not. Makes for a better basketball game, but they've kind of changed the rules a little bit on us over the last few years.
It's interesting to hear you say you're happy he's not, because while I would agree with you that it certainly is going to make for a better basketball series that he's around, I'm not happy that he's not, and maybe I just need to move on and let it go and get over it. But
he's a superstar. He got a free pass.
I know the double standard thing but that's the thing. It's not like Amari Stoudemire was some Scrabino when he stepped on the floor.
It was a different commissioner. It was David Stern.
Yeah, he was not the same superstar to the level of Wemby. I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that he was as big a star as Wemby is now. He wasn't. But I believe by then he was already a first or second team All-NBA guy and established himself as kind of one of the stars of the NBA. So it's
not as big a star as the guy on the other side with the Spurs, that Duncan guy.
Not at all. Not at all.
Preferential treatment for a star player like Wemby. He should have been suspended.
And I think more than anything, it highlights what you just said a second ago. It was a different commissioner. And back then, David Stern was, so letter of the law. Like Mitch played the soundbite a second ago. Listen to the palaver. I have that soundbite burned in my brain. I've heard it so many times. It's like a movie that I can just recite the lines to because I've watched it so often. It's just every time I hear, just listen to the palaver.
How many games did Draymond Green get suspended for that shot on Nurkic? It was a lot.
That was indefinite. I think it ended up being 10.
It was a lot of games.
Yeah.
Remember that?
It was.
You palaverers.
It was a lot. It was a lot. Needless to say, so it was the earliest. It was the earliest an All-Star had been thrown out of a playoff game since they started keeping track of those things back in 1997, 1998. So you have to go back.
The last time a star
that early in a game. The last time a star got kicked out of a game that early in a playoff game, an All-Star, was then. Even the series at 2-2.
I'd be pissed if I was a Timberwolves fan. If we lose this series, I'd be like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Around the rest of the playoffs, the Lakers fight to avoid getting swept tonight against Oklahoma City.
I hope they get swept. They can't compete. They can't compete.
The DeAndre Ayton hate over the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was watching Game 3, and it was just like, and they sent him to the bench like in the fourth quarter, like midway through the fourth quarter. And the announcers were saying, look, when they got this guy, they were very hopeful that, he could give them something that they were really lacking. Because remember last year they tried to get Mark Williams. He hasn't been able to do it.
That damn DeAndre Ayton. This dude. I bring up the fact that, he's from the Bahamas. And I tell people, they say, why you keep bringing it up? I said, because he plays 50% of the time as if he's lounging on the beach. It's demoralizing to watch somebody. Yeah. He's 7'1". He doesn't look like he's gained a pound. He doesn't look like he's spent any time in the gym working on his game or his body or anything. He looks like the same dude we've seen for years. Like literally, please make sure the check is in the account. I need my money, and I'll show up. I'll show up. But
Stephen A.
You know why he needs that money?
The dominating chain.
Yeah. Did you see
the chain?
Bernsey?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Tell me the story.
So essentially, we don't know where the.
I heard a story that there was something kind of changed.
Here it is.
I at least saw it circulating today. He got a brand new chain,
There's
nice
the video.
and iced,
dominating.
It's a big block, big letters, dominating.
Yeah. So the fans are like hibernating. Fans are ripping him like dominating. How about you get a jewel that says hibernating?
I'm so glad he's not our problem anymore.
Goodness.
God, he hasn't been our problem in years, and I'm just relieved, right?
2 years, $16.6 million deal with a player option.
The Knicks swept the Philadelphia 76ers.
Ooh, man.
So that series is done.
Hey, and the Knicks fans took over that place in Philly. It sounded like they were at the Garden. Philly fans were pissed. Tyrese Maxey was pissed. Some of the Knicks players were like, it didn't even feel like a road game because they sold their tickets. Right? They sold their tickets to the Knicks. We're down 3-0. You want to buy the tickets? I'm not going to the game. Think about it. It's like, if you're down 3-0 in a series, would you sell your tickets to somebody else?
If look, you and I were both. Well, you go to a bunch of the games. I was at the game when the Suns were down 3-0 against Oklahoma City. And to their credit, the crowd, especially when Rasheer Fleming came in, the crowd kind of showed up and gave that team a little bit of juice. But yeah, I mean, when you're facing elimination, when you're about to get swept, absolutely, that is a prime ticket selling opportunity. If you're a fan, you're going, I ain't going. I'm not going to go watch my team get eliminated and get swept.
New York to Philly is like 4 hours. It's not a far drive.
Yeah, no.
3.5 hours. It's not very. It's easy to get to.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, what a start to his MLB career for Ryan Waldschmidt. We'll talk a little Dbacks baseball next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
The
legendary Hall of Famer Sir Charles Barkley joins us.
Just want to say this. I thought Draymond was out of line on set with you the other night, especially when the numbers you posted in Houston were better than peak Draymond.
Draymond's a good player. We're not on the same level. So I can hear, but I don't have to respond to every time somebody says something about me.
Yeah.
Hey, this Draymond's a really good player. He's had a hell of a career, but we're not on the same level.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's just at Global Credit Union today, as a matter of fact, taking care of a couple things with my accounts because, like what I've been telling you to do, I've been doing. What I've been suggesting for you to do, I went and done. And I went and did it. My wife and I moved a bunch of our accounts over to Global Credit Union because we just decided the benefits were too good to pass up on, that it's not good enough to just have a car loan through Global Credit Union when there's so many other ways we could bank better and bank smarter with Global Credit Union, because when it comes to their accounts, we're talking about low fees, we're talking about no fees, we're talking about better rates, and that kind of is just too enticing. It's just like, why don't we just have our car loan with Global Credit Union? We could be doing so much more. So I was there today kind of putting the finishing touches on moving some of our accounts over to Global Credit Union. It is absolutely worth exploring for you, whether you have your car loan with Global Credit Union or not, to find out how you can bank better with Global Credit Union. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org. Stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks appear to be in rhythm after back-to-back wins and their first series win since mid-April. They're back on the road for the first of a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Prior to the game, we learned, courtesy of multiple reports, that first baseman Carlos Santana suffered a setback last night while on rehab assignment. While in the game in Reno last night, he re-injured his adductor, which of course was the injury he was recovering from. Michael Soroka will get things started in the DFW. He'll go against the right-handed veteran Jacob Junis, who was not scheduled to start today. It was supposed to be Nathan Eovaldi, but Eovaldi has been scratched due to left side tightness. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then the NBA playoffs tonight. We got 2 Game 4s to keep tabs on. The Pistons and Cavaliers from Cleveland. Cavs are trying to force a Game 6 and tie up the series at 2. Tip-off is at 5. Later at 7:30, the Thunder are looking for their 8th straight postseason win and a sweep of the Lakers in Los Angeles. And then on the ice, the Avalanche take on the Wild in Minnesota. Wild hoping to even their series at 2 games apiece. Puck drop is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Just mentioned the NBA. 2 NBA playoff games on tonight, Gambo. Pistons and the Cavaliers. Detroit leads that series 2-1. Game 4 coming up at 5 o'clock this evening. Thunder taking on the Lakers. OKC going for the sweep of LA tonight. Here's hoping they get it.
Let's hope they get it.
That game starts at 7:30. And then, of course, Diamondbacks baseball. Game 1 of their 3-game series against the Texas Rangers.
Ryan Walshman back in the lineup. Center field batting 8th tonight.
Absolutely. Yep. 5:05 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, which is why we're doing what's on tonight at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because we'll be with you until about 4:30. Then we'll step aside for Diamondbacks baseball. It's coming up at 5 o'clock. So.
Yeah, playing a Rangers team. No Nathan Eovaldi tonight. He's been scratched from the lineup. So the Texas Rangers, they're about a 500 team, a game or 2 below 500. But in the American League, that gets you in the playoffs below 500. The American League stinks.
You're not wrong.
It stinks. You're below 500. Like 2 teams below 500 would be in the playoffs right now, right?
The American
3
League.
teams in the entire American League are 500 or better.
Yeah, the
3
Yankees
out of 15.
The Rays and the Guardians.
Rays,
Yankees,
and then the Athletics.
The A's. The A's are playing great.
That's it. That's pathetic. Every team in the National League Central is above 500. At least they were a couple days ago.
If the Diamondbacks were in the AL, they're in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
They are a playoff team.
Can we petition for a change?
Well,
we get to the American League.
Remember, you know this. They wanted to put the Diamondbacks in the American League. Jerry Colangelo said no.
Yeah.
Said no.
Not my baseball team.
No.
We are not an American League city. We're a National League city. Yeah, well, I remember that very, very well. That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening.
First pitch, and Vientos clobbers it out to left field. Waldschmidt racing back, though, with the leaping effort, makes the catch. Wow!
Vientos was pulling the ball a lot this week. I was ready in left field. I knew Erod was working the inner half of the plate on the righties pretty well today, so I saw the pitch and I saw it come off the bat, and obviously we're in the 5th inning. He was still throwing a perfect game at this point, almost, or maybe just a no-hitter, but I took off for it. I knew I was getting close to the fence, but I was going to do whatever I could to catch that ball. So I was going full speed in the wall, catch or not, but I'm glad I ended up making that catch for him and keeping that thing going.
Yeah, great. Listen, great to see the kid come up. Really, really great that they I like the decisions that Hazen has made this year. You know, we talked about it last year with Joe Mantiply, how they gave Joe Mantiply that quick hook. We talked about it this year with guys like Ross, Ross for less, how quickly they got rid of him. Alec Thomas, the rate of swing and miss and chase was so bad, so they make the decision there. So I like where they're going here. They want to make the playoffs. They don't want to give games away. If you're not getting a job done, they call up Waldschmidt. They give him an opportunity. Gets his first hit on Friday night. Then he goes 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. They've got him right back in the lineup the next day, and he comes with 2 big base hits and a great catch in left field.
And you don't want, look, at the end of the day, this team is going to succeed. They're going to rise or fall based off of the strength of Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Geraldo Perdomo. Obviously, those guys are off to a tough start so far. At least for Carroll, it's a tough stretch. Ketel Marte, hopefully that triple yesterday kind of loosens things up a little bit for him and maybe leads to more success. Geraldo Perdomo had an awful night on Friday. Just an awful, awful game on Friday night with his last 2 at-bats and how I think he saw 3 pitches. You talk about the chase rate and swinging at stuff and not seeing pitches like Torrey was talking about. Geraldo Perdomo saw 3 pitches in his final 2 at-bats on Friday night, one of which was like the biggest moment of the game for the Diamondbacks to possibly win that one. So it's
funny, a week ago today, on May 4th, I put something out there, and we were talking about just the offense, and I said, Arizona is tops in baseball in non-competitive chase. They swing it way too many pitches out of the strike zone. That was a week ago today. I said that on Twitter. I said they're tops in baseball in non-competitive chase, and within a week they're just trying to change all that. Alec is gone.
Yep.
And then they bring up Waldschmidt, and the feeling was just better at bats.
Well, like Torrey pointing out to you guys when I was gone on Friday, and then to the general media later after that, saying, look, this same point last year, we saw 400 more pitches than we've seen so far this year.
Right.
Which is a staggering number. Even if you divide it out over 37 games, it's still a staggering number,
it's a high number
of extra pitches that last year you were taking and seeing and getting yourself better at bats and deeper in accounts. And this year, his team has just been ultra. I noticed it with Corbin all the time. He is so aggressive up there. He got off to a great start, but the last 2.5 weeks he has not been good at all. Every time I watch him and at bat, he just looks almost uncomfortable how much he's pushing it and trying to make things happen. So look, Waldschmidt isn't going to fix all of that, and there's a lot of pressure when you're the number 1 prospect in the organization and you get called up. There's an expectation.
Fast rise, too.
Very
fast rise from
they were talking about that
2024.
yesterday during the TV broadcast. Even for a college kid, that's an unusually quick ascent through the system. Players like that tend to have a lot of pressure put on them, and I know they don't want to, but I think we're all kind of looking at Ryan Waldschmidt as hopefully the guy who can cause some sort of a spark with this offense, because there is no reason for them to get the starting pitching that they got during this homestand and only be 3-3. I mean, like that in some ways, that's a fail. I'm happy the starting pitching was better. That's a fail when you only go 3-3 and you get those outings out of your starters.
Alec had one of the highest chase rates in Major League Baseball, 42.5%. That ranks in the 5th percentile, meaning 95% of hitters chase less than him. So that was part of the problem, the 181 batting average, the 222 on-base percentage. And, I think that they knew Alec. He's been here a long time, and they just felt like, okay, we're going to designate him for assignment. Why not send him to the minors? You got an option, because they're going to trade him. They're trying to trade him. I spoke with people today. It looks like it's about a 50-50 chance. There's definitely some interest. Nothing done. If they can't trade him, then they'll put him on waivers, and then if he clears waivers, they can put him in the minors, or somebody will probably grab him. But there is interest, just nothing concrete. It'll very likely be for a player. If they trade him, it'll probably be for a player, not for cash considerations. So we'll keep our eye on that, see if something happens in the next 24 hours.
It is time for our inaugural Devils in London trivia question. Hit it, Lauren.
Cheerio. It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely, because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw. for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Here is your question. And we'll take one caller and one caller only for it. Not you. Put your phone down.
Put it away.
You're not eligible.
Campbell, put it
I want
away.
to go to London.
What is the name?
I love the Churchill Museum.
What is the name of the P.L. Travers created nanny who arrives via umbrella to the Banks family home, 17 Cherry Tree Lane in London? Some of these are ASU questions. Some of these are London questions. What is the name of the P.L. Travers created nanny who arrives via umbrella to the Banks family home, 17 Cherry Tree Lane, London? When we come back... I have
no idea.
Really? I'll tell you during the break.
Wait. Okay. I think I know.
602-260-9870.
I think I know.
When we come back,
I think I know.
Okay, good.
Can I say it now?
No, you cannot say it now. No, you cannot say it now. We'll see if our caller can say it after the break.
How about now?
And then we'll preview the Dbacks game for you next here on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality.
Oh, that's jolly good. Well,
sideline passes.
Jolly good.
A VIP Tower of London private experience.
Cracky.
And a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
I'm coming to London.
Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the great people over there like Stuart Willis, a fiduciary who's done a great job helping me with my financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and even having a tax plan. Many of us put money away, tax deferred, tax deferred, tax deferred. You get to retirement, you're like, I have this much money. Not so fast, my friend. There's taxes that have to be paid on that. That's why if your investor, if your financial advisor doesn't have a tax plan for you, huge red flag. Huge red flag. That means he doesn't care so much about you and your future. He's just trying to make as much money as he can off of you. You got to have a tax plan. There's times to pay it and times not to. Stuart always told me it's not so how much money you've been able to save. It's how much of that are you going to be able to keep, which is why if your financial advisor has not had a tax plan for you and had conversations about that, I want you to give Stuart Willis a call right now. 602-877-PLAN. 5 locations in the Valley. Glad to meet with you anywhere and help you out the way he's helped me. That number again is 602-877-PLAN or online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream. It's one small step for man. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
When you join the new Sonic Rewards program, every time you treat yourself, we treat you too. Sonic Rewards members get a free Sonic Smasher or medium drink with minimum purchase. Whether you're in the mood for crispy tots, a foot-long quarter-pound coney, or a refresher, you can score extra just by being a part of our new rewards program. Loyalty really does pay. In Sonic Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Subject to all terms and conditions applicable to the use of the Sonic Rewards program. Participating locations only.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? During the Memorial Day Save-a-thon, we're making service more affordable now than ever. Right now, buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make or any brand.
Did I hear that right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right, welcome back, Burns and Gambo. We've put out our trivia question. We've got the one and only call that we're going to take on this. Get an answer to this. Let's go to Robert, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Good afternoon, Robert. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Hope you're well. The question is, hello. The question for you is, what is the name of the P.L. Travers created nanny who arrives via umbrella to the Banks family home, 17 Cherry Tree Lane, London?
Mary Poppins.
You put the accent in all.
It was Mrs. Doubtfire.
Robert, you get this. Gambo, you get this. Yeah, so no, it was not Mrs. Doubtfire. It was, in fact, Mary Poppins. Congratulations, Robert. So what this means is that you've got 50 entries for the Devils in London contest. So congratulations on that. Bravo. You're getting standing ovation from Mitch and Lauren on the other side of the glass. You've got 50 entries, but here, so good luck to you. So stay on the line.
Jolly good, thank you.
Jolly good.
Jolly good.
Hey, jolly good. A reminder is that everybody else,
yes,
the keyword is now active for the next hour for you to be able to enter. Go to the ArizonaSports.com contest page at ArizonaSports.com. The keyword is Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins.
The answer to the trivia question. You will be entered as well for the Devils in London contest with the keyword Mary Poppins that is active now for the next hour or so on the contest page at ArizonaSports.com.
Yes. You just have to promise that when you go there, you don't call anybody a wanker. Just gotta catch it. That's all. Our only. Don't go around calling people wankers.
Promise us that.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks getting ready to take on the Texas Rangers in a game that's coming up in less than an hour from right now. 5:05 first pitch. This is Dbacks on deck. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. Your pitching matchup today for the Diamondbacks. Gambo, 28-year-old right-handed Michael Soroka goes. The righty is 4-2 with a 4.14 ERA. And a last-second change, Jacob Junis will get the start for the Rangers.
Yeah.
He is no decisions on the season with a 1.65 ERA.
Soroka was so great his last outing. It happened to be against Paul Skeens and the Pirates. He took the loss 1-0. He went 6 1/3, only gave up 1 run on 7 hits. He struck out 6. He was very good in that game. You got a little bit of a break here because Eovaldi, 36-year-old, two-time All-Star, last year 11-3, had a career-best 1.73 ERA. He was limited in his starts to 22. He had elbow inflammation. He didn't pitch after August 22nd because of a rotator cuff strain, so he's out of this game now. So good advantage, hopefully, that the Diamondbacks could take advantage of.
First MLB start for Junis since September of 2024 when he was with the Reds. He made 5 starts for the Reds in his final 6 appearances of 2024. So it's been a minute since he's gotten a start, and I can't imagine he's going to be able to go super deep into this game because of that. But a last-second start with the often injured Nathan Eovaldi, who won't be able to go. Soroka, as you mentioned, really, really good his last time out, and the Diamondbacks kind of have a thing going now with their starting rotation and how they're doing. So certainly, hopefully, that continues tonight in a game that starts at 5:05.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just the Rangers are one of those teams. They've had a lot of issues offensively. You know, they've gotten pretty good pitching as of late, but their offense, kind of like the Diamondbacks, has really, really struggled.
The injury report for today's game, and it's brought to you by the Ivy Brain Tumor Center. Learn more at ivybraintumorcenter.org. The latest is coming from Carlos Santana, who was getting awfully close to his return to the big league club with that strained right adductor. He felt a twinge in the adductor yesterday while on rehab assignment with AAA Reno, actually 2 days ago. He is being reevaluated, and his impending return to the bigs has been delayed. For how long, we don't know, but it doesn't sound like he's going to be back anytime soon.
No, the way Vargas is playing a lot of first base right now, I'm expecting Pavin Smith back in early June. I don't think Santana would have played a whole lot anyway. I think that they were going to play. The plan was to basically use him as a defensive replacement because he got off to a slow start, and they've got other guys playing well right now.
Yeah, so that has been delayed. And then the other injury news came over the weekend. Justin Martinez threw his first bullpen session coming back from Tommy John surgery. It was electric, in the words of Troy Vavell. He still has a long, long way to go. He's got to throw 15 bullpens or so before they'll even send him out on a minor league rehab assignment. But so far, so good for him.
So far, so good, and he's one of the, they don't have a lot of guys that bring the heat in that bullpen. Murillo's one of them, but no question, if they can get Justin Martinez back, he gives them a guy that misses bats.
You mentioned Waldschmidt in the lineup. He is indeed. He is hitting 9th tonight and playing in center field. He keeps hitting the way he's been hitting. He won't be hitting 9th for too much longer. Kittel batting leadoff. Corbin Carroll hitting second. Perdomo third. Del Castillo is the designated hitter. He's batting cleanup. Vargas is at first, batting 5th. Arenado batting 6th, playing over at third base. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is in left, hitting 7th. Gabby Moreno down in the 8th spot. He's handling the catching duties. Waldschmidt is batting 9th and playing in center field. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day 19-20, 4.5 games out of first place behind the Padres and the Dodgers, who are currently tied for first in the NL West. You mentioned it a second ago. Texas Rangers 19-21 on the season. Only 2 games back of first place in the AL West behind the Athletics. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Dbacks keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
I'm going to lead with this, and not because he used to come over our house for dinner and go out to lunch with us and play catch with me and Q outside for many a season. But Josh Young, yes, friends of ours, Josh Young, he's logged a career-high 3 hits in back-to-back games. He's now batting .331, second in the American League. The .377 batting average in this streak that he's on right now ranks as the highest qualified April-May batting average by a Ranger in this century. Second in club history to only Hall of Famer Ivan Rodriguez, who batted .381 over April and May in 1998. He's the one shining guy that they have in that lineup. They've had a lot of struggles, so you got to be careful and pitch around Josh Young.
This is an important part of the schedule for the Diamondbacks, to be sure. That's going to do it for us. The D-Backs BP show with Steve Zinsmeister is next. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock, right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Diamondback skipper Torey Lavelle.